leader whose job is to think for the bank. And
whoa, that's a nice start.
I said, David, what do you do? He said, Pastor, now I am in charge of strategy, new opportunities. So I laughed with him. I said, David, you mean they have realized that you have a capacity, they lock you in a door? Because I remember Tamale Mirundi, he likes to come up, says, I'm a thinker. I sometimes lock myself in a room with a bottle of water and I just think. I said, David, they put a flask of tea and ground nuts and they lock you in the room and say, think for the bank. And you come out and keep issuing. This is what we must do. I share that to show that when you lead people with empathy and your team on a mission, they don't have to be exclusive. Where you put people down for the purpose of the mission. You can be able to find a way. But I think it starts with you. It starts with you caring about people. It starts with you loving people. And it starts with you being honest with people. And sometimes that has to take us changes of renouncing our pride, renouncing trying to be the big man, renouncing appearing, a certain level. We could certainly can talk more about that. But I think both can work together. Both can work together.
Well, you are hearing Pastor Sempa right here on the CEO bench. My name is Eddie Okila, and this is the House of Talent Television. Pastor Sempa is a man of character.
There's a lot that is involved in the civil society organizations. There's leadership in itself, there's management of processes, there's management of the human resource, there's fundraising, there's research. It's a lot that needs to be done. And many times there is a feeling that is too much for a woman because she has other traditional roles that she needs to do as at home. So many times as people are looking for leaders in civil society organizations, the priority is usually given to men because of our society that feels that men have the time, men have the capacity, men have the ability to lead, to take this organization to greater heights. And women, there will be a problem. They will have to go to maternity leave. They have issues. They are too emotional. They have not done the courses that are good enough for leaders. They don't have time to go for extra learning or to go for work outside Kampala because they have to tend to their children. So there's too much that society has tied around a woman. And it's true, we have these traditional roles that we have to do, but does not in any way mean that women cannot lead in these spaces.
For me, leadership is a privilege of moving people towards a destiny. And for me, it would be towards God's agenda. That's the best, moving people to God's agenda. God has an agenda for everybody. And I know some people say, oh, it's too much of God. But God has a plan for this world. And so whether you're in business, you're a medical personnel, if somebody came to you, a good medical leader says, I want you not only to be healed, but to be healthy. That's the kind of mindset that I see. And it's about self. So if you ask me, am I a leader? By the grace of God, I am a leader and I am growing as a leader. And I thank God for that privilege of being a leader. And who is a leader to me? It's very simple. someone that has a vision, but is also someone that is there serving people. For me, that's a leader. Vision is where you want to take things. Serving is the recognition that if the things do not matter to people, drop them.
Wow.
Drop them. Because at the end of the day, whatever we do must make a difference in people's lives. Anybody who has had huge impact in history, in leadership, the impact is not measured by just the things they did, but what those things did for people's lives. Did they make a difference? So it's useless for you to make so much money and the money does not add value to people's lives.
Wow.
So for me, yes, you have to have a vision, and at the end of the day, you are serving people. It doesn't change. Leadership is leadership, whether it is at what we would call a lower level or a top level. Leadership is leadership. It's about influence. It's that influence that comes from you have a vision and you are serving people. So what changes is the level of responsibility, but the other one that people don't like is the level of accountability. You see, Jesus said, to whom much is given, much will be required. So the only differences there is the level of responsibility. When you're at the national level, you are now responsible for an entire nation. When you are a CEO, now you're no longer just looking at the department, you are looking at the entire entity. The responsibility has changed, the accountability even goes higher. Hi, this is Julius Wotlonyo, pastor at Watero Church. Thank you so much for tuning into House of Talent Television. It's a great, innovative way of doing TV, and particularly for being a part of the CEO bench, talking about leadership. You know what, friends? Leadership can be tough. Leadership can be lonely, and the dynamics of leadership keep changing. I want to encourage you, watch the CEO bench so that you can get to hear real practical tips on leadership from people who are actually practicing leadership. Once again, thank you for being a part of the CEO bench right here on House of Talent Television.
My name is Dr. Jinpo Olowo. Thank you for watching House of Talent Television. I love to inspire people. I love to talk about my experiences and how God has been able to use me in the different exposures. And through the leadership, through change management and transformation, I've been able to do a couple of things in my life. Now, are you a kind of person who is tired of your status quo? Do you want your situation to change? Are you tired of what is going on in your life? You know, change is a fact of life. We've all been through experiences in the last couple of months that have taken us to a place where we need to do something about our lives. We need to change whatever is going on. So if you have not piled up investment for yourself, you need to do that. If you've not done businesses to hold your family in future, you need to do that. Are you thinking of full-time employment? You need to be thinking about your life after employment or your business in the next couple of years. So if you want us to chat, if you want us to talk about this, please get in touch with us at SEAL Uganda on number 0772443085, or check our website www.sealuganda.com, or on all the social media handles. You can hook me up or Facebook, that is Jinpo Olowo, on Instagram, Jinpo Olowo, and on Twitter and LinkedIn. Then we can chat a way forward with you. We can help you, we can coach you, we can walk with you this journey of financial freedom. Thank you.
what is leadership to you, JP?
So for me, the leadership was, I would say there are different components, but the most important is the art of knowing people.
Yeah.
How you know your clients, how you know your associates, your colleagues, and all the different stakeholders that are part of the business. How you know your bosses, your investors, how you know the key people that bring you business, the key relationship you must have in a market in order to make sure that thing goes smooth.
Yeah.
So I think this requires an openness of mindset.
Yes.
And I would say that for me, the fact again that I have two cultures, I live in different places, it helps a lot.
Okay.
You find similarities, of course. If I see how Ugandans are and how Brazilians are, they are not totally alike, but there are a lot of similarities.
Yes, yes.
If I see how a French person is, or a German, or an American, they are very different.
Yes.
And difficult people. Yes. I know by the French side, because I have my French family. I worked in France. I worked with French companies.
Yes.
So I learned how to deal
with
this.
Yes.
And so it's and now, especially this past years working for Sheraton Group, it's more like Anglo-Saxon approach of hospitality.
Yes.
So this also, so all these dimensions are very important. So it's knowing people, knowing the culture, the different generations you deal with. It's a very important.
Yeah.
It became more and more because the gap between generations have changed.
Yeah.
I would say, or I mean, people that analyze the market trends, how things go. Before, a generation gap would be 10 years.
Yes, yeah.
Now it's shorter.
Yeah.
A director at a certain level of decision making. And on this program, we discuss change management and what's next for a leader, either when they're going out of office or they're coming into the office. And in the studio this time round needs no particular introduction. It is said, if a man needs a very long introduction, then he's not worth it. And he who needs a very short introduction needs a long one, but doesn't require one. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls all across the world, Pastor Martin Sempa. Yes. Welcome to the show. And he has put on the shades.
Yeah. You know, if you're doing showbiz, you have to have some swag. What's up?
How are you doing, Pastor?
Yeah, man. Doing all right. Doing all right. Greetings to all our friends of HG Television. Those who have been following along online. Those in Uganda. Those in Makere, where I've been a pastor now for quite a bit of time. Those in the village. Those who are also trying to make it work overseas. You know? Yeah, people in Saudi Arabia, Iran. I got follow my followers in Afghanistan working in the U.S. Army, but they're Ugandans and they keep following, you know, those in the United States. So I greet you all. Yeah, here we are in hot, sunny Kampala, dusty, transitioning from March. You know, we're ending February, beginning March.
Yes.
Yeah, so anyway, it's time to go March.
Yeah. Welcome, Pastor, to the show. And of course, so the studio people, please record the show for everyone out there who needs to be part of the show. Well, this is The Bench. My name is Eddie Okela, and in the studio is Pastor Martin Sempa of Makerere Full Gospel Community Church.
Yeah.
And of course, he's on the CEO Bench. This program, we talk change management and what's next for a leader. Either a leader is going in or coming out, and what's next for them. If you're going in, what are you going to do new? If you're going out, what are you going to do new? And how do we manage the process of change and in our society? And of course, need no introduction, like I said, is Pastor Martin Sempa. You can see he's looking cool.
Absolutely.
Or a director at a certain level of decision making. The show, and let's put on the shades.
Yeah, you know, if you're doing showbiz, you have to have some swag. I got followers in Afghanistan working in the U.S. Army, but they're Ugandans and they keep following, you know, those in the United States. So I greet you all. Yeah, here we are in hot, sunny Kampala, dusty, transitioning from March. You know, we're ending February, beginning March.
Yes.
Yeah. So anyway, it's time to go March.
Yeah. Welcome, Pastor, to the show. And of course, so the studio people, please record the show for everyone out there who needs to be part of the show. Well, this is The Bench. My name is Eddie Okela, and in the studio is Pastor Martin Sempa of Makerere Full Gospel Community Church.
Yeah.
And of course, he's on the CEO Bench. This program, we talk change management and what's next for a leader. Either a leader is going in or coming out, and what's next for them. If you're going in, what are you going to do new? If you're going out, what are you going to do new? And how do we manage the process of change and in our society? And of course, need no introduction, like I said, is Pastor Martin Sempa. You can see he's looking cool.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Although it was very sad last night.
Yeah.
First, I apologize for those of you who are expecting me out here today. I did take off my shades for that moment. I was supposed to be, you know, here earlier, but we had something bad happen last night that we lost one member of our family. That's a canine, a dog. Winter. I passed away last night about midnight.
Yeah.
So now, growing up Ugandan, the death of a dog is not a big issue.
Yeah.
Yeah, for us, a dog is just a dog. You know, he dies and somehow we're not so connected to it. But my wife is American, and my children are both Ugandan American, and live there and here. I learned to appreciate how other cultures look at animals that are part of the family in a much more special way than we do.
Yeah.
Cats, you know, cats are taken care of, dogs are well taken care of, and the death of a dog is quite a big emotional issue.
Yeah.
I never, at first I didn't know it. There was a time I was driving in the United States, I think that was in 2004-05.
Yes.
We were in Pennsylvania, Lancaster County. I was going to graduate school in Philadelphia.
Yes.
I was working in the night, you know, studying in the day. Was doing my master's there. We had just gotten married in New York. My wife is from New York, Long Island, so we traveled to Philadelphia for further studies. Then one day as we're driving, you know, in a forest, you know, going through, it's very wooded, we came across a dog that had died in the road. And my wife screamed, "Ah!" No, I thought I had knocked someone, yes, or, you know, I'd killed someone.
Yes. Yes.
And then when I said, "What's the matter? You know, everything in your all systems go."
Yes.
She says, "It's a dead
dog.
Yes. And I almost fought her because I'm like, why would you make so much noise about a dog? Now, you see, there is a difference in our culture. You know, me, African man, more stoic. Animals are just, you know, they're village dogs. Yes. You throw a rock at it. If it dies, it dies.
And life goes on.
But I had to put myself in the feet of my wife. Then I began to find out and understand the death of an animal that is loved, that is cared for. It's a traumatic thing, and you need to appreciate that other side. So I moved from, you know, the distant, you know, I don't care perspective to, you know what, if it's important for you, then it's important to me.
Yeah.
And then I began to explore ways of ministering to her. Dogs, you know, I've got to learn to appreciate dogs. And this particular dog, Winter, was such a high level of discipline, commitment to the dog. I mean, sometimes I have wild cats that come to my home. I live on a big piece of land surrounded. I try to conserve trees around me. So I have monkeys. I've had a visit from a leopard, although the people in the game park don't think it's true. They may think it's a Savo cat, you know. Then we have, a Savo cat is what we call a mondo.
Yes.
In Luganda, not Pastor Mondo, but... Don't take so anyway, so a mondo, you know. So this dog was so beautiful. It would be focused on it. I mean, I've not seen someone who operates, and as we talk about CEO, employees. Winter was so committed to his dog of security. I mean, if there was a Savo cat that climbed the tree, Winter would stay under that tree all night, until that Savo cat took off somehow. Then Winter would leave.
Wow.
Discipline. So he passed away last night. I think it was either tick fever or parvo, because wild dogs came through my area about 5 days ago, and there was a fight
between them and Winter.
Yes.
Who won the fight?
Winter, of course. But he got a small bite, I think, on his leg. And I think that's what may have caused his demise. Unfortunately, my vet wasn't there to do the usual work. I usually have a vet that is near me. That's very important. He was away in a conference, so the secondary vet, you know, they didn't really do the job well. So I had to meet with my children, I had to meet with my wife, I had to comfort them, I had to talk through the good things about Winter and commend him to God and arrange for a respectful send-off of a soldier. And then even tomorrow morning, because we will organize a small service to thank God for the life of Winter. The transition, you see, for us as grown-ups, we don't realize how important. I have 2 girls at home. I have Abigail Deborah, who's 15. I have Ariel, who is 13. This is huge. They've got cats. So we have got a family of cats. We have dogs. So me being the CEO of my home, I need to manage the change. But sometimes when there's tragedy, how does a CEO? I mean, sometimes people just look away. No, I'm so busy with slowing down to hear the hearts of people. I had to be with my wife. She was so she was so in grief yesterday. So I had to sit with her and weep with her and comfort her and encourage her and be there for her. Part of my routine is that I pray every night at about 1 o'clock to 2 o'clock. That's my time. As a CEO, I must appear before the CEO in the heavens. So
the main one.
The main one.
The real CEO. These ones are all fake.
So I have to appear before the CEO. If it's not midnight to 1, then it's 3 to 4. So yesterday I delayed that a little bit by 20 minutes. I was a bit groggy, but I needed to go before the CEO in heaven and appear before him. Because when you begin to see the loss of your security system, you need to see things in symbolism. Okay, if there's a problem coming in, you begin to see some, if it's power issues, if it's security issues, then you realize that the attack of the enemy is on your security.
Yes.
And that means you need to beef up your security systems.
Yeah.
So I had to appear before God. I had to pray for my family, pray for the land, and I encourage you all, whether you're a husband in a home, a pastor like me of a church, a leader of a business, a heart of being a CEO is number one. Stop when there is issues.
Yes.
But two, you must appear before the God, and present yourself and pray and commend yourself and cover everybody in prayer and speak God's word and plans on them.
Wow, you got it right there from Pastor Sempa. Martin Sempa is the pastor, and I think that what Pastor just said makes a lot more sense. Do you have a dog? How well do you care about your dog? This morning we had scheduled this interview to start at 11 o'clock. The CEO bench is every Friday at 11 to 12. And Pastor wasn't able to make it. So I kept asking what's going on, and only to learn that the one Winter Sempa passed on last night. And we want to say, may his soul rest in peace. You can see right up there on the screen, that is Winter Sempa.
In his death,
unfortunately. And for all of you who have canine at home, please give them respect. I had not seen a man give so much respect like Pastor Sempa has given right now. I know many of you are laughing and saying, but Pastor, all of you respecting a dog this much.
Oh, no, I think,
and he just said something, learn from the CEO attitude. Yes.
Security is very important. You never know when you need security than when you need it.
Yes.
And then you build it in a time. You don't build soldiers to go to war at the time the war breaks out.
Yes.
You train soldiers in peacetime.
Yes.
Museveni doesn't send to train his soldiers when war has broken out.
Yeah.
No, you train soldiers in a time of peace.
Yes.
That's when you teach them how to fight. And when you have issues on your security systems, you realize, wow, I need to strengthen this. Now, Winter is a Labrador Retriever. For those of you who need to know about dogs, most Ugandans know about German Shepherds. German Shepherds, they are good for security, they are aggressive, but they're not very cuddly, they're not very friendly. A Labrador Retriever is extremely brilliant, it's extremely aggressive, but it's gentle for the family. So it has a combination of both. They are known as retrievers because they would, if they go hunting, the farmers would shoot the ducks, the Labrador would go in and retrieve the hunted animal, whether it's a bird or something that they have shot.
Yes.
Very, very brilliant. Even now in dog sniffing, at bombs, the Labrador is very brilliant.
Yes.
So I got this particular dog from, I think a missionary who was doing his tour of duty was from Brazil.
Yes.
Back in 2010 is when I got the grandmother. The grandmother is called Ruby. She's
Ruby.
still around.
So this is Ruby Sempa?
This is Ruby's great, grandson.
Yes.
Yeah. Although I've changed my name from Sempa to Gwanga Muje, Gabriel Baba Gwanga Muje. So for a short name, you can see GBG. So I, because of reasons I will share with you, of changing and aligning myself more to my heritage as a Christian, as a head, as a leader, I have had to come to the point of changing my business name, my former name from Martin Sempa to Gabriel Baba Gwanga Muje Eliesu.
Wow.
So when you talk about my dog, so it would be a GBG dog. It would be a Winter Gwanga Muje.
Yes.
Yeah, Winter Gwanga Muje, because my aspirations are greater than Sempa.
Correct.
I think the name Sempa was given to me by my mother.
Yeah.
The story behind it is that my father was Indian, my mother was Muganda.
Yeah.
They fell in love in 1968, 67.
Yeah.
And those are the swinging 60s. I was born out of wedlock. My mother and father weren't married. Love between Indian and Muganda was not supposed to happen. There was tremendous racism.
It was an abomination.
It was an abomination.
Yeah.
So I was born undesired by my father's side.
Wow.
Loved by my mother.
Wow.
And then as we're trying to sort out that issue, Idi Amin threw out all the Indians and non-Ugandans.
Yeah.
So my mother gave me the name of her father, Sempa.
Yeah.
So Sempa is a name that was given to me by my mother.
Yeah.
But it's a good name. But in my Christian growth, as I've researched, it's necessary to know what is your business name.
Yeah.
What is the message behind it? What's the logo?
Yeah.
If it's HGTV, okay?
Yeah.
What is behind it? What's the mission?
Yeah.
So I got to realize that Sempa is a Baganda god that is located in Bulemezi.
Yeah.
It's located, there are two hills. One is called Waluse and the other is called Sempa. And both of them are very significant in Buganda religious spiritism.
Yes.
Waluse is where the king goes for 3 days
Okay.
when a boy wants to become a king. Kabaka of Buganda.
Wow.
That hill is sacred also.
Yeah.
Next to it is Sempa. Sempa is also sacred, and each hill has a strong god. The god of Waluse is called Waluse. The god of Sempa is Sempa. Any boy that is born around Sempa must be called Sempa.
Sempa.
So when you call Sempa, you are calling servant of the god Sempa.
Yes.
Now, as I grew up and I studied, I read, some of the books I read was by John Roscoe, a book called The Culture of the Peoples
Yes.
of Buganda.
Yes.
The other is by Sir Apollo Kagwa. He was a former prime minister and a regent
Yes.
in Pisazabaganda.
Yes.
And when you read about it, you get to learn the messages and the meaning behind names. Because a lot of our cultures, Africans, is built on, word of mouth, handed over.
Yeah.
You don't know why you are called Okila.
Yes.
Eh?
Yes.
What is behind Okila?
Yes.
So, for me, as I've grown, there's a point at which you grow and you begin to ask questions. Some people start earlier,
Yes.
and I'm not saying you have to be older,
Yeah.
but when you get a certain level, you are independent. You don't just take it because mommy said so, or daddy said so, or pastor said so. You check it out.
Yes.
You examine it. So I changed my name from, and I'm going to change it formally. Right now,
From GBG.
From Martin Sempa.
Martin Sempa to-
Yes,
yes,
to GBG.
GBG.
Gabriel Baba.
Baba.
Yes.
Yes. Well, as your lawyer has been in prom already, have you briefed some lawyers?
Yes, I have. Yes, I have. We are going to be doing a formal announcement, a takeout. I need to align it. The complication is when you have different members of families, different citizenships.
Yes, yes.
So you have to two jurisdictions, the
Yes.
Uganda
Yeah.
and the American.
Yes.
But first of all, it is the announcement, the public announcement.
Yeah.
Yeah. I know it will transition. It takes time. Look at Bobby Wine. Bobby Wine's name is Chagulani.
Yeah.
Okay? That's his real name. So if you look on his passport, it's Chagulani. But we know him so much more as who?
Bobby Wine.
Because his music is always under the Bobby Wine label.
Yeah.
So, and I'm sure, I don't know if he wants to, but if he wanted to, he could change it and there wouldn't be any problem.
Yes.
So for me, I'm going to change it formally so that for the rest of my life, people don't know me as a servant of Sempa.
Okay.
By the way, in case you want to know why there is a fight between Mama Fina, this is the chief witch of Buganda, and Kulanama. She represents another branch of witchcraft in Buganda.
Yeah.
One of the major fights they have between the two of them is who will they dedicate the Waluse Hill to? Who will they allow to go to the Kingmaker Hill?
Yes.
Okay? Now, I will not go into the details of
Yes,
that.
yes.
But it's like the Lion King, the Lion King movie.
Yes.
Legitimate, illegitimate.
Illegit, yes.
Who will give who will you give the regalia
Yes.
of the powers of
Yes.
Uganda
Yes.
and the kingdom who? So when you see, look always towards the end of the year.
Yeah.
At about December, if you look last year, December, Mama Fina and the Kulanama, they were competing on this hill, Waluse. And each of them was holding a crusade of worship. And they were, you know how Balokole do their end of year?
Yes.
Even these guys, they do their end of and they're fighting. And it's about the powers.
Yes.
of it. So this issue about power, as a CEO, you are dealing with the currency of authority.
Yeah.
You are dealing with the currency of power. And these are needed for mission. You cannot succeed even if you have a wonderful goal.
Yeah.
Like for me, my mission is to reach the university and disciple the nation of Uganda and the nations.
Yes.
So my stated mission is I reach the campus, I disciple the nations.
Yes.
And as a result of that, I need to deal with the problems of the university. Is it HIV? Is it strikes? Is it leadership development? School tuition and all of those. So that's my touchdown. And then those people that I reach at the university, I mentor them to transform Uganda, East Africa and beyond. But to be able to effectively discharge that mission, I must have the power. There is now physical what? Power.
Yes.
And then there is spiritual power. There is intellectual power. All of these must be harvested to the fulfillment of the mission.
Wow. Well, you've heard it from Pastor Martin Sempa right there. We're still, the name hasn't yet changed, so we'll call him Baba Gwanga.
GBG.
GBG. GBG is...
The
truth is the name has swag in it, and I agree with you. And we're going to go for a break, and when we come back, Pastor Sempa will be answering some really serious questions on the CEO bench. Welcome to the show, and stay right there. We'll be right back after the break.
Thank you.
Even people are stuck in their own ways. For people who have had a chance to, say, work out of the country, you're dealing with people from different backgrounds, different cultures. Their view of the world is different. You know, you cannot change that. The best you can do is get into that space and find a way of navigating through that.
Okay.
So I don't believe that what I've learned necessarily is going to go into, say, a big organization like Stanbic and change it.
Yeah.
If it may guide me along the way in terms of how to navigate, in terms of how to influence the leaders of that organization, but not necessarily kick the front door and change everything. In fact, I think that's disastrous because you might just end up going backwards. So I think for me is allow yourself to learn from the environment and then adapt and change from within.
Okay. Yeah. A lot of time we see people, Daniel, who go into organization and just start changing, and you find people flying from this organization to another and says, man, the new boss was come.
Correct.
I can't stay there. Absolutely. And this happened.
Absolutely.
Is it they themselves who are a problem, those who are running away, or actually the bosses come and want to change everything? Have you ever been in an organization and people have viewed you like that? And if yes, how were you able to deal with it? If not, had you learned these tricks before going inside there so that when you arrived, you are more warmer to people than more, cold to other people?
Yeah, I think in most cases where, and we've seen this, even in Uganda, where a CEO comes and tries to change everything overnight and the organization suffers. You lose your talent, the good people leave the company, they go to other organizations, your numbers start going down. It's a no-brainer. The good ones are the ones who quickly realize, oh, this is different. I need to adapt. I mean, I always hear people who have worked in Tanzania. Tanzanians are different. The way they do things at their pace and how they
shift and move things,
relate among each other is very different.
Yes.
So if you come with your speed and you know, and forcefulness, you'll get a culture shock. They'll edge you out slowly in their nice way. Before you know it, you've left the company. You know, I remember earlier back in our breweries, we had similar people who used to come from South Africa at the time. Because Africa is obviously very fast-paced. It's about push, push, push. And a lot of them suffered. In fact, a time came when they said, you know what, this thing is not working. Let's empower now Ugandans. That's how we guys came through. Yeah.
Be an image for women out there who are doing something, who are struggling, and to tell them there is something better. I want to be part of working with organizations that are supporting communities to grow, community organizations like Bosco Uganda, local organizations to build their capacities, strengthen the institutions so that they continue to do the great work they're doing out there. So I want to be a part of that. So I thank APC, I thank Horizon 3000, the organization I worked with, the Austrian government through the Austrian Development Agency. I thank Accenture, I thank Notre Dame University. I thank UNICEF. The UNICEF did a lot with Bosco Uganda to reach out to schools. So I am a woman who wants to ensure that whatever we're doing, we are counting for results. That every intervention we do must transform lives. And we want to ensure that people are in the driving seat. The communities, the young people, the youth, that they are on the driving seat. So designing programs with them. As we go out to do studies, get their views. So what we did is to go and actually listen to the different how do I say, actors, players in the whole ecosystem of health, from the district health officers, biostats, in charges of facility, sub-county chiefs, they now call them SAS, the patients even, to get their views. So it's so important that we get the views of the people and the change that they want to see, so that we define that change process and be able to work towards what we want to see. So you asked many questions, so I hope I am answering it. But I really believe that as a woman who wants to see my children and all other children, I'm really so passionate about young people, children, women, men, who working together, whether it's at the family level, work together. Why do you fight? Put your efforts together, put your resources together. I have seen families where the man is working, the woman is working, but it's only the man who is spending the money in the family. What is the money of the woman doing? Why not work together? Because together you can go far. But if you stand as an individual, you're going to fail.
What is Divine Bamboo in a nutshell?
Okay, so Divine Bamboo is an innovative forestry and energy company. It's a Ugandan company, and our mission is to stop deforestation in Uganda. We do that through the promotion of bamboo as a sustainable alternative to cutting down traditional hardwoods. So that was my motivation, really, because Uganda is losing so much tree cover. We are losing so much forest because mainly of the need to cook. So because of fuel wood in the form of charcoal and firewood, a lot of people don't have a choice but to go to the forest and cut down trees. And so we wanted to provide an alternative to that.
And so when you started to provide an alternative to this, how has this been received by the people that you're talking to?
So, of course, with any new innovation, it's not straightforward. You don't get the idea today and then the idea is mature. Yeah. First of all, the idea, the business model takes time to develop. Yeah. And in the same way, the audience, the customers also need time to adapt to the new products and like the new plant in this case. So it's a gradual process, but I would say that we are seeing very positive change.
Okay. Welcome back to the show. My name is Eddie Okila, and this is the CEO bench. In the studio is GBG, aka Pastor Martin Sempa. Welcome back to the show. How are you doing?
Thank you, man.
You're good. Yes, I'm enjoying the energy that you're coming up with, and the things that you're saying, and what is going on in your life right now. Yeah. We started with the demise of a situation in your house last night. Yeah. That ended up making you come a little late for the show. Yeah. And to everyone who was waiting for this show, we apologize to you, but I know you are having your lunch, and this is the time for us to have a chat with Pastor. Pastor, yes. We're here on this show. This show is mainly look at the CEOs, which you have already gotten, but at first, I want to take you back. I know you've introduced yourself, but we want to know who and what is Sempa, aka GBG?
Who am I?
Yes, who and what are you in life?
I like to be known as a Ugandan, a Pan-Africanist, an independent thinker, a Christian, a man on a mission. So there's words that you can describe me by. So in terms of my brand, I'm a pastor that is reaching the university. University represents our next generation of leadership.
Yes.
And encouraging them and training them to be both intellectually rigorous, vigorous in faith, morality, building family, and avoiding the evils that so often become roadblocks for both young men and women. And with the goal of transforming our nation and the nations. So I look at the university as my primary target of ministry, and then the city, Kampala, and the nation of Uganda as my secondary area of diocese. And then the whole world is my parish. Some of the words that people who know me will hear keyword often again and again. Global leader. Yeah. Global leader. I have been speaking about raising the African from being a village peasant to a global leader. I keep talking to my students at Makerere, you must get a driving permit, you must get a passport, you must train yourself and equip yourself to be used of God across the world. Yeah. So I planted a church at Makerere called Makerere Community Church, which is growing. Yeah. We've been there for about 20 years. Yeah. I do a rally every Saturday night, or a party called Prime Time. Yes. Many people know me for that because I throw an event. People like, young people, if you're going to speak to them, you need to combine both drama, music, comedy, performing arts, as well as good content. So I speak on leadership, salvation, education, HIV, marriage. And then because I am a pastor of a university church, there is a responsibility of intellectually, providing the cutting edge intellectual thought on the emerging issues of the day. Correct. Whether it's homosexuality, whether it is abortion, whether it is feminism, whether it is political campaigns, violence. How many years of terms? I just wrote a piece that I sent to New Vision and Monitor saying that I think that 5 years terms for members of parliament is not serving us. We need 7 years. And I gave 7 great reasons why we need 7 years tour of duty. I give my reason, which I can share later.
Yeah.
So I see myself as a pioneer model of a Ugandan, African Christian leader, born-again leader, who's reaching the university. These are the best brains of our country, and sharing the love of Christ with them, the gospel of Christ, discipling them to be like Esther, Daniel's, high-level leaders who will transform the nations. So if you are to point out some characters that have come out in the Bible, I see myself as reaching the Esther. You know, Esther, there was only one Esther.
Yes.
What did she become?
We have never been any other.
Yes. She became the queen, and she was able to influence and bring the salvation of the lives of many. You see, Eddie, not all people are equal. We talk a lot about equality. Not all people are not equal. No, we're not equal in influence. When you talk about Daniel, Daniel was an advisor to the king of Babylon, and his wisdom was able to give guidance to the king, protecting his people, guiding the way things should be done. Joseph was one character, from a slave to a prime minister, who gave guidance to Pharaoh on the management of an entire nation. So, for me, I would be preaching to everybody from Kayunga to Kasese, and I don't put them down. But I have decided that I would reach the students from Kayunga, from Kasese, who are sent to the university, whose mission is to be leaders and be the next generation of members of parliament, whatever, that we would present the laws of God, the teachings of God to them. Now that's been difficult because, you see, university, and as most of our education institutions, recognizes 3 religious groups: Catholics, Anglicans, and born again. I'm sorry, Muslims.
And Muslims, yes.
And so when I graduated in 1991, I really felt that burden. So I have actually been there at Makerere as a private volunteer, offering my services for free. I'm educated with a PhD. I should be making at least $60,000 minimum a year. But I have not made that money, and you know how much money you can get out of a church run by students. Very little. So I have been investing between $60,000 to $90,000 of my life that I should be having if I was to be in the United States of America as an educated person with my credentials. But I've been investing it into our future leaders, our boys and our sons and our daughters. There is now, 20 years later, when I look at what the people that I have been, everywhere I go, I'm like MTN. Everywhere.
I said, see my friend, I said, see my friend Onyaito Deke right there smiling and saying, now that's an ad for MTN.
Everywhere I go. Let's say, for example, if I come off the plane at Entebbe, some of the boys in security, you know, are running, hey, Pastor, is prime time still on? Then I go for checkup. You know, these when they are stamping. Pastor,
immigration.
Immigration, Pastor. Are you still doing? You know, they know me well from prime time. Hey, Pastor, it's prime time. Pastor, you saved us. Hey, Pastor. Then from there, I move on. The guys who are even moving me out. Then in the city, I go to the bank. The guys who are the policemen, Mainja Satu, you know, the guys who graduate university, you get automatically 3. Wherever I go, whether it's I go to see Metropolitan Chief Kafero, Pastor, how are you? I go to Sentinel. So, and then I'm trying to introduce myself. My name is Pastor Stop. Why we know you? Pastor, I even have a Bible. Your name is in my Bible, Pastor. So. Of the truth is the investment and the sacrifice my wife and I have done in giving of ourselves in Uganda, reaching out to the young people, mentoring them, has brought fruit in our country. And only God would have, chosen us to do that. So if you ask me to describe myself in a short way, that's me. On the other hand, people get disturbed about me because there's a part of me that is extremely rigorous.
Yes.
You know, I'm very thoughtful.
Yes.
Like if you see me on Sunday,
Yes.
I do a show on, I do a teaching
Yes.
on NBS television.
Yes.
Every Sunday morning at 8.
Yes.
If it's okay, please don't feel bad.
No, it's all right, it's fine. Yeah.
Kim Carissa gave me a chance to be on.
Yeah.
So on my Sunday morning, people are beginning to discover the deeply theological, philosophical me.
Yes.
Because they have been seeing the other me, the Saturday night, where you know I'm deploying the performing arts to communicate information.
Yes.
Sometimes I'm on Uncut, and they even see me. Other debates that I've done, like they have seen me recently debating this girl who was a lesbian.
Yeah.
I think Pepe, somebody, when I was assuring her on Njala show that this is a girl, not a boy. It is confusion of the highest order. So people have been seeing that, and then they discover that there is two sides of me. The truth is that's me, Eddie. I was a breakdance champion of East Africa. You remember that?
Yes.
I love drama. That's the
And you still dance to this day.
I still dance. If you compete with me, I'll throw you a wave. So there is the performing arts of me. And then there is the deeply reflective, theological, academic, rich. That's a part of me. So I don't like to be boxed.
Yes.
I don't.
In fact, a friend of mine says that where God has put a comma, human beings always put a full stop. And we don't want to continue. Many people find you very aggressive and very articulate at the same time, and very difficult at some point, and very complicated at some point. That is typical of every PhD holder, as we know. That we know that they're not easy to deal with. But Pastor, you are on the show. It's called the CEO Bench, and we're going to talk about change management and what next for a leader. And this is very key for us to understand what is going on. I'm going to ask you from a wider perspective of the country.
Please.
And I'm going to ask you from the wider perspective of you and the things you see and how you see them, and how can we move forward from where we are going forward. Sort of like a future focus going forward. You are a CEO of your company. And there are 5 steps in change management that we go through. And as an academia, we expect you to take us through these 5 steps that we go through. One, we often talked about organization of our when we want to do change in our companies or in our families or in our places of work or in a country, what are the first 5 steps that we should go for?
When you want to do change?
Yes, when we want to do change. Because most time we're talking about change, but we don't understand the processes that are involved in taking us from one point to the next. First of all, why do we need change?
Exactly. I think we need mission clarity.
Yes.
The first place to go before you think of that changing. You may not even need to change. Okay, you just need to do better. But what's really clear, Eddie, is first of all, mission clarity. What is your mission? And you need to be clear on that. Like I shared with you, my mission is to reach the campus and disciple the nation. That's what I want to accomplish in the end of the day, is to disciple the nations. So when you begin that journey, whether it's 20 years ago, when I began 30 years ago, you are going to hit roadblocks. You're going to go through difficulties. You're going to find frustrations. So when you are going forward as a missional leader, you need to be clear on that. You bring people around you, you break down that as clearly as possible. Now, for a person who hears from God, you need to know that ultimately this has to align with what God wants you to do. Because God has designed you in a certain way. You just say to me, Pastor, you are complicated. Now, there's a difference between the word complicated and complex. Complicated is something that's very difficult, that is somehow messed up, that is hard to understand. Complex is, on the other hand, it has a bit of complication, but it's intriguing. It's designed that way.
Yes, yes,
okay?
yes.
It may be a maze,
yes.
but there is order to what appears to be disorder.
So that is Pastor Semper.
That's Pastor Semper.
Yes.
And that's actually the work of God,
Yeah.
a complex.
Yes.
When God does things, he does them fearfully and wonderfully. They're amazing
Yes.
when you look at them. So people like you said, they want to put a dot where there should be a comma.
Yes.
And they want to keep you only in one place. People like to say, Pastor, why are you now entering into politics? Why are you now commenting on it? Pastor, now for example, yesterday some fellow on Twitter was complaining, I forget his name. He complained about a woman who tweeted that she's got 6 dildos, electronic dildos, okay? And she was saying, these are, can you imagine, I can have these and I have no threat of STDs. So now one of my followers complained and said, you know, man, how can we even compete with these things that never run out of energy? And now there was a growing falling out of people saying, man, we are really
being taken down, these things. But you're a human being, you're not electricity.
Exactly. But now,
and the system was never created for electricity.
Exactly.
Anyway. Yes.
Now, normally I don't go very much into issues of sex and but if I have to, I will.
Yes.
Because I represent a thinking of a biblical way, and people see me as a role model.
Yeah.
So I remember that back in I think about maybe 2019, they released a report, and this is a scientific report, that showed that couples, that is man and woman who had sexual relations and exchanged fluids, were happier. Women who had sex and exchanged sexual fluids were happier, and they examined what is the sexual fluids from a man. What are the chemical components? They broke them down. One of them, they call it a happy hormone called oxytocin. Now oxytocin is a happy hormone. When a woman receives oxytocin, she gets happy. It's only released during sex with a man or when she's breastfeeding a baby. Those are 2 times. And it makes her happy. Why do women, why do they bond with their baby, love them so much? Because there's a chemical release that God has designed. So when I release this research to this guy, I say, guys, don't worry, you are not, there is not even a competition. Those women there, they may use those gadgets, but they are still miserable still. Long after they have run out of batteries, because they can never have what God put into you. And guys were happy. Because you see, when God gives you a mission to bring happiness to you, between you and your wife, he equips you with a capacity to make her happy, which cannot be found in a dildo or in a machine. And by the way, I sometimes like to point this out to those who are practicing same-sex relations. You can't have that. You can't have that.
No.
Lesbians, homosexuals, they do not have that. It never comes, that chemistry. Number 2, even in those who are doing these feminists who are doing masturbation, whatever, you can't get those hormones. So I sometimes say the reason why some feminists are continuously miserable because they have never sampled the happy hormone.
No embarrass at all. And Pastor, I have a very interesting message here from Idiwato Chom. He has said, and I'm going to read some of your questions from out there. This is coming from Idiwato Ochom. Is a serious lawyer in town, land rights lawyer, and with a fresh master degree from Swansea University, just returned. Swansea,
England.
Yes.
Well, hi, how you doing?
And he says that, Pastor, to what extent can CEOs blend empathy and compassion in their work while providing leadership to his or her team, which sometimes requires CEOs to be tough?
One of my disciples is David Katumba. David Katumba is a bank manager in Centenary Bank.
Yes.
He's one of the people I've discipled. He's also a pastor. And as he's walked with me, he's learned some things from me. One of the things is interest into your people's lives. So he began taking interest into the staff of his branch. if there was an issue, if one of the the women was pregnant, she needed some extra time to sleep and rest, he would organize some 30 minutes or 1 hour for her to have a room where she could rest because she's pregnant. Now other managers would not give that. He began to get involved in understanding the personal issues. Now, for example, if my dog died, as it is to dog, my wife, she would be very affected if she was a branch person. So as a result of that, he shared the mission of the branch. This is what we are trying to do. And then I want to work together with you. And he would express sympathy. As many of his staff were women. He would, as I just shared, some would be pregnant, some would have. They would say, "No, I need some extra on," and realistic things he would be able to enter in if there was an issue in the family. What that did, it built a missional leader who was empathetic, and these guys, man, they would make sacrifices for the mission. And David Katumba's branches performed so well in Centenary Bank, wherever it was, whether it was Kayabwe, whether it was towards Mutukula, where it was on Ginger Road. Now they have promoted him because it's been successful. He is now a strategic leader whose job is to think for the bank. And
whoa, that's a nice start.
I said, "David, what do you do?" He said, "Pastor, now I am in charge of strategy, new opportunities." So I laughed with him. I said, "David, you mean they have realized that you have a capacity? They lock you in a door?" Because I remember Tamale Mirundi, he likes to come up, says, "I'm a thinker. I sometimes lock myself in a room with a bottle of water and I just think." So I said, "David, they put a flask of tea and ground nuts and they lock you in the room and say, think for the bank." And you come out and keep issuing. This is what we must do. I share that to show that when you lead people with empathy and your team on a mission, they don't have to be exclusive. Where you put people down for the purpose of the mission. You can be able to find a way. But I think it starts with you. It starts with you caring about people. It starts with you loving people. And it starts with you being honest with people. And sometimes that has to take us changes of renouncing our pride, renouncing trying to be the big man, renouncing appearing, a certain level. We could certainly can talk more about that. But I think both can work together. Both can work together.
Well, you are hearing Pastor Sempa right here on the CEO bench. My name is Eddie Okila, and this is the House of Talent Television. Pastor Sempa is a man of character. And if you're looking for a man of character to learn a thing or two, is the man of character. Pastor, I have another question from the viewers, and I want the viewers to be more engaged. I want you to send in your comment, kisses or disses. It's okay, we allow it. Pastor and I will not quarrel, will not feel bad. And Dr. Jemima Okwi, another PhD holder.
Wow.
All right. Yes, and then she's saying that almost all my Saturdays in first year on campus were spent at prime time.
Hey, prime time, this is how we do it. Prime time, it's a man must.
I've seen Dr. Jemima, you've had it right there. She works for UEDCL now.
Oh, wow.
Yes, as an engineer.
It's so good to hear from you. I just want to let you know I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you that you have risen to the levels that you have. I really am excited, and I look forward to do a homecoming. I look forward to do a homecoming because one, as you achieve your mission as a student, it's hard to get to Makerere and graduate.
True. Huh? There are many of us who have gotten there and haven't finished.
To enter into the workforce and rise, gradually, strategically. I'm proud of you. And then continue to study so that you achieve the next degree. I'm proud of you, Jemima. Recently, I was at Parliament. And I found some members of Parliament, women members, talking to me. They said, "Pastor, that was soon after the boat
capsized.
Capsized.
Yes, the MV Templar.
MV Templar.
Yes.
So there were two of them. They stopped and said, "Pastor, you still doing those things on prime time?" They said, "Yes." So, "Pastor, we were just discussing that in our days, we always came to your gig, you know, at prime time.
Yes.
He says, this ship, you know, the boat that capsized,
yes.
There were girls from the university.
Yes.
They were out there partying,
yes.
Okay?
Yeah.
And they died. And she says, you know, we were just discussing within ourselves.
Yes.
That, you know, at that time, you know, young people, they're looking for Progi, what. He said, Pastor, thank you for offering us Progi that would take us away
from some of these
things.
Yeah, wow.
So I am proud both of Dr. Jemima.
Yeah.
I'm proud of everybody who's watching. I'm proud not only of those that are part of the university, but on that conveyor belt.
Yes.
Of raising the next generation of our leaders.
Wow.
Building character in them.
Yeah.
I know you say the pastor is a man of character. I aspire. I aspire to be a man of character.
Yeah.
I aspire to say yes when I'm yes, no when I'm no. When I've made a mistake, I ask that you forgive me. Yeah. It makes us stronger. Yeah. Okay? It makes us stronger. I went through a time in terms of mission. One of my major mission is defending the family.
Yeah.
When you defend the family during this time of Obama, Barack Obama coming in 2009 to 2013, 14.
Yeah.
One of his major missions was the destruction of the family.
Yeah.
And one way you can destroy the family is by equating it from what it should not be.
Yeah.
So man and woman family that give birth to children was equated to man and man.
Yeah.
And he uses the word equality. You can't equate what is unequal.
Yeah.
So we challenged him.
Yeah.
And I took on that mission and I articulated, I supported the parliament in creating legislation that would defend the family as we know it.
Yeah.
But as a result of that, there was tremendous attack on me.
Yeah.
I was destroyed in my media. In fact, those of you who know me, you know who I am, like you said, a man of character.
Yeah.
When you read how others write about me on Wikipedia, on European and American controlled media, in their documentaries, in their writings, they talk about me in such vilifying ways. You think I'm a brother to Joseph Cohen. they open court cases, baseless lawsuits at ICC, in American federal court, and they keep saying that I'm a killer, gay killer. These are all, you know, baseless accusations intended to intimidate those among us of goodwill who say, no, what are you telling us? A man is a woman, woman is a man? That's nonsense. Nonsense, absolutely not. My husband and wife, those are men and women. Don't confuse us. So they attack you. Now, I went through such tremendous attack. Unfortunately, there was no system within the social sphere, the cultural systems. Those are defendants of our culture. Buganda, Bunyoro, Busoga, the sons of Bamasaba, Luo.
Yes.
What the road is?
Rodnyachi.
Rodnyachi. Rodnyachi.
Yes.
Now, Bunyoro, they were not organized to meet this emerging problem. Even up to now, they are not organized to meet the emerging problem of feminism, which states that patriarchy is an evil system that must be destroyed. That means the kingdom of Buganda as we know it, led by the Kabaka, led by the clan leaders and the lineage leaders on a patriarchal system, is seen as the opposition that must be destroyed. So every time Professor Sylvia Tamale, radical feminist and others teach emergent lawyers, they are telling them we must destroy the system. Unfortunately, I keep telling Buganda, I talk to Makubuya, I try to talk to Charles Peter Micah, guys, you can't be blind to this issue. You must address it. It's a philosophical deception, but they're unwilling to deal with it. Now, the other is the government of Uganda is not designed to deal with this emergent issue of the destruction of the family. And I've been saying to President Museveni, you need a ministry of family. We need a cabinet level position. Ethics and whatever, that's just ethics. Okay? Ethics is not equal to family. Gender, Minister of Gender is just gender, having to do with male and female. But we assume it has to do with family issues. So you see a lot of family breakdown, both international issues, local issues. So as I stood as a champion for that, I was targeted. but I had never built an infrastructure to support me in that mission.
Yes.
And so I became a fugitive. I was, my family was almost breaking up. My wife had to go back home. I was a man on the run from 2014 to 2018. If you do recall, there was a gap where there was a Pastor Semper.
Actually, I kept asking you on Twitter, where is Pastor Semper? He has disappeared. What's going on? Exactly. He has run off. Yes.
They had a bounty on my head. They put 300 million shillings. Whoever can find Pastor Semper should report because Semper, and they would not come out. They are not very clear. They are very deceptive. That somehow is wanted in America for persecuting certain communities, yes. And they don't tell you what the certain communities. Now they were killing me, my friend.
Yes.
So it was after that case was dismissed, both at the ICC and the Hague.
Yes.
It was after that my wife had to come back. It was then that I had to emerge, and I am just rebuilding, getting back to the mission.
Yes.
So when you talk about how do you manage change, one of the things you must prepare for, which I didn't, is prepare for the confrontation that is going to try and destroy the mission, but you must be resilient even as you go through. One of the things that came out is I learned I need to we need to organize a legal fund. People are giving towards Bobi Wine. That's fine. Bobi Wine represents opposition that challenges the regime and the established code. It's necessary as part of the infrastructure. Now, in terms of the family infrastructure, you need those who will champion it and challenge the ambassador of England, European Union, United Nations, Winnie Byanyima, and others, and says, Winnie, what are you saying? You're saying UNAIDS and this issue of and they keep hiding it. We need to unite ourselves so that as Africans we confront these issues with intellectual rigor. I know some people get very annoyed when they come to the issue of homosexuality. I'm so annoyed, I want to kill them. I want to say, no, that is not where we are. Now we are at the point where the homosexuals are.
We may not agree with them, but there's not to go and kill somebody because we don't agree with them. And by the way, that's some of the things that I want you to clear today. And somebody has said, I'm watching the show, Eddie Okilah. Thank you very much for bringing Pastor Semper. I stayed awake in the US so that I can catch up with Pastor Semper. I really missed home. There's so many things that we don't find which are so straight like this. Pastor, today you have cleared one thing. But the other thing I wanted to clear from us, is it true that you wanted to kill anyone who is confused in same-sex marriage?
Absolutely not. First of all, killing is murder. It's one of the commands against God. He said, thou shalt not kill. That's number one. So there has never been a time that I want to kill anyone. Even if I disagree with you, even if you do something wrong. I'm not a judge. For a Christian, we are law-abiding. If you do something wrong to me, I must have due process. Due process is I accuse you before the rightful court, and then you come before the judge, and then you are sentenced. So you can't say, I want to kill anyone. That is just a lie of the enemy that is created to vilify honorable men, honorable women who disagree with the agenda of homosexuals. And it's really so bad. So we end up discussing unnecessary accusations. These are baseless allegations that are thrown against honorable men, again, like me and others. They try to destroy your credibility so that if they can put your credibility down, then they can raise their agenda that sodomy is okay. No, absolutely, I've never done. They accused me of killing David Kato. I mean, basically, Kato was killed by his homosexual lover, who a prisoner from Luzira, who he had brought to his home, and he was molesting him. The guy got tired of being sodomized and turned against who? His whatever, and killed him, and he's admitted that. But these things don't make for the industry. I have written a book called Euro-American LGBT Attack and the Rise of African Resistance, something I'm working on to publish. And one of my chapters is called Victimology and the White Savior Complex. That is, I bring two things. One, there is the quote-unquote white savior, and then there's victimology.
Yeah.
There are those whose goal is to continuously complain. Oh, my life is so bad. I need the help of a white savior. Ambassador, be my white savior. So when they say, I'm a gay, the landlord threw me out. Oh, I'm a homosexual, they took away my job. Oh, I'm a homosexual, a pastor preached and wanted to kill me. You see, those are immediately capture the attention of the white savior at the embassy, who is looking to give, visas and what and what. So there is a lot of not only visas but grants. Many of the homosexual groups here and feminists are getting grants, and they get the attention of the grants when they claim that somebody wants to kill them. And so unfortunately, I, on behalf of my country, I have been made a bad fellow. In the same way Bobby Wine says, I am fighting for you. People need to know, Pastor Baba has been fighting for you. I've been fighting for your family. I've been fighting for your culture. I've been fighting for the faith. That's why I am where I am. But I am not giving, men of God, we don't complain so much. No, we don't make an industry feel sorry for me, can it feel sorry for me? No, I don't do that. It's a shame. However, it's necessary for people to know the truth. You know the truth that financially I have been sent into bankruptcy. I used to get grants as an HIV/AIDS specialist. I mean, I am a PhD. And those who are PhD, you understand that your professional credibility, because of who you are, you get so much when you give a speech. Okay? Like if former president of America gives a speech, they ask for so much. CEO of whatever, they give so much.
This is the reason why you're actually on the bench.
Because of my credibility. Thank you so much. But now they attack you, they vilify you, and the goal is to weaken you financially, is to weaken your honor. These are slanderers. So I'm glad that someone would stay up at night to ask and learn about me. And I pray that in the next 2 months, because I know many Ugandans who travel overseas, when they go there, one of the things, because the media has been so much, and Sam Kutesa, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, has really not done a good job. He has dropped the ball on this issue. Why? So many of us are being accused of being gay killers, including me. You've just heard that person. Uganda is being accused that we kill gays, which actually is absolutely untrue. And because of this, it has affected our tourism. It affects people who go overseas to do work or study. It affects whenever you go to a conference. Hi, my name is Eddie Okiela. Where are you from? I'm from Uganda. Oh, you are the gay killers. And then you begin to describe things. So one of the things that I've done is I've written a book which should be coming out. I know that I keep saying the same thing, but the work of doing a book takes a long time, and I wish I could be supported. Many people who write on this subject, like Sylvia Tamale, she's supported by the Rockefeller Foundation, Carnegie Foundation. There is money. Now, for a Ugandan who's trying to survive, the ability, I am doing my work as a pastor, I'm doing appearing on the trying to hear how to make money to keep my family going on. And the book has to be written, be edited. Like the last step is that I'm on, it was submitted to about 3 professors who did a peer review, and then they gave me notes on how to change. That's where I am, but the publication is ready to go. I'm looking for about $1,000. Those of you who are out there, I'm looking for $1,000 to be able to pay an editor to help me in doing the final mile. Hey, I'm looking about $1,000. So if you're able to support me, please get in touch with me. My number is 772-641028. I'll share that with you. Those of you who are CEOs, those of you who are wherever, I'd love your support.
People at the moment are struggling to understand the older generation because times have changed. Technology has come in.
They've moved on. We're the ones sitting back and wondering, what is my child on to? TikTok has surpassed WhatsApp. The other one I call, I never call it Facebook, it's Bookface. Why are you on Bookface? Dad, it's Facebook.
Yes.
Me, I keep saying, I have a foot amongst the millennials.
Yeah.
I understand the traditionalists.
Okay.
There's a song in the 60s, by the way, and the 90s, 70s, where they're like, parents don't understand.
Yes.
Yeah, remember Prince?
Yes.
An army of sheep led by a lion will beat an army of lions led by a sheep. That's a pay. Yeah. So let's be very honest about this thing and really understand that you need to understand where you lie and where you fall. So it's very important for us to understand that leadership has to be definitive. You can't be laissez-faire. It has to be definitive. You have to be strong, just like a lion. You know, when a lion meets an elephant or a buffalo or whatever, the buffalo and all these animals run away. And yet, by the way, they are stronger than the lion. They are heavier than the lion. They are more intelligent than the lion. They are taller than the lion. They run away. The lion, because of its attitude, it sees lunch. That is a leader.
Mr. Tony Trapp, thank you very much for coming to the CEO bench. And I want to ask you, so if you were elected the President of the Republic of Uganda today, what would be your first State of Nation address? Now, as you look into the camera and close the show.
I think my first State of the Nation address would first of all to... I think I'll just close it down.
Pastor, we are almost exhausting our time. My name is Dennis, all the way in Australia. I stayed up waiting for this show. Eddie, really thank you for House of Talent for this. Where have we been that we can't get so much on our side as far as screen content is concerned? Thank you very much, Dennis. Now, I've been waiting for Pastor Semper from the moment you posted and said Pastor Semper was coming on the show. I like the question from Ediwato Chom. I am a student of Makerere. I went through Pastor Semper's hands from the prime time. I now live and work in Australia, married, living happily. And some of the principles that Pastor Semper is talking about on the show here, I have been through. I have lived with them. I actually think that I thank Pastor Semper. He is wild and crazy, but he has a very good side for us. I think that's why we're living. That's a compliment coming from Dennis right there. I have another one here from, please send your kiss and this is coming. We would like to hear from you. Eddie Okila, I'm in London. First of all, thank you for bringing Pastor Semper. Second of all, this show cannot end. We need a series on Pastor Semper alone going forward. So Pastor, let me ask you on change management, CEO Bench, will you come back? People want to know a series of them.
I'll be glad.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for recognizing me. You know, personally, when you are an African elder, we say that our elders are, that Africans, we don't have libraries.
Yes.
And that's the truth. We don't have libraries.
True, we don't even read.
Yeah. But our elders constitute our knowledge.
That's why we have an Elders Wisdom Circle right here.
So when you call me to come in and share and discuss, I'll be very glad. God spoke to me. I know you asked me why are you wearing that.
In fact, before we even go to the overall, I want you to hold it right there because there's a question here for you, Pastor. This one coming from Samuel Risbon Lugona. Is a Ugandan top, website designer here and creative mind. Lugona is saying the two guys in the studio are so happy about the topic. Thank you very much. And I see another one coming here. This is coming from Bedford Buyungo. Is one of Ugandans. It says, Eddie Okyila, we are on.
Wow. Bedford is my man. He's a great
It's a brilliant mind, a very brilliant mind, yes. And I'd like to give you a question from Ediwato Chom before as we hasten to the close of the show. It says, Pastor Martin Semba, while I appreciate the importance of family, I disagree with your proposal of establishing a cabinet-level ministry to handle family matters. I think that one of the biggest problems in Uganda is the illusion that politicians or politics should guide our lives. I think we need to focus more on families in capital. Ediwato Chom goes on to say parents, clans, and faith leaders should influence families, not those thriving politicians. Politics in Uganda and world over is largely a criminal enterprise. Let's keep politicians and politics out of our families, otherwise you're doing a good job. Now you respond to Ediwato Chom. This is a good lawyer for you to have a chat with, to have a mind with. He's a brilliant mind, and you can see what he's saying about the family just based on your point. He's saying that he doesn't agree with you that you need a ministry. Why do you need a ministry, Pastor?
We need both. I agree with him. I agree with him that.
And I want you to address Ediwato Chom direct there.
I agree with you. I agree with you that the family must be independent.
But first, take a cup of coffee. Please take a coffee sip, Pastor.
The family must be independent. And it should be like how United States of America, when the founding father says there must be a separation between church and state. And the reason was they never wanted the state to impinge on the freedom and the rights of the family, of the church. So, to me, if you want to know the heart of my philosophy, God has two institutions or three institutions in society. One is the family. Secondly, it's the church. Thirdly, it's the state or the kingdom. Now, these three should be given and recognized on their independence. And I fight very much that the state should never in any way take the powers of the family. The father, the mother, the children, and for example, the issue of private property. Private property is the domain of the state, of the family. And the state should at no time impinge on the ownership, with the claims of, eminent domain. Okay, as a lawyer, he would understand what's called eminent domain. When we deal with the issue of private...
The man you're addressing is a land right lawyer.
When we deal with the issues of private property, private property must be protected because it's handed from fathers to sons, fathers to daughters. And this is how wealth is created. Okyila, you will give the wealth that you've worked to your children, and at no time should the state ever come in to remove, whether by claims of eminent domain or whatever, taking your land without compensation or even without your consent. So I agree with him on that perspective. But there is also another perspective, because issues that are affecting the family, politics is the governance of people, society. And when we have an environment, when you have a rightful person who is creating the rightful policies, they will undo. Right now we have policies that are against the family. For example, this issue of gender. the issue of discussing. I have been working so hard on the issue of rape in marriage. There's the feminist cause of European agencies are working every day to create legislation to thwart, to frustrate the family. Right now, I saw on the news today that if a man attempts to have sex with his wife when she's sleeping, that should be constituting rape. And it can be a criminal thing. That's a discussion in the radio today, on the media today. That if a man slaps a woman on whether on the butt, that should constitute rape. Okay? If a husband has sex with his wife, which is uncomfortable, that should constitute criminal rape. Now you see, these are all in the European world. These are how European families and American families have been left to be suffocated. In Sweden, those who are in Sweden know that if you are living with a wife and the wife sends you a text message saying to you, please, today don't come home, I have got another man. If you dare to come home to your home, a house that you own,
to your own wife,
that is now constituting domestic violence, and she can take a case against you. Why is the fellow in the Honduras embassy in England, the Wikipedia founder?
Oh yes, Julian Assange.
Assange.
Yes.
Why is Assange locked up for 3 years or 4 years in over there in England? And why is he in a criminal? Because he had sex with 2 women who wanted to have sex with him. But on one time he ran out of condoms and he had sex with a woman without a condom. Now they say he raped them and therefore they want to keep him in jail. These are baseless laws that are being put into place. And we now, because our society as African, we're not very individualistic. We have not built communities in the defense of the family. We think very much the chief is going to help me. The member of parliament, you know, we have the Tusala government,
mentality and mindset.
So if
it's a sick mindset.
And so, but we need the harmonious choir. The elders must be in harmony with the politician of the family. The clan leaders, the kingdom leaders, they must be in harmonious. Like for me, if I had the support of the institution, I could do much more. I need to train people how to confront the lies of the emergent threats to the
changes
family.
Coming into our families.
Exactly. I can't keep running around without the support. Premarital marriage counseling. We need support for the marital counseling. How do we support the caregivers? When you begin to see, like the Archbishop, the former Archbishop, being brought down by a slave queen, then you realize that, you know, we don't have to always constantly...
Pastor, hold on right there, Pastor. Is it true?
No, she was. The man was brought down. At least he's honest, more honest than Bujingo. Bujingo, instead of changing and repenting, at least the former Archbishop, he said, guys, I'm gone. I was slain. I was slain. I was counseling the person I was counseling to help, then she slew me.
Why didn't have the Holy Spirit to save him?
This is the power of supervision. Even the lawyers, you know, they know the importance of law society. They know about the importance of law development center. You see, every respectful organization, we need support. So to me, I speak as an independent thinker, and Eddie, I like to keep that. Some people, I make the people in the government unhappy. I tell them about their failures, whether it's abductions, whether it is neglect, systemic neglect of the family, pornography. You know, since 2002, I've been protesting the red paper phenomenon that has grown to where it is. Every television is data content. Okay, a failure of UCC in setting up a content committee. There has been, in the law of UCC, there is supposed to have a content regulation committee. It's never been mainstream. So I tell the government, this is where you fail. Then even opposition, I tell them, whether it is Bobby Wine, I told him, look, Bobby Wine, you're very talented. Why do you use this song, Tuliyamba Lengule? Because you're politicizing a worship song. Because now, let me ask you, if you begin to sing that song in your church, and you, by implication, saying that we are part of opposition,
that is how the society will take it, but I wouldn't think it that way. I think it's a mindset, Pastor, then that is why you're on the bench, the CEO bench, that in my view, I think the song should not be just for political or for any reason. It's a song that glorifies God if it is in that context.
Let me be clear.
But the thing is, the truth is...
Now, I was at a funeral 2 weeks ago of my neighbor, Kalanzi.
Yes.
And I said to the people, for me, this song, Tuliyambale Ngule, is very important. Can we sing? And Kalanzi was an NRM fellow.
And they said no.
And you could see, no, I led them, but you could see as
if
they were doing something wrong.
But you see, Pastor,
and I don't like that.
But that's a change we're talking about here, Pastor. How do we manage change, mindset change as a leader you've come out?
You need independent thinkers.
Yes.
Because you see,
how do we develop independent thinkers?
Independent thinkers, you need to have those who stand out like me. At my level, I'm 54 years old now. We need to say, look, there are times when NRM is good, I must thank them and I must applaud them.
Yes.
There are times when they are wrong, I must condemn them.
Yes.
There are times when the opposition is good, I must challenge them. Even the kingdom, Buganda is also allergic to criticism. There are times when they are doing good things and there are times they are doing sorcery. I said, no, why do we have to associate tribal kingdoms with witchcraft? These are the same things that are doing human sacrifice. We must distinguish between the two of them. We need independent thinkers. So when I came out and I said, no, Tuliyambale Ngule, Bobby Wine, you are talented as a musician. You certainly have capacity to create and compose a new song. Please come up with another. Of course, people didn't like me, but that was 2019, January, February, March. I shared that. I was proved right. We do need independent thinkers. And up to today, I say that, you know what? Some of you are going to see my piece in coming up in New Vision and Monitor, where I say, you know what? I have 7 great reasons why we should have 7 years terms for members of parliament. And that's my thinking. And it's not, people say, Pastor, you're being paid. Nobody's paying me.
Actually, Pastor, let's get into that. Number one, why are you wearing this overall? You've been putting on this overall for some time now, and you change your overall, your way of dressing when you're going to preach.
I wear it. I didn't wear it today because I wasn't able to get to my office, because I have it at my office.
We understand that is because of the death of...
The reason because my CEO in heaven spoke to me. As a CEO of his agents on earth, I took time in January with my other leaders, my fellow pastors, the CEO, and said, what does God want us to do and how does he want us to do it? And we spent time in prayer and gathering together, say, God, we want to hear from you. What do you want us to do? How do you want us to do it? And one of the things that he spoke to me, he uses dreams and visions. One of the dreams he gave to me, he showed me when I was wearing nice clothes as I am, but on top I was wearing
an overall.
And then I was having a problem that one leg was naked, one was dressed. And I was fidgeting to wear the second leg. And it was clear to me that God wants me to be dressed and prepared for hard work. This is a season
for it.
We are beginning a decade. 2021 is a gateway for 10 years. We must dress ourselves for hard work, whether it's a clean content, whether it's family. So this is my mindset. It's a mindset of hard work. So when you see, it's not political. I must be fully involved. So you know what that has done? I show up on time. I'm giving extra time. My wife and I were together on this. I'm doing extra work on my prayer, my children, my studies, my academic work. I am believing God for greater things. I am working harder. You know, there are times when you are 54, you know, you begin to say, maybe I need to cut back. Oh, listen. No. We are just on the verge of our best. And if I should conclude with these remarks, the best years for the CEO is not when you are 30 to 40 or 40 to 50. In fact, the best years is when you are 70 to 80. Let me say that again. Most presidents of the United States, big countries, 70 years and above. Most CEOs are 70 years and above. You know, you look at Trump, you look at who is there now, 70. The greatest time you will have best influence is in your later years, not earlier years. What does that mean? Prepare to build yourself well. The second most fruitful time is 60 to 70. That is the next, after 70 to 80. Those 60 to 70, that's when most of the people know you. Most of your age groups are in higher positions. You don't need now to go for what they know your work has spoken before. You are trusted. And the third most fruitful time is 50 to 60. And then the fourth most fruitful time is 40 to 50. This doesn't mean you shouldn't achieve when you are 20 or 30, 40 years. But no, we should not expire. We should not give up ourselves and become the Kasangos of this world, where we have to get the money whichever way means necessary by creating the, and it's very sad. We see people who flame up, they burn up in flames. They burn up, and I say this not with grief in my heart, but we see high-placed lawyers who are using disingenuous means to make fast bucks, and then they burn up in flames. Their character is burned up, their political character is burned up, they are musicians who are one-hit wonders. No, I don't want to be a one-hit wonder. I want to be working industriously, so that even when I finish, now I'm 53, 54 years old, I want to finish this decade strong. Then I want to get the next decade 10 years strong. Same for you. That's why I wear my
overall. Now, Pastor, last question. We of course shut up because somebody is saying, Eddie Okyila, yo man, this show cannot be at 30 minutes or 40 minutes. I'm watching the show from Denmark. I really love it. I cannot be an else. My name is James from Denmark. I'm enjoying the show. Pastor Sempa really has amazing energy, and he gives a lot of energy when you watch him on television. Thank you very much for the show. Can we please have this continuing? Well, every good thing must come to an end. And of course, I want to bring Pastor straightforward. Pastor, you talk about 7. Change management is what we're talking about here. What's next for a leader? Leaders who are going out, the ministers are saying they want to come back, those who lost. Okay? How do we manage that? And they're saying we must create a space for them to be there. All right? This is change management. Did they think about their time in the 60s? Because some of these people you're talking about are in their 60s, are in their 70s, are in their 80s, and they're still saying they are not yet done. So what happened to a 24-year-old? How do they manage that? That's number one. Number two, Pastor, you are saying that to manage the change, we need to be prepared. And change management, the 5 steps of change management, I'll take you through it very quickly. I scribble something down here as a leadership coach. And one of them is number 1, on those 5 steps, if you're following, you must prepare the organization for change, or you must prepare your house for change. Are Ugandans prepared for the change that we're talking about? Is Africa prepared for the change that we're talking about? Is your organization prepared for change as you're talking about? Because now you are moving, you're beginning to put on an overall and leaving the other dressing of the CEOs that we know. Number 2 is, do we have our vision crafted well enough and planned for the change to happen?
Mission clarity.
Yes, mission clarity, you call it. And I want to know, on that, I want you to look at the strategic goals. Do we have it strategically? Do we have it?
Down.
The key performances of influence, do we have it? You've talked about the KPIs or some of those. And I wrote this down for you, Pastor. The project of change in our family, in self being somebody else, in family being somebody else, and going forward in the country. Did these people go through this process? Do you think, in your view, as a 54-year-old on the CEO bench? And I want you to look at this. What is the scope of the age limits and where we're supposed to end? Now, number 3, you talked about the change management. Step 5, I looked at the implementation. How do we implement the change that we're talking about? From the elder circles to the young circles and to all of the things. And I want to give you number 4. Is the change embedded in the company and culture of our nation? Do we have it? If we don't, how do we go about it? Pastor, you will then talk about the review of some of these old men who want to come back. How do we manage change? As a CEO, what would be your best advice to us? You are an emerging CEO at 54. Now kick the start.
What I'd say, I'll just, get to the chase. You really need those 5 steps that you shared. They're very good. But I will make it even easier.
Please.
I'll make it that you need 1 step. And everybody listening to me, this is the most important step. You need to hire the best advisor to your CEO, to your company.
Yes.
And the best advisor is called the Holy Spirit. I'm 54 years, and when I was young, I used to have, I get the Holy Spirit, Holy Spirit. Listen, when Mary was told that you're going to give birth to a child, and she says, how will this be, seeing I'm a virgin? And the angel says, the Holy Spirit will come over you. And the child that will be born of the Holy Spirit. Now listen, there's change that has to happen, but we don't know how.
Yeah.
And you may even get that 5-step thing and roll it up and throw it out the window. Because when you look at the change that sometimes is needed, it is not how the books speak. No. In a complex, and I'm not saying we should put that down. In a
this is me thinking out of things. Yes.
In a complicated society, in a complicated situation like Uganda, you want to do a business. You can't get capital. Okay? You have this, but you must do this. How to be able to do that? You're frustrated. Political environment is like this. You need to bring these issues to God in prayer. And you say, Holy Spirit, I am asking you to speak to me, to advise me, to help me navigate this issue on a day-to-day basis. Eddie, I cannot underemphasize this, because there are some people you will fire, not because you are told, but the Lord says to you, no, that person is the wrong person. It's going to drain your company. That one is going to burn up your company. Sometimes you say, no, the time has come. The mission duty of your administrator must end now. Before they steal your money, before they destroy your reputation. Sometimes you need the person who knows 20 years ahead and 200 years behind. If you have that person on your staff as the CEO and you're listening to them, listen, you will be able to know which way to go. And what it requires is a humble heart. It requires is investing into that. Last month, I lost one of my very close friends. It's called, he's a Musoga lawyer. James Mutoigo. James Mutoigo, we grew up together in Kampala Baptist Church. He's on that level. And he married a Canadian missionary who was here. They went and lived in Canada. And he asked to do work as a lawyer in Canada. And when he asked the Canadian law firms, they looked at his Makerere papers and his law development center, and they said no. From where? Uganda. And they said he knocked law firms, and they rejected him because he was looking for work. Now, one person gave him a chance, and they said, we have this case where we've been litigating. I think it is Aspirin or Tylenol or one of those companies.
Yes.
And he was saying, you try this case and see if you can go forward with it, because taking on a pharmaceutical company is a huge thing.
That's a big thing.
Huge thing. Yeah. So they gave it to him as when they give you something that has failed.
Yes.
James took that. And he told me how he succeeded on that case. He says, whenever I have a case, I put it down, I read through it, but I go away and I pray. I say, God, please speak to me. Give me understanding. Give me knowledge about this case. Give me a spirit of wisdom. And he says, I would take time to pray. I would come back, write notes, read, study the case, prepare the brief. He says, I prepared the brief. I gave it to my senior counsel. We went to case, court, we litigated, and we won. This giant pharmaceutical company. When they won the one case, and they asked who did the work, they said James Mutoigo
from Makerere University.
Every law firm in Canada wanted James Mutoigo. This is a true story.
Yes.
Now James, he's a brilliant mind. He was a brilliant mind. He just passed away last week. He had a debilitating disease, unfortunately. He passed away. But what a powerful brain. And I can never forget, even on his eulogy, when his wife was giving a eulogy, this is a brilliant mind. Brilliant mind. But what made him special, that even when they came here to Uganda to do some tour of duty of charity, because his wife she's a charity, the company in Canada told him, said, no, James, even if you go to Uganda, we want you to work online. Now this is way before online issues have come up. Because we cannot miss, we will send you our information via internet. We will pay for every necessary charge of internet phone call so that we don't lose you. We need you. What made James Mutoigo brilliant is the Holy Spirit. And I share that with you. All those of you who are working, whether it's a law firm, whether it's a family, mom, dad, you are a pastor, a CEO, company, you must depend on the Holy Spirit, because at some point, he may say to you, cut back. And everybody doesn't know why. And the next few months, COVID shows up.
Wow. Pastor, thank you very much for coming to the show. This has been the greatest moment of the show. This show is supposed to be 45 minutes. It's officially 2 hours because Pastor Sempa is here and because you've requested for it. Do you still need Pastor Sempa to come back? What's your one last word as you go?
I want my people who are out there, the time is now for me to gather my troops.
Yes.
So I would the system, I need the fund.
So you create the system so you can have the fund.
But I know there are people there who can help us in setting up the system. But I remain committed to the mission of reaching the university and discipling the nation. We are trying to figure out now at Makerere how to get it done. We are trying to buy a student center. We are looking for 200 million shillings to buy a ½ acre of land right outside the university. Put basketball, put soccer, put workout. So I really need my sons and daughters, those of you who are out there, to get in touch with me, to support me, whether you're in Australia, Canada, Kampala, Kamwenge, whatever it is. And may God bless you, may God prosper you, may God strengthen you. And if you have any issue, personal business that you'd want to get in touch with, please, I'll be very happy to answer you. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Pastor Sempa, right there for coming into the show today. This is the CEO Bench, and we have come to the end of the show with everyone out there. And thank you very much, Pastor, for coming. Thank you very much for being part of the show today. And to all of you out there who have been part of the show all across the world, we would like to say thank you very much. Until next week on Friday, keep it the CEO Bench, where we talk change management and leadership at every level. What's next for a leader? See you next. This is the CEO Bench. My name is Eddie Okila, Pastor Sempa. Until next time.
Now I'm going to talk to my people.
Yes.
Because I like what, as we are saying, vive la France, vive la francophonie. So, le leadership, c'est quoi? Le leadership, ce n'est pas le fait d'intimider les gens ou bien de dominer les gens, non. Le leadership, c'est le fait d'aider les gens à suivre le bon chemin. Parce qu'il y a des gens qui sont là, ils ne savent même pas par quel chemin emprunter. Il y a des gens qui ont même étudié, mais ils ne savent pas quel business ils doivent faire. Maintenant, l'idée, quand tu rencontres une personne pareille, tu vas l'orienter. Non, tu peux faire mieux que ce que tu fais. Non, la peur que tu as là ne va pas te tuer. Tu peux aller au-delà de la peur. Et l'idée, c'est comme j'avais donné l'exemple, allow me to go a little bit deeper. J'avais donné l'exemple ici en français, en anglais, pardon. La vidéo que j'avais vue à propos des chiens, il y avait un groupe de chiens au niveau du Canada et il n'y avait pas de l'eau. Pourquoi? Parce qu'il y avait la neige, il n'y avait pas la place pour que tout le monde puisse boire de l'eau. Mais il y avait seulement une petite place pour le boss que je vais appeler. Et il ne voulait pas que les autres puissent venir boire de l'eau, comme il était boss. Il intimidait les gens. Mais il y avait un petit garçon, un petit chien qui était là à côté. Il a eu l'idée de briser la glace là où il y avait pas, parce que l'eau était en dessous et il n'y avait pas moyen de boire. Mais le petit chien a brisé et tout le monde a vu ce qu'il faisait. Ils sont venus, ils ont commencé à briser et tous ont profité avec l'eau potable. Et le boss était laissé comme un vaurien. Personne ne le faisait encore confiance parce qu'il n'était pas là pour les aider. Il était là pour le faire peur, les intimider. Mais l'idée, c'est quelqu'un qui est là pour aider quelqu'un à avancer jusqu'à son destin, à sa vision. Parce que nous avons tous nos visions, mais c'est la peur des fois qui nous arrête. Merci mon ami.
Let me take this opportunity. Yeah. I know everybody is watching me. My fellow Ugandans, my fellow youth, my fellow brothers and sisters, please, everything is possible. You can never regret before you die. I know people, they have degrees, masters and what, but they are looking for something to do. They are waiting for their applying for job opportunities, but you can create your own project. You can create it. You understand? Yeah. You can do something, because for me, I came from the foot of the mountain. You understand? Everything is possible. So, however much you have a degree, you have what? You will be keeping on looking for job, no jobs. But you can start with something small. Think what you can do. Everything you can do. You can start with something small. You have seen the way how for me I started. I think you saw the car park, the small park, yeah, which I started with. Now check. Right now Uganda is proud of that park. But I thought that park was mine at the beginning. I thought, man, I've made this park. But the day when I realized it, that is the time when the community came together and said, from the community, that park is no longer for the community. At the beginning, it was mine. It jumped off from me. It went to the community. It jumped away from the community. It went for Nakawa. It jumped from Nakawa. So now it's for the whole Uganda. Yes. You understand? Yeah. But remember where I started from. Yeah. That's why I say, my fellow Ugandans, my fellow brothers and sisters, sit, think what you can do. It can expand at any time.
To be an engineer. When I joined my Form 5, my dad asked for a PCB math. Back then we used to do a long combination. And I changed the combination because I didn't want to do biology. I didn't want to do the biology. I wasn't interested in medicine. Yeah. But he talked to me. He didn't punish me. Later on, I changed back to the course. And then there I was, went to campus, went for a medical course, and I'm out here. Okay. Yes.
And doctor, before we get into our second part, which is the management of change and development within self, which is what I'm basically taking you through, either in a business or a similar organization and at the nation level.
Right.
You trained as a medical doctor, and we see you now transiting to another area which is very interesting that we have not seen many people in Uganda. That's managing change.
Okay.
What would you describe change management in your understanding as is to many of our viewers?
How would I describe change management?
Yes.
Well, I would initially say, I talk something about change. Change is something inevitable and irreversible. Once change comes, you have to move. It either changes you or you change with a change.
Yes. What is that one thing that you want to leave us with on this program that we will remember you for and we can start practicing based on the leadership change management and transformation we've talked about, but also from the, your experience as a CEO, employing over 60 people, and as well as teaching millions of people at the university?
I think, Eddie, I'm not going to spend a lot of time.
Yes.
I want to say that there's a saying that a single raindrop never thinks that it is responsible for the flood that we see in the valley. Okay. I want to encourage people that we all matter. We all have a responsibility to improve the quality of life we have as Ugandans, especially, but also as Africans. And that greed, corruption, praising illegitimacy will end up actually punishing. We end up punishing ourselves. We end up killing ourselves. We end up squandering the opportunities of the people that will come in future. We need to know that just like a single drop of rain contributes to the flood, we need to have a mindset that is going to be focused on contributing to a flood of positive transformation of our society. Start by appreciating that you need to change your values, be honest, work hard, don't cheat, don't take shortcuts, because when you do, if now somebody entered here and gave you $1 million, it confuses you and it gets you disorganized. But if you've earned it, then your internal environment prepares for it, and then you find you in a comfortable space. So as Ugandans and Africans, we need to choose to work hard, avoid shortcuts, take an organic path. It gets us there.
It's a CEO bench, so usually people want to assume that all CEOs are over-learned and stuff like that. So I will change the script this time around. I consider myself a certified hustler.
If I'm looking to know who you are you Ugandan? If yes, what are the values that define you as Ugandan?
That's the easiest question, I think, to answer. I am a typical Lao man from Erute North, in a place called Ogur, and where I will be laid to rest is in a village called Agweng. So if you go there and you just say Otoa Tony, they won't really know me because my father is also Otoa Tony. You have to ask for Junior, and when you're asking, you have to ask with an accent. Junior Tikwene, where is Junior? And they will identify me. But I'm typically Ugandan, only Ugandan, from Lira. I pride myself from being from Lira. Earlier on, I was joking and saying I'm the coolest Lago south of Karuma. When you cross Karuma, there are so many. But when you're down the south after Karuma, I think I'm number one.
Wow. Well, now that you know Tony Otoa is Ugandan, and of course, what are the values that define you as a Ugandan?
I think it's the love for country, love for nation. You know, truth be told, the country is in a lot of, it's a crisis. Leadership crisis, economic crisis, social crisis. There's so many mismatching areas. But at the end of the day, it's home. You know, you cannot run and abandon your home because of the issues in your home. I think that then creates an opportunity for you to do something to change what's happening and what you see as a crisis. So in terms of what I see as a value, what I take out of that for me, I think is just the love for country, the need to serve country the best way I can. And I mean, I can't say I can change everything, but the little I can do to create a difference, I think is more meaningful.
Wow. Yeah. Mr. Tony Otoa, growing up, what did you want to be in life? And what was the journey like for Mr. Otoa?
Yeah, you know, my father is crazy. My father would call us and she would show me the compass. The idea was supposed to be a pilot. You know, the planes would fly over our house and my father would be like, yeah, you're going to be a pilot. Yeah. But of course, as you grow, you realize that you have so many things that really define you. I was never a sportsman. So I enjoyed a lot of debate and, you know, a lot of indoor activities. And that is, I think, what really drove me into some of the things that I do up to today. Public speaking, the love for debates and really a lot of intellectual discourse and all this stuff. But besides that, I think it's also the fact that I won't lie. I didn't know what I wanted to be.
Every time you wake up in the morning, you want to find some inspiration. And there is life that you need to know what to do, when to do it, how to do it, and you know who to lead you to where you want to go. And of course, on the CEO Bench, we try to bring you those people who are doing it, those people who are going places, those who have started from somewhere and are somewhere and are going somewhere. The CEO Bench this week focuses on a lady who started a journey all the way from Naguru. In fact, the journey starts from the western part, the West Nile part of Uganda, straight to Naguru, and from Naguru to Entebbe, and now to the rest of the world, turning the wasted materials into something that you can carry and go with. What a story and what a journey. My guest this morning on the CEO Bench is the one and only Faith Aweko. Welcome to the show, Faith.
Thank you so much.
How are you today?
I'm very fine.
Good. So somebody sent me a comment and says, I want to see that lady on the show. On Facebook, she looks so aggressive and she looks too serious and she's so loud. I want to see, is she big? Is she small? Is she, you know, is she masculine? Is she feminist? But you're here. Welcome to the show.
Thank you.
And we want to dive straight to the show today, Faith. You're on the CEO Bench. The CEO Bench exists to give a platform and a space for people to express themselves. We're looking at people who are doing something, people who are on a leadership journey, people who have done it, people who are either going to the top or already on the top and coming down, you know. And we want to share that story with as many people as possible to give them inspiration. We want them to be inspired, you know, encourage and transform. And that's the journey of leadership, change management, and transformation. So on the show today, you have been overwhelmingly nominated to come onto the show. We are not going to talk much about the health and fitness, although we'll get there. Some people said you need to bring that lady onto the show, and others says no, we want to know the story of how she's able to turn around her life to where we are right now. So the first question, we need to get to know you, Faith. Who is Faith Aweko?
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Faith Aweko. I am the founder and CEO of Reform Africa, a social business here in Uganda that upcycles plastic polythene waste bags, known as the Kaveras, into sustainable, durable, and waterproof bags and accessories. So we utilize plastic waste as a resource to come up with the different patterns and different designs of the bags.
Wow. And Faith, are you Ugandan?
Of course, yes. So I'm Analur by tribe from Nebi, that's West Nile.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
And if yes, what are the values that define you as a Ugandan?
I think being born in Uganda, that is what makes me a Ugandan.
Okay.
Yes.
And what about the values that define you as a Ugandan? Do you have values? What are the values that define you as a Ugandan?
I think looking at how we are as Ugandans, we are more of like friendly people. I would say that, because if we receive tourists who come to Uganda, most of them say Uganda is one of the lovely country, because straight from the airport, people are already saying hi to you. So that also defines me as a person. I'm also very friendly with people. Yes.
Okay. Faith, I want to take a moment to just take us through your life. You know, the journey of Faith Aweko from Nebi to Kampala. Nebi is found, for some of you who are watching the CEO Bench from all across the world, it's you know, the West Nile part of Uganda, found in the western part of Uganda. It's about 400 kilometers from the capital city of Kampala, not so, towards Arua, and going straight to the border of South Sudan, and then, you know, you exit and go to many places. And that's where Faith comes from. So, yes. The journey of Faith Aweko from Nebi, crossing that Nile, eating the fish, you know, coming to Kampala and to Naguru.
Okay.
Let's have the chat here and we'll talk about it. Yes.
So I wasn't actually born in Nebi. Yes. Very unfortunate.
Yeah.
I was born in Naguru, Kampala. So usually, most times, like from primary 1, 2, 3 up to 7, we used to go to the village almost like every December. So I was born in Naguru Go Down, one of the really highly polluted areas in Uganda. But growing up, I grew up in an extended family. My parents loved a lot to have relatives at home, so we grew up a big family. So I grew up from Naguru Go Down, went to Naguru Katali Primary School, then moved on to City High for my senior 1 and senior 2. My dad values a lot of education, and he tries so much for us to, he tried a lot for us to really have a decent and good education. So he pushed us to go to Chambogo College. So yeah, so I went to Chambogo College from my senior 3 to senior 5, then joined Chambogo University.
Okay, so it is okay for us to say this is the bad girl from Naguru. You know, we have a bad man from Kamuta. So you are the bad girl from Naguru, so to speak. All right, and let's talk about your life in Naguru. Naguru is a suburb of Kampala, and you know, it's a contrast of the epitome of class within the city of Kampala, in that hill. And when you come down to where you say you grew up from, it's a different contrast altogether. It means that the rich people who live on the top of the hill can release whatever waste they release from up there and ends up down here. And let's talk about the experience of growing up in that area and, you know, staying in an extended family as a young girl. How was that going for you? How was it generally?
So as a kid, you don't really get to think much because you know, you just have food, you have families, you have friends, and you have the community. So there is really not much that you think of. So growing up, I also realized that there's a lot of flooding in the areas that I think it was around senior P5, P6 there, when really every time it would rain, we would spend time in the nights draining water out of our houses because of the flooding. And also, if it's like morning, going to school was hard. So I thought, okay, maybe it's because we are staying in the slum. That was now in P7. But when I was in senior 4, I realized, you know, this is because of the actually poor waste management in the area. Because my home and the neighborhood, when it rains, is when we think of disposing of waste. But also in Uganda generally, organic and inorganic waste is mixed together. Yeah. And most times the organic waste is heavier, so it is even hard because KCCA could tell people to bring waste at the marketplaces. Yeah. So carrying all that waste was hard. So every home keeps the waste at the backyard, and then when it rains, you know, the kids run and pour it in the trenches. Yeah. So that was also something fun to do as a kid. Yeah. Because it's raining, and that is what most people think of, you know. Go and pick rubbish. genda yole kasasiro omusuleyo mu mwala. That is what people say. So
which basically mean go and pick the kasasiro and throw it so that rain can wash it away. Typical.
Yes. That was what we thought. But also aside from that, I was an active kid. From as a young kid, I really loved a lot of sports, and I also loved art, design. But when I joined secondary, it was a challenge. Like I said, my dad values education, so he only wanted us to concentrate on school. You know, school, there's nothing like taking part in MDD or in sports, because he thought that was taking away your time for reading books. But regardless, I would participate. I have a number of certificates that I would win. But during holidays, that means I would not take part in activities. So I only had to wait until school is there. Yes, so when I was in my senior 3, when we were choosing subjects to do, I still chose art. And yeah, so I chose art, and I passed highly with a distinction in my UNEB. But senior 5, I opted for mathematics, economics, geography, and art.
So you went back where your dad wanted you to be?
No. So when he realized I was doing art, he's like, no, there's no way I'm going to pay
the school fees.
Yes, if you're doing art, like art has no weight. So he told me to change. Wow. So I had to change to entrepreneurship. So I did MEG, and I'm like, okay, maybe at university I'll do art. So I realized at the university you have to have done art in your A level to pursue art. So I went in for statistics.
Wow.
So I did statistics until my 3rd year, and then I went, so during 3rd year, we had to go for internship. But also to take you back, during my senior 6 holidays, me and my sister decided maybe we would start doing jewelry and some fashion, because it's something that I wanted. So I began recycling jewelry from anything that I really find around. So I made necklaces, earrings. I used to go to Owino, buy t-shirts, jumpers, punch them with chitenji like that and sell. So when I joined the university, I was doing it alongside
the
school. So I got my internship in Gulu at the local government. So that is when things really changed. I felt like I had moved away from something that I really passionately loved, because there I was just working. While doing data entry. And then, you know, I think it was just 2 or 3 weeks. I just told my sister, I don't think I am going to continue with this. I don't think I am going to continue with the internship, or I don't think this is something that I really want to do. She's like, wow, that is tough. So, yes, so...
And I just want to break that, you know, just interject a bit. So when that was going on, what was the relationship like between you and your dad? Because it is evident that your father wanted you to be something else and you wanted to be something else, so there's a conflict in there. Were you talking, were you resolving these things? You know, what was going on?
No. So my dad also is not a kind of person that, you know, you can get to sit. We grew up fearing him a lot. So most times he would do... You would know, for as long as you're in school, or for as long as you're going to church, for as long as you're at home, you know, he's good. He's also naturally a quiet person. You find him at home reading the Bible, you know, he doesn't want noise. So if there's any slight noise, you're dead. So most times there was that distance. There was that distance. So when I was, so when I told my elder sister that I'm going to drop out, she's like, you're dead. So so I come back at home, and I tell them I'm done with my internship. They're like, wow, that was quick. So my supervisor came, and it's done. I didn't tell him that I dropped out, and I'm also not going to continue with the remaining semester. So so after that I continued doing my jewelry business, knowing that in my head I'm not going to graduate anyways. So so towards, I think, 2 months to the graduation, I called my sister. You know, I'm staying at home with my dad, but I called my sister who is in Gulu. You know what? You tell dad, I am not going to graduate. So so he's aware. So she tells him. So ask her, did you tell him?
Yeah.
Then she says yes. I told her, but he's not saying anything to me at all. Yeah. She's like, okay.
He's quiet. And you're not yet dead, meanwhile, eh?
No.
You're not yet dead.
Not yet. So every day I was anxious,
Yeah.
you know,
Waiting.
maybe he's going to slap him, maybe he's going to do anything.
Yes.
But I tried so much to avoid him.
Yeah.
If I'm like moving out, or if I hear he's moving out, you know, I get back to the bedroom, wait for him to move out. Then I also do the same. But having dinner like together as a family, he didn't say anything. So one day he wakes up furious and he's like, you know, I'm a disappointment. I dropped out of the university and look at what I'm doing and all those things. It's useless things. So so he told me I need to, you know,
Move out.
no, I need to either go back to the university and finish school, but him telling me to go back to the university and finish school, he told my sister to tell me so, because also me at home, I'm also a quiet person. Yeah. So my sister told me, he said you should go back to school. So I told her, that is not possible. That is not something that I really want to do. So yeah, so we kept on having that conversation. He calls my sister calls me, you know.
But
like
you're
that.
home and with
yes,
him, yes.
I'm home with him. Because I call her.
Yes, yeah.
Okay, that is still the same now. You know, sometimes I call my sister, it's like call Faith, and then I call him instead. So these days I don't call my sister, but I call him instead. And so after that, so when it was a challenge, he said he didn't want to be with school dropouts. Yeah. So I should leave. So
how old were you at that point?
How old was I?
Yeah.
Do I remember the age?
Third year must be about.
But that was in 2016.
Yeah.
It was in 2016. I think I was 21.
Yeah, it must be about 21, 22 because you're about getting out of school, university.
Yes. So I move out. I continue with what I'm doing with the jewelry and recycling, and it was working out well. And then a friend sent me a message and said maybe I should learn more knowledge about entrepreneurship, so I can push my business to a bigger business. So yeah, so that's how in 2017, sorry, I joined the Social Innovation Academy.
And that's how the story of
this
entire Transform Africa started. Faith, I want you to hold it right there. We're going to take a coffee break. This is the CEO Bench. We're talking to the newest CEO, voted, even with the vote from the International Monetary Fund, IMF, somebody sent 2 nominations from there. We don't know why. And many people on Facebook. So if you voted Faith Aweko, we want to hear from you. What are the comments, kisses and disses? Is she doing a good job? You wanted to know the story. The CEO Bench exists to bring you this kind of stories so that you can learn a thing or two about the person and also how you can change your life going forward. We're going to go for a break, and when we come back, the interview with Faith Aweko will continue after this break.
My name is Dr. Jinpo Olowo. Thank you for watching House of Talent Television. I love to inspire people. I love to talk about my experiences and how God has been able to use me in the different exposures. And through the leadership, through change management and transformation, I've been able to do a couple of things in my life. Now, are you a kind of person who is tired of your status quo? Do you want your situation to change? Are you tired of what is going on in your life? You know, change is a fact of life. We've all been through experiences in the last couple of months that have taken us to a place where we need to do something about our lives. We need to change whatever is going on. So if you have not piled up investment for yourself, you need to do that. If you've not done businesses to hold your family in future, you need to do that. Are you thinking of full-time employment? You need to be thinking about your life after employment or your business in the next couple of years. So if you want us to chat, if you want us to talk about this, please get in touch with us. at SEAL Uganda on number 0772443085, or check our website www.sealuganda.com, or on all the social media handles. You can hook me up on Facebook, that is Jinpo Olowo, on Instagram, Jinpo Olowo, and on Twitter and LinkedIn. Then we can chat a way forward with you. We can help you, we can coach you, we can walk with you this journey of financial freedom. Thank you.
Welcome back from the break. This is the CEO Bench. My name is Eddie Okila, and my guest this morning in the studio is Faith Aweko, who is the founder and the CEO of Transform Africa?
Reform Africa.
Reform Africa. Reform Africa. And Faith, let's pick it up from where we were. You were telling us about the personal journey of growing up in the Kampala suburb and the foray into, Reform Africa. Mm. So you have communicated to your father, and the communication bit and the dynamics are very interesting of how you guys were communicating to your sister, to this and that. So let me ask you a question. That's pretty much about your growing up. And but I want to know from you, Faith, growing up, what did you ever want to be in life? I'll take you back a little bit.
Okay.
As a child. Yeah.
So growing up, I've always wanted to be a fashion designer. Yes. And
are you one now?
Yes.
So let's talk about what excites you as Faith Aweko into this journey where you are right now.
Okay, so what excites me is actually the moment I began doing social entrepreneurship, because that is something that I did not know about, is the moment I realized fulfillment in life, because knowing that the livelihood mostly of the people you work with, because we work with women in the communities who collect plastics, who sort, wash, and also we work with marginalized youths who we employ as tailors. So knowing that the livelihood of them depends entirely on you or on Reform Africa, that is where, that is what really gives me fulfillment.
Yes. And Faith, talking of that, while we're still in the personal questions of it, by the way, I just want to ask you a question about 2021. What is the best thing so far that's happened to you in 2021?
So in 2021, there are two things that happened to me. Focusing more on knowing myself, personal growth, and also really focusing on my fitness journey. I began it late last year, but this year, in January, I set up my fitness goals and realized I have to read a lot about fitness to better my knowledge, so I'm able to really transform into the person that I want to be. Okay.
And that said, most important thing that the people who nominated you would want to know is, before I take you to the leadership journey, is the story of where you ended up joining the social entrepreneurship class and stuff like that, and not going back to university. If you pick it up from there, what was the experience like when your father finally said, okay, I think I need to give up on this one? and then you ended up doing this other course where you went for. What was the experience like, and what did your father say to you?
So when I joined the Social Innovation Academy, I actually did not tell anyone except my siblings. I told them about what I'm doing currently with recycling and how I've moved away from just making jewelry to now recycling plastic polythene. So they did not understand until I sent them samples, and they were excited. So after a while, I thought probably I would go home and show my dad what I do. But it wasn't a positive experience from him, because he really still, you know, even after that, he told my sister, do you think she still has a chance to go back to school? Like, yes. So I thought maybe I disappointed him, but by then also I was still starting up the company. But I had hopes that it will be great. So I remember the first flight I took to represent from Africa. I did not tell them because I thought anyway, you know, but my stepmom was very furious. You know, she was angry. She's like, how would you not tell us?
So that we can come to the airport and
how would you not tell us?
To the airport to see you go, because
how would you not tell us? So I told her I thought probably you guys were not happy with what I do. And then she told me, you know, I'll always support you in any way. So there was also a time that my dad came to actually see what we do. Yes, he came with my sister and he was very impressed. And also when they get to see me on TV, on the newspaper, you know, they're the first people who call me that we saw you on the newspaper. Or if I tell them the show is on TV, they keep calling me, what time is it again? We cannot see it, what time is it? So that really says that they are getting to understand what I do, but with also being able to help them financially, because at first my dad thought, you know, this is just a small business that you would not be able to earn enough income, a living. So being able to see that I am sustaining myself, and I'm also able to sustain them as a family. So yeah, but still in his head, he still wants me to have a formal kind of education. Yes.
Wow. So let me just take you back, Faith. I think this is a very interesting, moment we're having on the CEO Bench today. And of course, I want to talk to all of you guys who are watching the CEO Bench from all across the world. I think this is a very fascinating story, personal journey so far being told by the person walking the journey, Faith Aweko, who is the founder and the CEO of Reform Africa, a recycling bags from the waste materials, things we throw away. And I think, let me tell you, Faith will be given an award for helping Kampala, because we really have quite a number of those in the city of Kampala. So we want to hear from you. If you have a comment, drop it up there, and we'll definitely be able to read it. And Faith, I'm very much interested in taking you back before we go into the leadership part of the show. Your dad told you to, get out of the home, and you go. So, how were you able to move out, and how long were you out of home without talking? We hear this story a lot from different people, and sometimes we don't understand how to go about it, and the reconciliation part of it, which we're definitely going to go into, the leadership, change management and transformation, and how you're able to lead yourself out of that, and the things that happen. But I want to know specifically, and of course to all our viewers all across the world, somebody could be going through the same thing and they don't know how to go about it. And perhaps their self-esteem is being put down very much, because the world says you must have a formal education, you don't have a formal education, but formal education often tends to kill creativity. And when a creative person is boxed, like in your case, you are able to get out, but there are people who are not able to get out of that situation. So I want to know this experience, that managing the relationship between your father, going out home, what were you doing, where did you get the money, what happened?
So it wasn't actually an easy experience. Because my dad is also a kind of person who tells you, I need you to leave home abruptly. There's no plan, and he can give you either a week or even a few days to just leave. Wow. So I realized once you also immerse in the pain, you would be miserable. So I realized that is something that has happened, so I have to move on. I had a few savings, but my siblings, my elder sister was there for me because I didn't have anything. So she sent me saucepans, she sent me a mattress, She sent me a blanket. She sent me almost everything I needed to start. And then she also gave me some money. And my brothers also did the same. And I also had my savings. So once I was able to pay for 3 months rent, so from day one, I started to work hard to really be able to, if it's like the 4th month, I have already the money for the rent.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's not very easy for girls, and I'm sure there's a girl outside there. I mean, such situations are usually for boys. We're good. We can go out, we can bustle thing up, and do whatever we want to do. Boys are usually, but for girls, they're not quite a very easy journey.
Yeah.
So if you would just dive into it, as a girl, how did that make you feel?
So I had, I was renting next to my friend, so I had friends around who I would talk to, who would be there for me. But also I just realized, you know, I have to focus my life, I have to focus on business. So I was very, I think that is also how my Facebook grew, because I tried as much as possible to sell things on, because I was only selling actually on Facebook, to sell my products on Facebook. So being busy also kept me going to not really get to think a lot. But I'd also kind of like, after my sister sent me things, I also kind of cut off, you know, family and communication. So I just, yes, because most times my sister's like, are you fine? Do you have money? So that was making me miserable most of the time. So I just cut communication and I just focus on working, because that is what kept me going.
Wow. Well, you're hearing the story coming from Faith Aweko right there, the story of personal resilience, if we would say it, and you know, persistence and consistency in the process to be able to build, you know, reform Africa. We're going to take another break, and when we come back, Faith and I are going to dive straight into leadership. Leadership is what everyone needs to go. And before you know it, if you don't have leadership, you're dead. If you have leadership, you succeed. We want to know from there whether Faith was being a leader, self-leadership, what are the tricks and intricate, you know, stuff like that that she was able to go through to get her to where she is, and to get her to where she had to, you know, sort of like move out from that situation going forward. And this is what the CEO Bench is here for. Stay right there. We'll be right back after the break.
There's a lot that is involved in the civil society organizations. There's leadership in itself, there's management of processes, there's management of the human resource, there's fundraising, there's, you know, research. It's a lot that needs to be done. And many times there is a feeling that that is too much for a woman, because she has other traditional roles that she needs to do as at home. So many times as people are looking for leaders in civil society organizations, the priority is usually given to men, because of our society that feels that men have the time, men have the capacity, men have the ability to lead, to take this organization to greater heights. And women, there will be a problem. They will have to go to maternity leave. They have issues. They are too emotional. They have not done the courses that are good enough for leaders. They don't have time to, you know, to go for extra, you know, learning, or to go for work outside Kampala, because they have to tend to their children. So there's too much that society has tied around a woman. And it's true, we have these traditional roles that we have to do, but does not in any way mean that women cannot lead in these spaces.
Welcome back. This is the CEO Bench. My name is Eddie Okello. In the studio is Faith Aweko, a lady who sprang out of Naguru to the rest of the world, recycling, waste, solid waste, not solid waste, plastic waste, and what we called Kavera in Uganda, and making very beautiful stuff out of it, and selling us for use to make our livelihood really better. Faith, welcome back to the show.
Thank you.
Let's go straight to the leadership journey. Leadership requires that the person is aware of who they are. And self-leadership is key to come out from the situation where you are, where you're trying to say, Dad, I want to do this, and Dad is saying, no, daughter, I want to do this, and there's a crossroad. And we want to know from that point of view. Of course, self-leadership, we can see it, that you are doing a great thing by leading yourself, and you're pointing yourself and giving yourself meaning. I want to ask you a very simple question here on leadership. On the leadership, what is your understanding of leadership and the definition of leadership by Faith Aweko?
Okay, so leadership to me is being able to lead a group of people from one place to another, mostly like for me to make sure people are better versions of themselves from the time that I've met them and throughout the time that they are with me until the time that they are out of my reach.
Okay. On that note, Faith, who is a leader to you? Are you one? And if yes, what type of leader are you, given your journey? So
I am a leader because I lead a group of about 20 people. I'm one of like a coach kind of leader because I try as much as possible to see that people learn their potentials and they be the best versions of themselves, because sometimes we get women who you see potential in them, or also women who come like they really want to work as tailors, but then you realize they would actually be better in this kind of field, or in fusing the plastics. Yeah. Also, we find people who have no skill at all, but they come, hey, I want to wash plastics, but you tell them it will actually be better if you come and learn this kind of skill. And from there and then, we find that most people who are fusing our plastic bags also learn to tailor, and then now they are supervising other women. So that is the kind of leadership that that I portray, so that people can move from from the level they are to become better and better in what they do, or even get to do more. Okay, so as a leadership coach, by definition, you are actually a transformative leader. A transformative leader is one who, sees what it shall be like and works up to what is that needs to be done to get there. But also, transformative leadership approach focuses first on the human being as a person, which we can see in you, and then with the view of turning followers into leaders, and of course impacting their lives and making sure that they actually have something meaningful. So that's very good. So you're a transformative leader by nature, from what we see. That's a good one. So Faith, on that note, what is your understanding of leadership at the personal level, and of course at the family level, given the situation you've gone through with your dad and your family, at the society level, and of course as a corporation? Now you're building a corporation, you're building an organization that is reaching out to many people. It's already 20 people you're employing, meaning that those 20 people have got people who depend on them. So when we multiply the 20 people individually, the chain are reaching far more people than the 20 that you have at the moment. But we want to understand from you, what is your understanding of leadership? Personal leadership, self-leadership, family leadership, society leadership, and of course, the organization. Okay, so for me, it's thinking now less of yourself and thinking more of others, to grow them, but also know that the decisions that we make don't only affect me as a person, but they're going to affect the organization as a whole. And also putting in accountability for every action that we make. It's going to affect me, yes, but it's also going to affect generally the company, like for example, Reform Africa. So if there is any decision that I'm making, it doesn't have to be based on individual interests, but it has to be made based on my co-founders, based on our workers, based on their children. Like for example, if you are going to lay off some workers because of COVID, you know, do we just think of laying off the workers, or do we also think of their families, or their children who have been dependent, you know, on their mother, like for the financial support in the family? Yes.
Wow. Well, we want to know from you, Faith, and of course not just you, Faith, but also everyone who is online. I mean, you've heard Faith Aweko. I mean, that last part of the leadership question actually just blows somebody up. And there are 5 different types of leadership approaches that we have in the world. And I want you to vote for Faith Aweko right now and tell us which one is she using best and why, given the explanation on this part of the leadership approach and the leadership question. 1, there's what we called, you know, autocratic leadership approach. Is she an autocratic leadership approach? Do we understand what autocratic leadership approach is? And number 2 would be a transactional leader or a transactional leadership approach. Okay? Is Faith Aweko a transactional leadership approach? Is she, you know, a autocratic? And number 3 would be a democratic leader or leadership approach. Is she democratic? Is she applying the same approach to her leadership skills? And number 4 would be what we call a charismatic leader. Charismatic leader. Is she a charismatic leader? And if yes, does she use the, you know, the charismatic leadership approach in her day-to-day running of the business or leading herself? And number 5 would be transformative leadership approach. Is she a transformative leadership approach? Is that your view of her? We want to know from you. Please write us the comment down there, and of course make sure that we'll get back to you. I want to also inform all of you that the CEO Bench is doing a very special thing for the first time to Faith Aweko. That this particular interview is actually streaming on our own pages. 1, on our Facebook page. She's live on our Facebook page, courtesy of House of Talent, and of course streaming on the Reform Africa page. So please go there, share far and wide, and support the girl child, as we always say it. I know all the the women, all the people who support the women, the girls' rights are going to come and, you know, and say, you saw what they're doing when Kadaga was standing. Yes. So, but Faith, let's go back to the change management as part of our show. I'll ask you a question before we take another coffee break, just to go through this. So the CEO Bench is about leadership, change management, and transformation. Now, you had a journey before getting to where you are right now, and that journey requires you to go through as a child, you know, go through school, understanding yourself. Like you said, when we were young, there was mwala, you know, how do you call it? That's what they call it. That waste stuff in the trenches everywhere, water would flood, come, you'll clean. As a child, you didn't understand. But when you reach a certain point, you began to understand what it was. Now, senior 4, you said, I started to see that actually there's a problem here. We're just not being organized. KCCA say, we take this, for us, we wait for it when the rain comes. And then later on, when you get to university, says, you know what? I'm certainly not going to do statistics and finish. Whoever want to drop out of a statistics class? You could have been at the statistics house. You could have been a minister of finance. Your father had big dreams of seeing you as a minister in the government of Uganda, or working for you and working for. Now it makes sense when somebody from IMF votes you to come on the CEO Bench to hear your story. Because I was trying to make waste management and IMF, this money and this, it doesn't make sense. So perhaps it does begin to make sense. But so we're going to go into that change management. What is your understanding of change management?
So change is moving away from the position that you are right now to something else, like maybe also shifting from one place to another, or yeah. So change is something broad, but moving from where you are right now into a better position.
Wow, that's your understanding of change. Okay, I want to just say this, Faith. If that is your understanding of change, how were you able to communicate the change that happened in your life, both from your, you know, sister before you decided that you're going to turn around your life? Did you think through the process? What were your strategies to communicate that, you know, guys, I'm stopping here, I'm not going to continue with this? Because there's also another person who is going through the same thing, who doesn't know how to go about it, and they want to learn from you. Number two, we want you to tell us, how were you able to manage that change between you and your father and your mother and your siblings? That's managing change. That's not a very simple change. You said it's very difficult to deal with. How were you able to do so?
So as humans, I think change is inevitable because life gives us change in many ways. Also, like during this COVID, people have had to change how they lived their lives to adapt to the situation. So most times also when change is calling us and we don't change, we remain in more of like a pain because we are not trying to adapt to the new life that is calling us. So most times also, like for me, when things weren't working out the way that I wanted them to be, and I wasn't being who I was then. So I realized I have to change in order to be the person that I'm destined to be. Yeah. But so managing it with with myself wasn't also easy because I also did not actually know what I was doing. I did not know who I was, or if actually what I'm doing is wrong or right. Because also now people are used to you in this kind of way. So if you're changing, mostly like the friends at the university, you know, it was different because most of them are like, you should not really drop out of school. Business is not easy. So I had to also try and cut them because the new me, they were not serving the new person that I was becoming. Yeah. And also they were not trying to understand me. Yeah. So also in change, I realized I have to cut some people off so I can concentrate to being the better version of myself and also be able to really understand the kind of person that I am becoming. Maybe it's also going to need new environment. Like when I went to SINA, I realized, you know, this is where I am meant to be. And the community around were the same people, refugees, former street children who are trying to transform their lives. So also that community helped me a lot to understand who I was as a person, because also as a leader, if you don't know yourself, then it is hard to really lead other people. So that being able to surround myself with the people who are going through the same life changes or experiences as me made me actually find purpose in life. Yeah.
Wow. Faith, change always can be difficult, and people can find it as something very challenging in life, and in most cases some people can take a wrong turn, and sometimes realizing that you need to make a certain decision that is good, that is not going to affect many people, are also quite a challenge. I want you to dig deep a little bit more onto that part when you had to make a decision to cut your family off, and for some time. How long? Why did you arrive at that position of, I need myself, I need to cut these people off, and how were you going to get back to them?
Like I was in a confusion state, and the more people call, the more people talk to you, the more advices you get. You just, you know, like it confuses you more and more. So I wanted to just concentrate, you know, but also with that, I was praying every day to God to really redirect my life and to really, so with prayer, that helped me a lot. But being in the environment, in the right environment that I was in PG, also gave me a clue that, you know, I am getting to where I want to be, or I am right here in this situation or in this place because I am meant to be. So when I cut off my family, after that, so I remember one time my my stepmom called me, and she's like, it's better, you know, you start coming home and tell me what you are doing and all those things. So yeah, so the first time I came home was when my sister was going to have an ekuchala.
Yes, how long was that? What was the period before you could return home?
I left home in 2016,
yeah.
And I came back home in 2017.
Those were 2 years. 1 year?
1 year.
Yeah, 1 year, 1 year, yes.
Yes, it was after a year.
Yeah.
Yes, so...
Of no talk, nothing,
yes,
just quiet.
Yes, but when I came home also, it was I was a transformed person because my stepmom told me, okay, so I really think you've changed a lot, and that was something that I wanted to hear,
yes.
You know, from people. And when I met a few friends from campus, it was still the same. But when they're also seeing what I was doing, they were happy with what I'm doing. So that also gave me hopes.
Okay. You know, it's something that we need to talk about here, Faith. I see the great work, but I want to just take you back to that change a little bit. I'm your friend, and you're going to have to tell me that you're making a decision not to talk to me. How do you communicate to Eddie Okeela and say, you know what, Eddie, I just need myself, I need to be me, I need to do me, and first give me some time. How do you communicate to Eddie Okeela or to your friends or to, and how do they take that information in? Do they take it in good light? I mean, what was their, how were you able to communicate that? Because I need the intricate details of that communication, because it's key to helping somebody who is out there move from one point to the next. Yes. How were you able to tell your friend like Eddie Okeela that, hey, you know what, I need some space? Because it's not easy to communicate that I'm changing, and then you come back when you're totally changed and everybody's saying, hey, I think you've changed. Did you communicate? How were you able to communicate that very complicated communication of, please give me some time? Some people will say, you feel you're proud. Some people will say, I think she's depressed. Some people will say, I think she's running cuckoos, she's running mad because you're withdrawing from people. How do you communicate that kind of change? How were you able to communicate it in your case?
Okay, so with my friends, it was easier by just doing by just cutting myself off of what we used to do, maybe hang out with friends. You know, every time they call you, you tell them you would not like. So many times if friends call you many times and you're turning them down, they also just ghost out on you. So that was easier for them, but others also automatically, since I am not, you know, pursuing statistics, if I am not like on the journey into the professional world, they just cut you off.
Yes.
So with family, it was a little bit difficult, mostly with my siblings, because we were united, but I felt like I needed to just be me. So I just told them I just need time off. Or most times, you know, I kind of also changed my phone number and I would call them.
Yeah.
Like my sister, my younger sister, I told her, let me be the one to be calling you. Just don't call me, let me be the one to be calling you. But that also meant I wasn't going to call her.
Yeah.
Yes. So yes.
Yeah.
But I just also communicated to them the situation that I'm in. Me, myself, I also do not understand. But I am very sure that, you know, things are going to get clear, you know, day by day. Yeah, because most times you also do not identify yourself at that certain period of time.
Yeah.
And you don't know if you need therapy or if you're running crazy or so yeah. So most times it's difficult, but with time, when you're on that personal growth journey, then you're able to identify and get to know yourself better. And then when you come out as the better version of yourself, then people would actually see. I think it was actually great that, you know, that she went to Mpigi. It was great that she took on this journey because the faith that we used to know wasn't actually serving her purpose anyways. Yeah.
Wow. Well, we're talking about change management on the CEO bench, and my guest this morning, or my guest this afternoon, or this night, or this evening, depending on which part of the world you are, is Faith Aweko. She's a girl who started out as, you know, thinking that I'm a creative mind, and so I need to be in a creative space. But yet, you know, the world says, no, 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 no. You are supposed to be statisticians, that's how they call them. Yes, and go into statistics, study statistics, and, you know, become this person, and, you know, in a formal way. But that wasn't. So she's talking about the change management. From that point, the foray into where she is right now, which is not a very simple journey. We want to hear from you. do you have an experience like Faith? Are you learning something from Faith? The CEO Bench exists to bring you intellectual rigor, fusing it with the common challenges of life every single day, so that you can be a person of great repute, moving up. The challenges that you face will take you forward. So the CEO Bench is here to bring you such stories, and today Faith Aweko is the person on the bench. Faith, we're going to take a break. But before we go for that break, I want to ask you one more question. Many people who go through what you're going through as CEOs and going forward, some people end up in drugs, others end up abusing substance, and so many things. Would you just share quickly how were you able to safeguard yourself away from it? Others have ended up into for girls, the old trade, as we say in the holy books. I'm sure you know the trade I'm talking about. Some have gone into that road and ended up in prostitution, and some people have taken advantage of them as girls. We hear some horrendous stories when something like that happened to girls. But here you are, and the story seems to be different. Were you able to keep yourself away from all of these troubles that were competing for your mind, and yet still, steer clear?
Okay, so one thing, actually two things. One, I didn't want to be laughed at. So most times when you are moving on a self-growth journey, and then you back off, people will be like, we told you, all those things. So I didn't want to have that, to be a loser.
Yes.
But also, I really thought, I have come far. Throughout school, I've always wanted to be this. So I didn't want to give up. So giving up wasn't an option. I didn't want to reach an extent and I'm like, I give up. Yet this is something that I've always wanted to really do ever since I was a child. So I'm like, there's no giving up. And then, I don't want my fellow classmates to laugh at me that I dropped out of the university, my business has failed, and I'm now a failure.
No. Wow. Well, we're going to take a break, and when we come back, we'll dive into our last part of the show, which is transformation. Faith Aweko, Eddie Okello, right here on the CEO Bench. If you have not picked a word or two from Faith to help you, perhaps you need to go back, play the video again, think through it, and think through your life and see which part of this interview is actually very important for you. Faith and I are going to be back after this break. This is the CEO Bench.
Even people are stuck in their own ways. For people who have had a chance to, say, work out of the country, you're dealing with people from different backgrounds, different cultures. Their view of the world is different. You cannot change that. The best you can do is get into that space and find a way of navigating through that.
Okay.
So I don't believe that what I've learned necessarily is going to go into, say, a big organization like Stanbic and change it. If it might guide me along the way in terms of how to navigate, in terms of how to influence the leaders of that organization, but not necessarily kick the front door and change everything. In fact, I think that's disastrous because you might just end up going backwards. So I think for me is allow yourself to learn from the environment and then adapt and change from within.
Okay. A lot of time we see people, Daniel, who go into organization and just start changing, and you find people flying from this organization to another and says, man, the new boss was come.
Correct.
I can't stay there. Absolutely. And this happened.
Absolutely.
Is it they themselves who are a problem, those who are running away, or actually the bosses come and want to change everything? Have you ever been in an organization and people have viewed you like that? And if yes, how were you able to deal with it? If not, had you learned these tricks before going inside there so that when you arrived, you are more warmer to people than more, cold to other people?
Yeah, I think in most cases where, and we've seen this, even in Uganda, where a CEO comes and tries to change everything overnight and and the organization suffers. You lose your talent, the good people leave the company, they go to other organizations, your numbers start going down. It's a no-brainer. The good ones are the ones who quickly realize, oh, this is different, I need to adapt. I mean, I always hear people who have worked in Tanzania. Tanzanians are different. The way they do things at their pace and how they
shift and move things
relate among each other is very different.
Yes.
So if you come with your speed and and forcefulness, you'll get a culture shock. They'll edge you out slowly in their nice way. Before you know it, you've left the company. I remember earlier back in our breweries, we had similar people who used to come from South Africa at the time. Because Africa is obviously very fast-paced. It's about push, push, push. And a lot of them suffered. In fact, a time came when they said, you know what, this thing is not working. Let's empower now Ugandans. That's how we guys came through. Yeah.
The CEO Bench, my name is Eddie Okello. Faith Aweko. Faith, welcome back from that break. I want to take you straight to transformation. What does transformation mean to you? I will explain transformation in a very simple way. You've been doing a lot of work, and the work you've been doing is leading to transformation. You yourself, you said you've transformed. But what is transformation to you?
Okay, so transformation is changing from who you thought, like for example, from who I thought I was or who I was before to a better version, or to actually a more defined version of myself.
Yeah. And in that context, we want to dive straight away to the work you've been doing. Tell us more about, Reform Africa. Why Reform Africa? What is the inspiration behind the name, and what is it doing? Where is it leading us? You founded it, you're the CEO, you got a huge nomination towards this. Obviously, you were a lady on a journey to some greatness in future.
So when we were beginning, I shared a little bit of a story of the background of Reform Africa. But Reform Africa is a social business in Uganda here that upcycles plastic polythene waste bags into durable, sustainable, and waterproof bags and accessories. So, like I said, I grew up from one of the slum areas in Uganda, that is Naguru Go Down. And I was very greatly affected by plastic pollution as a kid, because when it rains, my family and the whole neighborhood would think of disposing of waste in the trenches, and this blocked the trenches, and this was the major cause of flooding. And so as I grew up, I thought, why wouldn't I work on something on the flooding and the waste pollution in the slum areas? So Reform Africa began basically as a research in 2018 to see how waste is produced, how waste is polluted, and how waste is recycled in Uganda. And in Uganda, we produce over 500 tons of plastic waste every day, and 51% of this waste is not collected.
Wow.
And yes, 51%. And this is the waste that ends in the trenches, in the open places. When we are traveling, we are throwing it on the roadsides. and also in the rural areas.
You always see people just, jump off the, windows or their vehicles and just throw it, bodas drink and throw it,
And in the rural areas, plastic is left to decompose on its own, yet plastic takes more than 1,000 years to really fully decompose. Holes are dug and all trash is poured, then it's buried. So that is what we think, that waste is gone, yes. But this is taking 1,000 years. Now in Kampala, the one of the high causes of air pollution is burning of waste. And with this, we are also burning plastic. And this is causing toxic fumes in the environment. So when we did research on the causes of plastic pollution, and when we went to the solutions, we realized Uganda, we recycle less than 1% of our waste, yet we are producing over 500 tons. And this is also just plastic, like the plastic bottles that are just collected, shredded, and shipped to either China or India. So our recycling capacity in Uganda is very low, and we also realized there is really no solutions or a few solutions for the plastic bags, the Kaveras. Yet these are the ones that are blocking the trenches. And also these are the ones, like Uganda, we are highly agricultural. But when these plastic bags come in contact with our agricultural soils, they don't allow water filtration in the soil. So that means also there is low produce or low quality of produce. So we started to research more on plastic bags with zero experience, because we all come from different backgrounds.
How many are you, by the way?
I can share about my co-founders. I have two co-founders. One is a refugee from DRC Congo, from Nachiva refugee camp. In DRC, it's really worse than Uganda, because anywhere that is an open place is where waste is, dumped. And in the refugee camp, it's still the same. So another one is Nalima Shamim from Bwaise. We all know Bwaise is one of the highly flooded areas in Uganda. But also the trenches, you find plastics all over. When it finishes, when the rain is done, you see that plastic is like plastics bottles are floating, they are floating. So and this is the plastic that is thrown in the trenches, but as well as plastic that we throw on the roadsides, because when it rains, the water brings it all to us.
So is that what the ladies are collecting that we're seeing on the screen?
So yes, so the ladies collect plastic bags. Those are Kaveras.
Is that you, by the way?
Yes.
Okay,
That is me, and those are one of the two ladies who wash.
You. Okay.
Yes.
Yes. Go on.
So yeah, so we basically started to really do research on plastic bags, how we can recycle, and how we didn't have the idea of the bags in our minds. But when we were in PG doing research, we discovered kids in PG walk long distances to go to school. And with the unforeseen rainy seasons, you find the rain is going to hit them. Some of them have their books in their hands, and others have the books in the Kavera plastic bags. When we interviewed one of their parents, they said that they can afford to buy a Kavera of 100 shillings or 200 every day for a kid. But they aren't able to afford to buy a bag of 20 or 30K. Because having 20K or 30K once is expensive. But them having 100 shillings or 200 to buy a plastic bag is cheap. But yet at the end of it all, at the end of the day, either the plastic bag is torn because it is very light, or the kid has just lost it. So that's also what's causing pollution. But at the end of it all, the mother is spending actually more money, because a term has 3 months. That is about 80 to 90,000 every term for plastic bags. So we thought if we'd make a bag for the kids to have their books safely, because also our bags are actually waterproof, so the kids can also walk through the rain and go to school without their books getting wet. But at the same time, we wanted to provide dignity for the kids to have their bags, their books in the bags. Yeah, that's how we zeroed down to
So
make
that's
bags.
actually one of your products we're seeing on the screen?
Yes.
All right, so how much do they go for?
So we make backpacks. Backpacks, people can also use them to have like your laptop.
So for example, like
and
that
come
one.
to and come to work. That one is 60,000.
Is it a backpack?
Yes, that's a backpack. Okay. There's space for a laptop, and it's mostly actually used by tourists because they get to travel, and you have your camera, your phone, all safe in case you're going to Bwindi and it's raining. You don't have to worry
because it's made out of the recycled bag. And then those ones?
Those ones are cross bags. Yes. We also make school bags for the kids, and for every backpack that you buy, we give out one free school bag for a rural kid in Uganda. But we also work with organizations and NGOs that support production of also bags that we donate. Last year between November, December and January, we donated 1,000 bags in the refugee camp with support from UNFPA. They funded the production and distribution of the bags.
Wow.
Yeah, to Shakatu refugee camp.
Wow.
Yes.
Well, that's the story of Faith Aweko right there, our CEO on the CEO bench today. And of course, we want to say thank you very much for being part of the show. Faith, just before we wind up the show, I want to just take you through some very interesting experiences that I see you've gotten here. And I want to go to the awards. What was it like when you were announced as the award winner? That day, and they said, Faith, you are the winner of this award, and going back to where the journey started and your dad, did you announce this to your parents?
No, I didn't. Yes, I didn't announce. So the first award that we got was Social Impact Award.
Yeah.
Yes, Social Impact Award happens every year. It's global. It happens every year. Yeah. And in Africa, it happens in Uganda. Yeah. So we were the winners of Social Impact Award. Most of the awards we've actually got has been funding, financial support. So that has helped also boost us as a company, more especially also during this COVID, that we are able to pay rent and we're able to pay our workers
and support those who are working with you.
Yes.
Okay. You have reformed that place. I'm seeing a house on the screen. Tell us about that. Is that your office? And that's how your homes are built? What's this?
So that was our workshop in Mpigi before we moved to Entebbe.
Okay.
Yeah, that is just our workshop.
So was that built out of the
plastic bottles?
Yes.
Yes.
That the whole house?
That is, yes. The Social Innovation Academy. Yeah. All the houses are built out of plastic bottles.
Wow.
Yes.
Wow. And Faith, what would be your parting shot today? Where do you see, first of all, before you do the parting shot, where do you see yourself 5 years from now, 10 years from now, 50 years from now? And how would you like to be remembered as the founder of Reform Africa? Where do you see Reform Africa?
So, so there are two things. Where I see myself is someone of inspiration, to be able to inspire people, especially women, to reach out to their full potentials, because I believe a lot of women have dreams, a lot of women have potentials that are seated there, you know, because they are afraid of change or they are afraid of where to start from. So I want to be able to share my story fully so that people can be inspired and they, you know, when they become better versions of themselves and also live to their fullest potential. And with Reform Africa, we would like to open up a recycling hub because currently we just go trained in schools, but we want to open up a recycling hub where people come and learn about recycling. And we've partly moved away, not really moved away, but we are not only actually now recycling plastic polythene bags, but we've now, because that is soft plastic, we've now moved to recycling hard plastic. We acquired machines from Plastic Renewal in Austria that makes machines that recycle hard plastics. So we're currently making pegs for hanging clothes online, but that is made out of broken buckets and broken chairs.
Wow. Faith, thank you very much. Let's talk about health and fitness. You said you dived into health and fitness last week. In fact, one of the people who nominated you is called Diwato Chom. He's a friend of mine, but also transformed his life when he went to do his master's in the UK and Swansea University. He came back a different person altogether, no stomach, looking really good, and then so he was one of the people who nominated you among about another 15 other people who nominated you to come. This is not Okeela Health and Fitness, this is the CEO bench. So we won't talk very much about the Okeela Health and Fitness things there. That's totally a different interview altogether. But is it important? Why did you pick on, looking after your health and put your health goals and fitness goals up? What turned around your mind to think about this? Not very many people find that very useful for them when they are in this kind of work.
Okay, so I can first share like what fitness has helped me do.
Yeah.
So fitness, putting away the goals of being fit and all that, it has helped me to really boost my confidence and discipline in life, consistency, because I believe if I am able, because I'm a bodybuilder, so I do lift weight, but if I am able to really push myself to lift from 5 kg, 10 to 20 to 50, I believe I am able to really, if I set my mind on something in the professional world, I am able to achieve it because I was able to achieve it through fitness. So, yes, so with also that, I've learned a lot through, through fitness, mostly to it's been a personal growth journey to get to know my potentials, to get to know my limit, because I also realized actually human beings, we are limitless. Most times it's only our body that is tired, but our mind, it's only our mind, yes, tired, it's only the mind that is tired, because sometimes I get to push myself, I tell my coach I am tired, it's like, you are not tired. So I realize fitness is just a mind game, and if you are able to really work on that, then in the professional world it will just be like a walkover.
Wow. Well, if you fear fitness, Faith has it there for you, and we always say that a fit mind is a mind that is going to be successful, and you cannot be productive when you are sick. And I've always told people, you can't make money when you are sick, neither can you spend money when you are sick, nor can your productivity improve when you are unwell or when you are sick. You cannot be, broke and unfit. Certainly God will reject you, yes. So the point, but that's my philosophy. Faith, we're gonna have to bring the interview to a close, but I have a question here for you from one. Frank Tugume says the best show on Friday and in the country. Welcome to the CEO bench, guys, thank you very much. But Faith, I have a question for you. How do you manage losses while doing businesses? As an entrepreneur, now that's a question for you. How do you manage losses while doing businesses? Coming from Frank Tugume.
So, like in business, you have to have an open mind, because with loss, I take it as a lesson. I try as much as possible, business and personal life, at my lowest, or if I'm experiencing loss, which lessons can I really learn from this? That helps me to make better decisions in life in the future, because yes, I can have maybe a loss of 10M, but probably in the future I might even have a loss of 100M. But so experiencing such helps me to get ready for even more bigger challenges in the future.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much, Faith, for coming to the CEO bench. And what is your parting shot today? If you're to leave us, what would you say to the people who nominated you? What would be the message to the people who nominated you to come to the CEO bench? If you look into that camera, yes.
I would like to thank them. I would like to thank everyone who nominated me to be on the CEO bench. It's a privilege to sit here and get interviewed, but also thank you to everyone who is listening. But my call is for people to be able to discover their potentials and reach their highest version.
Wow. Thank you very much for coming to the CEO bench, Faith, and thank you very much everybody who nominated Faith to come to the CEO bench. I want to say a shout out to all the people in the diaspora, in the US, in the UK, in Australia, in Denmark, and the guys in Nairobi, Kenya, the guys in Tanzania, and of course my brothers and sisters from South Sudan, and of course you've got some nomination coming from Ethiopia, and from Egypt. So Faith, thank you very much for touching lives. People who have interacted with your bags have nominated you. And until then, we want to say thank you for coming, and thank you to everyone who have been part of the CEO Bench. Until next week, keep it the CEO Bench and remain safe and found. Make sure you are learning from people who are doing it and growing places. My name is Eddie Okila, Faith, and we're signing out.
Itaranto. Hariho umutware yaratunze cyane afite n'abagaragu, kera kabaye agira uruzinduko mu kindi gihugu, ahamagara abagaragu be maze abasigira ubutunzi bwe. Umwe amuha itarane eshanu, undi amuha ebyiri, undi amuha itarane imwe itagirira kabiri, maze umutware arazinduka. Maze babagaragu batangira gukoresha za tarano nk'uko shebuja yazibasigiye. Uwahawe shana aragenda arazigenza, agenzura amesha hano. Uwahawe ebyiri nawe abigenza atyo, agenzuramo ebyiri, maze wa wundi wahawe imwe aragenda acukura icobo, ayishamo ya tarano, aratinyuka arayitabaye. Nuko imitsi irahitindi irataha, maze shebuja mu kuzindukuruka abarana nabo ibyo yabasigiye. Uwahawe shana araseruka ati databuja mwiza, wansigiye shanu uzungutse izindi eshanu. Uwahawe ebyiri nawe araseruka ati databuja mwiza, wansigiye ebyiri zungutse izindi ebyiri. Shebuja ati bagaragu banje beza, nuko kuko mwakiranutse muri bike, nico gitumye mbekurira byinshi. Ico nimuze mwinjire mu munezero wa shobuja. Maze wa wundi wahawe itarane imwe itagiriye kabiri, adatera hejuru azayivovota cyane, ati databuja narinzi kuri umunyamwaga, usarura utabibye na munagane. Itarano narayitabye mu butaka, dore ngiyo fata ibyawe. Maze shebuja aramusubiza ati mbe mugaragu mubi, niko wamunyabute we, esi ni wari ukwiye kuyiha abagenza, maze nkasangaho inyungu yayo. Nuko shebuja arayimwambura
ayigabira wa wundi wungutse itara nk'icumi igiye mu zindi agira 11 kuko ufite wese azongererwa ariko udafite azanyagwa n'utwo yari afite maze wa mugaragu mubi baramuboha bamujugunya mu mwijima hanze azize ubupfapfa mbega agahinda we itaranto yawe yikoreshe neza igira umumaro mu gihe gikwiye itaranto yawe yikoreshe neza igira umumaro mu gihe gikwiye mbese gufasha abakene gusura abarwayi ibikorwa by'urukundo gushigikirana imirimo myiza igihe twahawe aya mafaranga nizo taranto twasigiwe ngo zigire umumaro igihe tukiriho itaranto yawe ikoreshe neza igira umumaro mu gihe gikwiye itaranto yawe yikoreshe neza igira umumaro mu gihe gikwiye
I want you to share with us, from your experiences, you've been going quite a lot, traveling around the world and seeing these things in different countries. What would you share with us today that we can pick from your experiences where you've been going that we can do down here at home and make it better in Africa, and which Abdul can pick, you know, lessons from to go back and continue to impact the lives of people in these communities. Yes.
Yeah, I think when as we said at the beginning, like we are, as a community of citizens, we always like to be inspired. And graffiti normally is about inspiration. You might say a piece of mask, a piece of but for example, for me, when I see most of the graffiti work, much of this work is conceptual, it's abstract. People don't understand it. But if we could start from the area where people understand, like for some of our icons, just imagine in Kawempe you have a beautiful graffiti wall of Geoffrey Oriema, of Philip Bongole Utaya, of Paul Cafero, of Fred Sebata. All these, like you know, Peterson.
I think he has one already there of
Peterson. But then, of course, great piece. Great piece. But then
it's a recent thing. We need something.
So we're looking at like how can we also start presenting work that is going to inspire our people, people that people need to remember. You know, like Peterson Mutebi, you know, like Misusela Segamwenge, all these people, the Byron Kawadwas. There are so many Ugandans that are very, very people are attached to. Just for example, like if GNL is emotionally attached to his graffiti wall mural, and then what is he going to do? He'll push it. He'll push his wall. So if Cliff Mutebi comes and sees his father's mural of Peterson Mutebi on the wall, he'll push it because he finds it that inspiration, and that's meaning that you're growing your community. You're not just skilling them with hands-on, but you're also empowering them to feel proud of who they are and who are their parents or their ancestors are. So I think we need to start looking at how do we celebrate our own? How do we celebrate? I like the Rwandan piece. And I know, because when he was explaining the love of the city, I know there has been conflict and tension between Rwanda and Uganda. It speaks volumes, but at the same time, it is detaching from the Ugandans. They're like, you know, how do we cultivate our own people to appreciate their own history? When you look at bigger cities, they always find those people that are very related or connecting to them. The conceptualization is also about, because there's someone saying that, no, I need to speak my mind, but you also need to connect to the community.
Thank you.
How does the community relate to this kind of work? This mural, which is at Alliancia, was done by a German team. But you find the way they were trying to create, you know, in its abstract, they also try to bring in the Ugandan aspect of it by having the crane in as part of the concept. So how do we connect our work to cultivate the love and the appreciation of our own communities, and also try to grow, make it as much better and much, you know, sophisticated in a way that it shows the maturity of your work, you know? So for me, this is what I'd like to say, that scaling is not only about giving people hands-on skills, but it's also cultivating their minds, inspiring them, making sure that you are exposing them, you're kind of challenging them to think differently, to attract a different mindset.
mbakumbuze igitaramo igitaramo cy'iwacu iwacu turatarama ngwino urare iwacu turatarama ngwino urare iyo dukoze ku nyamirya iz'ubuhuha n'inkomangano biratwizihira cyane mpamagare muhigirwa ni Nyaruguru mu muhamirizo w'intore mu muhamirizo w'intore Sebaganji babukwege aseruke mu byivugo byiza mpamagare Sebatunzi ayihere mu miyuki akubwira intaha na batatu yaruta mu kinyange cyarutiruka mu bakemba tugutaramire kandi uzagaruka iwacu turatarama ngwino urare tugutaramire kandi uzagaruka turatarama ngwino urare tugutaramire kandi uzagaruka
epana biso tolinga kobina epana biso tolinga kosepela ka elongo tolinga tosepela tosangisa pe tolingana
tugusogongeze ku ntango y'amahoro nkwibutsa umugani wa Nyashya na Baba inkuru ya Saruhara rwa Nkomokomo Cyacana ndetse na Ngunda tugutaramire kandi uzagaruka iwacu turatarama ngwino urare aho dutaramiye nta rungu tugutaramire kandi uzagaruka turataramira ijoro tukarita hanze cyambere wampaye inka cyuringanje reka ntugatsikire cyuringanje nuko umuco wacu ntugacindishe
des profs, des Français.
C'est l'Alliance française.
Une fille m'a posé une question, pourquoi apprendre le français alors que je lui parlais de la radio Bonjour Kampala. Oh, venez, 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 venez.
Venez apprendre le français.
Je vous invite à venir.
Venez à l'Alliance française.
Viens mon frère.
Venez.
Viens ma sœur. À l'Alliance française.
Venez à l'Alliance française.
Venez, venez, oh.
Venez apprendre le français. Venez à l'Alliance française. Venez apprendre le français. Venez à l'Alliance française.
Je vous invite à venir.
Venez apprendre le français. Venez à l'Alliance française.
La plus largement appris après l'anglais. Les Français sont langue étrangère, la plus largement appris
après l'anglais.
La connaissance du français ouvre des portes, des entreprises en France
comme à l'étranger.
La connaissance du français ouvre des portes, des entreprises en France
comme à l'étranger.
Le français, la langue de la culture,
la langue internationale pour la cuisine,
la mode, les théâtres, les habitués, la danse et l'architecture. Le français, la langue de la culture, la langue internationale pour la cuisine, la mode, les théâtres, les habitués, la danse
et l'architecture.
Oh,
oh, I love French.
Oh,
oh, I speak French.
Oh,
oh, I love French. Oh, I speak French.
I love French.
Oh,
I love French.
I love French.
I speak French.
Oh,
I speak French.
I speak French.
I love French.
Oh,
I love French.
I love French.
I speak French.
Oh,
I speak French.
I speak French.
Oh,
oh, I love French.
Oh,
I speak French. Venez apprendre le français. Venez à l'Alliance française. Venez apprendre le français. Venez à l'Alliance française.
venez à Kamocha.
Venez apprendre le français. Venez à l'Alliance française.
Venez dans la grande famille. Venez
apprendre le français.
Venez mes amis.
Venez à l'Alliance française.
Molière, c'est l'idiot n'a pas pris. En face à pareil à Nakamura. Pourquoi tu penses que les Français tirent la internationale?
Que tu sois formé le tour du four du plaisir. Dis-moi le moteur en Angola et là, en pleine évolution. Apprendre les Français.
Mes amis, venez.
Venez à l'Alliance française.
La langue française. famille. Venez à l'Alliance française. Venez apprendre le français.
À l'Alliance française.
Je vous invite à venir. Venez mes amis.
Venez,
venez.
À l'Alliance française.
Parlez français. Parlez français.
Parlez français.
Everybody parlez français.
Parlez français.
Everybody bina moke. Bina moke. Bina moke.
Bina moke.
Everybody bina moke.
Bina moke.
Bina à gauche.
Bina à gauche.
Bina à droite.
Bina à droite.
Bina devant.
Bina devant.
Bina derrière.
Bina derrière.
Bina devant.
Bina devant.
Parlez français.
Parlez français.
Parlez français.
Parlez français.
Parlez français. Venez, venez.
Venez apprendre le français. Venez à l'Alliance française.
Je vous invite à venir. Venez apprendre le français. À Kamochao.
Venez à l'Alliance française.
À Bukoto Street.
Venez
Claude
apprendre le français.
Venez, venez, venez.
Venez à l'Alliance française.
Si tu veux parler français, viens à l'Alliance.
Français.
Si tu veux parler,
venez à l'Alliance française.
Si tu veux entrer dans la famille, viens, viens,
français.
Viens, viens, viens.
Venez à l'Alliance française.
People at the moment are struggling to understand the older generation because times have changed. Technology has come in.
They've moved on.
Yes.
We're the ones sitting back and wondering, what is my child on to? TikTok has surpassed WhatsApp. The other one I call, I never call it Facebook, it's Bookface. Why are you on Bookface? Dad, it's Facebook.
Yes.
Me, I keep saying, I have a foot amongst the millennials.
Yeah.
I understand the traditionalists.
Okay.
There's a song in the 60s, by the way, and in the 90s, 70s, where they're like, parents don't understand.
Yes.
Yeah, remember Prince?
Yes.
My name is Faizo Kiwewa. I am the founder and the artistic director of Bayimba. Welcome to this year's edition of Doa Doa 2021. As you're all aware, we skipped our 8th edition to the 9th. Don't blame us, the world did skip a year, and so did we. Since 2008, we have organized festivals, trained stakeholders, and championed a performing arts market that has helped local artists to level with the rest of the world and the region. That's how Bayimba has contributed to the vibrant arts sector in Uganda. This edition of Doa Doa is thought to be a special one, quite different from the previous years. We are running it for 3 months, from May to July. Once a week, we'll host a speaker and one artist for 30 minutes. We are going to learn everything we can about them. Curated to give a glimpse of the performing arts industry, starting from right here, the future space for the Bayimba Center for Visual and Performing Arts on Lunkulo Island, to the Reykjavik Opera House in Iceland, India, Chile, USA, and South Africa. We are going to meet virtually with our friends, some of the most amazing game changers from around the world. They are going to tell us about their spaces, their initiatives, the opportunities, and the possibilities. We thought this edition of Doa Doa would take us around the world, and we think we owe our audience what others have got to offer, and hopefully they could be inspired. I'm very grateful to introduce you to our speakers. This edition of Doa Doa has been really getting to know our speakers, and we took it to be a personal invitation. And I would like to introduce you to Mr. Amitava from India.
Namaskar. My name is Amitava Bhattacharya. I'm in Calcutta, India. A social entrepreneur. 31 years of experience, education-wise, an engineer passed out of IIT Kharagpur, and Gurukul Chevening scholar from London School of Economics. 10 years I was in software, returned from Silicon Valley, US in 99, and then started banglanatak.com, a social enterprise focusing on culture and development. How the rural traditional culture can alleviate people out of poverty, how it can move towards an inclusive development. And slowly, with time in 20 years, what we see is that when pride and recognition returns and when the socio-economic gain happens in traditional artistic communities, then they come forward, participate in development, and the village, the artist, and the art form get vibrant. The art form gets safeguarded. The artists are on their own. And overall, it's really a holistic development. With this background, let me go through a brief journey with you. I will start with North Bengal and then come to the South Bengal. The city of Kolkata, which was the capital in the British days, but now capital of West Bengal. And as you know a little bit of history, that in 1947, when India got independence, that time, in the name of religion, India and Pakistan, two countries were born. Pakistan was born and Pakistan got separated from India. And that time, two states which were divided, one is West Bengal, Bangladesh, which is Bangladesh was part of Pakistan, used to be known as East Pakistan and then became Bangladesh in 1971. And another state which got impacted is Punjab. But coming to Bengal, we share many of the cultures, the language with Bangladesh because it's our neighboring space. We were together, but now we are separated. Starting North Bengal, we get Bhawaiya, the music of North Bengal. It's a wonderful music. It's a music of daily lifestyle. It's a music talking about the essence of daily life. When husbands go out to work, women wait anxiously when their husbands are coming back, when they're returning. When there is flood, what is the disaster? What is the trauma people go through? All these are part of Bhawaiya. There are almost 4,000 practicing Bhawaiya singers in Alipurduar, Jalpaiguri, Kuch Bihar districts. These are all, you can say, forest fringe areas and called duars. We have duars and hills in North Bengal. Coming to hills, Darjeeling, Kalimpong, these are basically the Himalayas, foothills, and there are 16 communities, the indigenous communities which have their own traditional art and culture, and they have their lovely music too, and indigenous instruments and everything. When we come to middle of Bengal, we see the music has changed. There, the primary music, we see the baul music. The bauls of Bengal, one can say, is the soul of Bengal. Now, bauls basically, unlike other folk music, baul is not a lifestyle music. It is a music with philosophy. It is not a religious music, but it is a spiritual music. It talks about crossing the barrier. It talks about no barrier of religion, no barrier of caste, class. It is rather, it talks about respect our opinion, include all, and it's a music of brotherhood. To me, it is a music of democracy, it is a music of socialism, and music of mankind celebrating the pluralism and cultural diversity. There are almost 2,300 practicing Bauls in 5 districts of Bengal, in the middle of Bengal: Nadia, Murshidabad, Birbhum, Bardhaman and Bankura. If I come to south of Bengal, we see Bhatiali, the music of river, music of boating. And there, again, it's a lifestyle music. Your boat travels, you don't know when they will come back. The enjoyment with the enjoyment and the turmoil with the nature. And that is exactly the Bhatiali music. There are almost about 100 Bhatiali singers. With the motorized boat, now you don't get to hear that music in the boat anymore. But the community still practices, enjoys, and leaves it at its leisure time. Coming to the west of West Bengal, which is primarily again a forest fringe areas and also the indigenous people again, the Santals and other indigenous people. There you get to see the Jhumur, the music, the song and dance. And also it's used to be known as Chotanagpur Plateau. And also we see the Chow dance, the mass dance. In 2011, UNESCO accredited that with the Masterpiece Heritage of the World. So, and even Baul got it in 2008. It was a shared heritage between Bangladesh and India. More or less, one can actually talk about these are the musical. And from the handicraft side and the other culture side, I'll say Dokra, which is the metal. That's a very traditional space that few artists, they live in Bardhaman, Bankura. That's one of the primary one. Patachitra, the scroll painters, they still use natural color. That's the beauty. There were 8 artists in 2004. Now there are 352 artists. I think that's something is very essential to understand that this is... Now, what is our initiative? Our initiative, as I said, that we are primarily focused on how to save these traditional art forms, but saving is not by us, rather by the community. So that means how to empower these communities to come forward with their traditional art and culture. And when we do that, so what we do? When we go to a community, we try to build their capacity, we link them directly to the market. Directly, it is a very important word, so that there is no one in between. And then thirdly, we do a lot of exchange collaboration, and then we plant a village festival in their villages, celebrating their art and culture, and it should be calendarized. And that's how since 2004 we started working, but the village festivals we started planting in 2010. And till 2020 February, we did all the things, then onwards, the corona situation took over worldwide, so we couldn't host that. Now, these are, you can say, the more or less the significance, and is that these are significant art forms, and instrument-wise, Dotara is a very, very important instrument in Bengal. Of course, we have the bamboo flute and the dhol. And the city of Calcutta, which got influenced by all the music and everything, and also the Tagore's songs are a big part, because Rabindranath Tagore, the first non-European Nobel laureate, is part and parcel of our culture, and his influence on our part is quite noteworthy, really. It's a place, Kolkata is a place of culture, including music, poetry, film, everything, and we really appreciate the contribution of those people in our life. Calcutta is a very socialist in nature, Bengal overall. It's a very left orientation, and because of, again, our history, Chaitanya in the Bhakti Kalpa movement, he talked about remove the caste, religion, rather come forward. It's again from where Baul got influenced. So it's a very orientation is a little different than other parts of, I'll say, India. And one very important part, I will say, the collaboration. Because that's really, because historically, when Gandhiji in India spoke about nationalism, Rabindranath Tagore talked about universalism. So that theory actually influenced Bengalis, Calcuttans very well. So we following the path of that, we believe in universalism. So since 2009, we have been hosting collaborations, and we invite international musicians, artists, designers, and to work with we host the local part, and they do come. I think more than 300 artists have, a little more than that, because we have been hosting our flagship festival, Sur Jahan, since 2011, so 10 years, and this 10 years, 5 to 6 bands each. So overall, I think we brought, other than Sur Jahan, we did a lot of collaborations, so maybe 355 to 400 artists have come. Even our artists have traveled abroad. I want to request all the listeners that please do take this as a very important opportunity. Come to India. We work primarily in West Bengal, Western Rajasthan, the desert, where there are beautiful musicians and art forms, traditional art forms, and come to Goa. So these 3 places will be happy to host collaborations, and I'm confident if you come, we will be good hosts, you will be enjoying collaborating with our artists, and you will be creating a new relationship, which I'm sure where you will learn, they will learn, and both of you will co-create, and rights will remain with both of you, and we can be a very positive catalyst in ensuring that. So with this small note, my urge, my request to all of you, invitation to all of you, that please do keep in touch and check our sites. We give always the calls. www.banglanatak.com, www.bncmusical.co.in. Now there are many sites, but these 2 will be helpful. And come forward, stay with us, meet the other traditional masters, interact with them, learn new things, co-create, enjoy India's warmth, India's creativity. And I'm sure that is going to be a good way forward. And we want to learn from you too. That's a very, very important point. And one more thing is that our festival, which after 2020 February we could not hold, let's hope that once COVID goes away, we will be able to revive that. Now, the unique part of our organization, we have never taken donation in 21 years. And so we are not driven by any agenda. The agenda is created by us. An entrepreneur or any business earns, makes the profit if they can, and takes the profit to the owners. A social enterprise does the profit, if possible, and then shares it with the communities. And that's a very important definition and participative approach that we have. Music is our passion because we feel that with creativity, innovation, and music, we will be helping, we will be working, we will be together, we shall overcome, and we can be part of a much more peaceful world than we are in today. It is a journey not of mine, it is a journey of ours. And I invite to be a part of this journey. Thank you.
As you've heard from our speaker, I would now like to introduce you to the Artist of the Week. This year, we really try to focus on getting to know the artist. And I would like to introduce you this week the Entenga musical drums from the Central Buganda.
My name is James Isabiri. I am a doctor of music education. I graduated in April 2019 in a doctor of music education at Auckland University, Rochester, Michigan in the United States. Entenga music is actually publicly known to be royal music that is performed in the palace and for the Kabaka, or if you might wish, king of Buganda Kingdom.
Amanya gange zedi Livingstone musisi mukalazi. Mukalazi lyakika musisi banzala musisi ayita. Ngombe eyo entenga eyo yajja ne Kabaka Kyabaggu ng'ava Essese. Kakaba waliwo abazimukubira ng'ali Ssese. Nazimunyumira najja nazo mu Buganda.
My full name is Professor Sempeke John. When I start talking about music, I don't want to stop because it has made me who I am. I started playing music when I was 9 years old because my dad and had a group, and the group is still existing. It's called Aboluganda Kwagalana, which he started in 1945, and up to today, I'm still learning it, although he passed away.
As a student of music when I was growing up, I read about it. And I was interested to know what it is. Then at one point I saw in a book that was written by Edward Galabuzimukasa, Anthology of Ugandan Musical Instruments, and I found a picture of a line of drums with the people holding the sticks that are carved, and that I had never seen in Busoga. So I thought I should listen to this music somehow.
Ndi musiige mu lubiri lwa Ssaabasajja Kabaka. Nasiigibwa mu mwaka gwa 58 mu lubiri ebaamunaanika. Kati entenga ezo zaaliyo. Kati ebaazikubanga ne zinnyumira. Ne njagala okugenda abazikuba ndabe bakuba. Naga kinyeganyege ne kinkwata ng'omwana ne njigirawo.
They are royal 12-tuned drums plus 3 of them, which makes them 15. They are played rarely in the palace, and especially for the king. Once you hear Entenga playing, then the king is in the palace.
My dialect alone connects me to these drums and forces me to find out more about them. Could they be connected to my own, heritage, to my ethnic society? And in the process of working with Musisi, he actually kept on insisting that Entenga came from Busoga. It was brought by one of the early kings of Buganda.
Buli kika mu lubiri kirimu engoma zikikuba. Abakondeere, abaki, kati ekika ekyo kya Lugave. Ab'Olugave be bannannyini engoma ezo. Ne bakuba engoma ezo nga mujaguzo biki biki. Era Kawuula yatwala engoma ezo mujaguzo, Entenga, byonna yabizingiramu. Za buwangwa.
I contacted a friend who happens to be a director of Mayimba. He's called Faizo Chiwewa. Those of us who might know him. I said, he actually talked to me that, James, I'm having an event of Doa Doa, which I had, known of even years before. And I said, yes, talk about Doa Doa. I have something that would be exciting. We have revived the King's Entenga music, but I doubt that I even have a chance to meet the king. First of all, I'm from Busoga. How do I go through the processes? And I'm a teacher. Really, I'm focused on this music more than I'm focused on other big things, including the politics of our cultures and our nation and things like that. I want to be a simple citizen who is free to do my things. And so he was so receptive, and we walked through the budget and said, I will give the money. It was a bit high from my thinking. And so they came out to perform at Doa Doa in the National Theatre. They were actually playing opening act of the Doa Doa event. And so somehow this made it known that actually there are some Entenga players. Following that Doa Doa event, there was a coronation ceremony for the king. And some Baganda leaders, Baganda kingdom leaders said, by the way, there were Entenga performers in Doa Doa. We have to find them.
Each tribe has got its own culture. And so these are for, Buganda. And we are related a little bit with Basoga.
The king actually recognized that the Entenga playing that he was looking at was much the same as the Entenga playing he had seen played in the palace for when his father was the king. He actually said, I want to thank the Entenga players because they played the music in exactly the same way as those Entenga players who played in the palace those days.
Ekivuga ekyo kyekusifu mu lubiri lwa Kabaka yabwe yakitumyanga nekimuvugira ng'ennaku emukutte oba nga ayagala okusanyuka nagamba nkubira engoma Ntenga. Akutali bivuga birala naye ng'ekyo kyokka kyekusifu kyeringa n'amaju watwekobe.
Going back to look at this music and what makes it really unique, for me it is the interlockingness of these skins. And by the way, when it plays and you're very near, you may not really feel the beauty of the music. You have to stand a distance away and you hear it like you're listening to something on a hill. And then you say, wow, this is amazing.
Most of the royal musical instruments are perishing. I wouldn't like to die before these are being implemented back in the palace, because the Entenga should be in the palace and should be there. We are going, but the problem.com is causing a lot of problems, When you tell someone, can you play, they say, no, I cannot play the big, instead of calling them drums, they say, I don't want to play the bigoma.
This music has cultural significance in Uganda, and for me, that is the starting point. I really needed to respect the context, the cultural context in which this music was birthed. So in revitalizing this music expression, the intention is not to sell it to the world as me. But I have had challenges with the young people who learned the music. One of them actually said one day, but I am the music. So, why did he say that? He said it because I was trying to suggest that we keep within the confines of the cultural institutions that claim responsibility of this expression. My argument has and still continues to be that the kingdom is interested in this cultural expression, and I really need to respect the kingdom.
I'm a believer. So wherever I go, I worship, okay? I'm happy, like my brother Kabuza. If you find us playing the spiritual songs on a xylophone, if you are tempted, you can worship on the xylophone. Not only me, with friends like Okirol and, we got our queer name, which we call ourselves, but I won't say it. But it was jokingly when we say, come on, Mr. let's pray, and then we kick it off.
Cultures don't die sometimes. They can only be held a little bit, but as long as they are spirit, they find their way back into the domain of existence. I think I would like to continue my contribution to the heritage of this world. The diversity of mankind is the beauty of this planet. And in my view, if the different cultural expressions are given a vent to exist within their power and into the public domain, I think we have a better world. We have a world where we understand one another. It is these differences which help us to see who we are. And it is the same differences which help us to resolve and come to an understanding.
I'm happy because I invented something which took a long time. You know, when presidents or whatever other people comes, they think when we talk of gun salutes. But for us, I invented something called the drum salute for the king. You know, on every year which he adds up when he's still alive, that's the rhythm we play. Because last time was 27 years, and we banged 27 drum salute.
My name is James Isabire. I would like to invite all of you in every corner of the world to come and enjoy Ntenga music of the Baganda people during this Doa Doa 2021.
Thank you so much for joining this week's show, Doa Doa 2021. I hope you had some fun and got some inspiration. If you have any comment, please don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and leave your comment, or our Facebook page, Twitter or Instagram. We'll definitely get back to you. We are very grateful, and until next week, I remain your host, Faizo Kiwewa from Bayimba and the Doa Doa team. Keep it Doa Doa 2021.
You see, I think there's been a lot of growth and transformation. I appreciate the work National IT Authority is doing, and also, of course, they come up with policies that people are supposed to comply with. You know, when it comes to IT, with cyber security, like I said, we have a layer of compliance and governance. Yeah. Whereby government will come up with policies and say, okay, we need you, each and every person should have at least a basic thing, which is antivirus on their devices. Because at the national level, they have what we call cyber threat intelligence, whereby I think UCC has a solution. Because I remember I was involved in that tender for procurement of a cyber threat intelligence solution, whereby we could be able to identify this is the new attack, it's coming from Russia, it's attacking our bank here, then they could be able to block that traffic at a national level. Okay. Well, the government is doing something. But then also, us as individuals, like I said, we need to also be vigilant. Yeah. Because the government will not be able to understand which new VPN client has come up, or which new VPN solution has come up, probably because they will not know. Yeah. But for you, go ahead and download it and install it on your device. And then you trust transacting. You actually go to, then you say, oh, I've stolen money from my account. Oh, my information was stolen. Oh, I see nodes on social media. People steal nodes from people's devices, and actually they ask for a pay. Yeah. Someone says, if you don't give me $100,000, I'm going to publish your nonsense on the cyberspace. You know, so people need to be vigilant. But of course, the government is also doing something.
COVID-19 has tested our hope and faith as individuals, families, and the country at large. Besides destroying many aspects of our lives, the novel coronavirus has also affected our human rights in many ways. You and the Law, the COVID edition, is a 30-minute weekly television program that focuses on the impact of COVID-19 on human rights in Uganda. The program engages experts to explain the importance of rights-based approaches to the success of any public health response to ensure the respect, protection, and fulfillment of human rights amidst the challenges presented by COVID-19. You and the Law, the television program, brought to you by Legal Hub Uganda, taking the law to the last mile in proud association with I4C Africa Hub and House of Talent Television.
In countries like Finland, they designed a program for 5 years to do serious food literacy. If you went to Finland today, no restaurant will serve you supper past 7 p.m. No restaurant. Here in Uganda, you can eat at 2 p.m. You go back home and sleep. You see?
And wake up to have breakfast at 8. Hello viewers, welcome to yet another episode of You and the Law, the COVID edition. My name is Jonathan Ochom, your host. As you all know, You and the Law is a 30-minute weekly television program that focuses on the relationship between human beings, Ugandans, yourselves, and the law in Uganda. As you know, the law affects every aspect of our lives, whether it's about food, whether it's about traffic, education, everything that we do rotates around the law. In this edition, we are discussing the impacts of COVID-19 on human rights. And specifically for today, we'll be discussing how COVID-19 has affected the right to food. Do you know your right to food? When was the last time you ate? But what does the right actually mean? To help us unpack this complex area, we have a seasoned lawyer, Mr. David Kabanda from the Center for Food and Adequate Living Rights. David, you're welcome to You and the Law.
Thank you so much.
How have you been?
I'm fine. How have you been?
Great. You know, COVID-19 has sort of come and disorganized our normal lives. I wonder how, you know, you've been coping up as a professional, as a family man. How has it been?
Well, it is difficult to everyone, as individuals and also families and communities. We find ourselves in those unprecedented times. There is no community cohesion as it used to be. So I personally, I find myself in challenging times, but of course, we soldier on.
Okay. I'm interested, when we're introducing your organization, the name is a bit of a mouthful. Yeah. Maybe could you just help us understand, you know, why you came up with this organization? What do you actually do, and how I can benefit as an ordinary person from the work that you do?
So this is the Center for Food and Adequate Living Rights, and it is looking at having a one-stop center for law and adequate living. But you see, adequate living starts with food. This is what many people do not understand.
Yeah.
The moment someone wakes up, the first thing to think about is breakfast, then lunch, then supper, then in the middle you need water, you need a snack, you need fruit. So the entire life of a human being rotates around food. And being lawyers who do social justice, we started this organization to be able to contribute to unpacking, articulation, and also giving legal services to people for the realization of their right to food, but also adequate living. Because you cannot talk about food and you disassociate it from economic rights or trade. So the two work together, and this is why now we have this organization, the Center for Food and Adequate Living Rights.
Oh, okay.
CEFROT.
CEFROT. Yeah, I mean, the name is really... yeah.
So the acronym is CEFROT.
CEFROT. Okay, maybe that's fair.
Yeah.
So David, you're talking about adequate living rights. You're talking about the right to food. But what is the... idea, behind this right? If we, as a concept, like what does a right to food actually mean? Before we start discussing the legalese and everything.
Thank you for asking that question. You see, the right to food, interestingly, many people do not even think that there is such a right. Many people, when you talk about food, this is one of the things people take so lightly, yet it means everything to them. But the definition is simple. The definition according to international law and the UN is only realized when every man, every woman, or child, as an individual or in community with others, have access to food.
Access.
At all times or means of its procurement.
Access to food.
Access to food.
All times.
All the time.
And means to its procurement.
Or means to its procurement.
Interesting.
And you see, this is where I started from. Every woman, every man, every child, alone or together in a community, have access to adequate food at all times. So you realize that it is already unpacked. We are talking about a man. And there is a reason behind that.
Yes.
A child's nutritional needs are different from the needs of an adult.
Okay.
If a child has been born, we are now speaking with parents. From the day they are born to the 6th month, they must be exclusively breastfed.
Okay.
If you take that breast milk, it is not beneficial to you. So every man, every woman, or child, whether alone or together, and the together component comes in, some people live communally.
Yes.
And we have other also organized institutions like schools or like prisons.
Yes,
If
portion
you-
bins.
The moment you take me into prison, then you have an obligation to take care of me.
Yeah.
You cannot just abandon me in prison. You cannot take me to prison and you don't feed me. So whether alone or in community with the others, have access to adequate food at all times. That is also very interesting and important. At all times and all means to its procurement. And that last one is also very important.
Means.
All means
How
to
to
its
get it.
procurement. Because procurement is a bit bringing in the economic issues.
Yes.
Not everyone has a garden. And you see, it is a choice. Not everyone wants to go to the garden to dig and get food. But you must make sure that your population has means to the procurement of food. Yes.
I mean, interesting.
Yes.
I think for me, access, the means, and then the time, like at all times.
All
it's
the
a
time.
Very interesting.
Yes.
So you've sort of unpacked the idea for me in a very, basic and simple way. But then I know that for ideas to work, they need to get some, force of law. So I'm wondering, do we actually have like a legal framework, be it global, be it African or even national level, that guarantees this right? Because some people could say that those are just your ideas, your wishful thinking. Without a law, how do we enforce it? So I'm wondering, is there any legal backing for this right that you're articulating very well?
Actually, what I've just talked about is picked from the law itself.
Oh, okay.
Yes. Now, this is the legal framework. At international level, many people, because now we are talking with everyone, we have the Universal Declaration of Human Rights.
Yes.
Under Article 25, we are talking about the right to adequate food. You understand? Article 20. This is way back in 1948.
So there's a new word there, adequate.
Adequate.
Not just food, adequate food.
No, and I'm going to be speaking about that. We are talking about adequate food. And I'll be, explaining that. Then, after that, in 1966, we have the International Covenant on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights.
Yes.
Article 11, also articulating that state parties to the convention, to which Uganda is a party because we signed it in 1981, that every state party must respect the right of everyone to adequate food. Then after that we have the African Charter on human and people's rights.
Now we are getting home.
Yes, we are getting home. Under Article 16, it is also well articulated. Then after that, we have the East African Community Treaty.
Hey, our friends Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania, Congo, Burundi.
It was signed in 1999, and the many other protocols that have come along the way. Under Article 130, 118, 113, 100 itself, they talk about nutrition. In fact, I have taken a lot of time without suing the East African community. I don't know what I'm doing, because in it, every country that is state party to the East African community must have, they even give it a very exotic name. Strategic food reserves.
Strategic
food reserves. Yes, I think they were deliberate on picking that word, strategic food reserves.
For us in Teso, we have granaries. Are you suggesting that the state should have a huge granary where food is reserved? What would that mean actually in practical sense?
Yes, in practical sense, the government must have a system of having its own granaries. Of course, we call it food reserves. There is no country, even if we go to at individual level, I don't know what happens in policy making and what our leaders think. Even in my personal house, the first thing I check out is food. Do we have food for an entire month, a week? You understand? So every country must have those strategic reserves. In case there is drought, in case there is that hunger, then you release some food to your people. You control the price. You understand? But we don't have now here. We used to have, but I think they were sold.
Okay. And then at the country level then?
At the country level, okay, you took me to that. Then when we come back home here, we have some laws. Some laws are not very good. And I'm going to tell you why. But let us start with the Constitution.
Yes.
In the directive principles, the objectives, it is clearly spelled out. One, that government must establish, we call them national reserves in our Constitution. National food reserves. Then secondly, it is government's obligation to make sure that every Ugandan eats nutritious food. Yes. And it is government's obligation under the Constitution to create massive awareness about this critical component called the food. Massive awareness. Then if they are doing that, then they have dispensed their obligation. And beyond that, when you go to chapter 4, we are talking about human rights now. Under Article 20, the government has obligation to respect freedoms and fundamental rights of every Ugandan, including the right to food. And although it is not, it's specifically mentioned from Article 20 to 45 in chapter 4, but under Article 45, we are talking about other rights that are not specifically mentioned. That is our Constitution. And in the amendment of 2005, when they were scrapping all those other things, I don't know who smuggled into Article 8A. Because Article 8A operationalized the objectives. And in fact, the Chief Justice, as he then was, Bart Katurebe, in Nyakana's case, they have come up to articulate that now all these objectives are justiciable. So when we come back home, the legal framework is very expansive and very accommodative, because we even have the Food and Drugs Act. Yes. I mean, you quite a revealing, explanation from you, and you've even touched on the aspects of the state obligations, which, raising awareness. I don't know how many people have been aware that actually the government of Uganda has a duty to let you know about nutritious living, about the kind of food that you should eat. But maybe that's an interesting point for us to pause for a quick break, after which we'll resume the conversation with David Kabanda, who is Executive Director of Center for Food and Adequate Living Rights, a non-government organization here in Kampala. Let's go for a break. We'll be right back.
When it comes to the law, we basically live the law. you know, on a day-to-day basis, you know. Whether it is in your bedroom, there is a law that governs it. If you're married, for example, even if you're single, there could be something touching on the law, because you might be in your bedroom with an underage girl, or you might be with another person's wife. You know, all the things are the law. You know.
If you're a human being, you have rights. Those rights are called human rights. They are examples: the right to health, the right to freedom from torture. That underscores human dignity. Freedom from slavery. You're not supposed to be someone's slave.
If you look at our penal code, it sets out another marriage laws. It sets out the persons who can marry and those who cannot marry, right? For example, you can't marry your close relatives. You know, if you did, you'd be committing a crime.
The state is not supposed to tell you who to worship, how to worship, how many times a day. No, you have a right to work. A right to work. You have freedom of association.
Cohabitation for whatever period of time does not make you husband and wife, right? And that is why we emphasize to people that when the relationship is still hot, you know, you must ensure that you do what? Marry.
Yes.
You know.
For human rights to be respected, protected, and fulfilled, relevant government programs must actually work. Medicine should reach hospitals, oxygen should be there, health workers should have gloves, teachers should be present. Now they are mostly absent, and they have left the profession, a good number of them. They are into trading. So things must work. If things don't work, human rights are not respected, are not protected, and are not fulfilled.
COVID-19 has tested our hope and faith as individuals, families, and the country at large. Besides destroying many aspects of our lives, the novel coronavirus has also affected our human rights in many ways. You and the Law, the COVID edition, is a 30-minute weekly television program that focuses on the impact of COVID-19 on human rights in Uganda. The program engages experts to explain the importance of rights-based approaches to the success of any public health response to ensure the respect, protection, and fulfillment of human rights amidst the challenges presented by COVID-19. You and the Law, the television program, brought to you by Legal Hub Uganda, taking the law to the last mile in proud association with I4C Africa Hub and House of Talent Television, coming soon.
This is You and the Law, the COVID edition here on House of Talent Television, brought to you by Legal Hub Uganda in partnership with I4C Africa Hub. Today we're discussing another human right that has been affected by COVID-19. And I know for many viewers this seems like obvious because we're talking about the right to food. And who else than David Kamala can help us unpack this right, because David has been a social justice lawyer and has been working on the right to food for a long time. He comes from the Center for Food and Adequate Living Rights. David, welcome from the break.
Thank you.
So before we went for the break, we're trying to demystify this right, what actually it means. You've touched on what the state obligations are in as far as the right is concerned. So let's now switch modes to COVID-19. Like, you know that this edition of You and the Law is focusing on COVID-19 and how it has affected our human rights. And for today, we're specifically focusing on the right to food. So from where you sit, David, how has COVID-19 affected the right to food? Because I know this is your space, and perhaps you've been having interventions here and there. But from a broader lens, how has this right been specifically affected by COVID-19?
I think where we start from is it has helped. First of all,
COVID has helped?
Yes,
okay.
It has helped this particular kind of theme, the food. And why am I saying this? I want to start with being positive, because one of the essential things that the government had to even procure was food. And those, you remember that even the markets were left open, and the people were meant to sleep there to sell food.
Yes, please.
And you also remember that government also declared that farmers are essential workers.
Oh yeah, so more than lawyers.
More than even us as lawyers. But for me, that one is a positive, because it shows how important farmers are, how important food markets are, how important making provision in terms of emergencies is. But we have seen many violations. We have seen many, hunger and death, by the way. It is just because we haven't done an audit. But I know many people have died because of hunger in COVID-19. And why am I telling you this? During COVID-19, the first lockdown, we, as an organization, we did a survey. And we found out that 65% of the people, at least in Wachiso, were in their homes and they did not have any hope of
60%.
65. Yes. And we found many people who are living with illnesses, chronic illnesses, dying not because of the illnesses, but because they don't have access to food. You see, when you're supposed to take medicine, it must be taken with food.
Some even they tell you take with milk.
Or take this medicine after food.
Yes.
And then all of a sudden you are locked up. You walking or going to the hospital was first of all limited. It was very difficult. You saw pregnant people being even beaten on the road by security agencies. So many people found themselves entangled. They are at home, they don't have food, they don't have medicine. Or they have the medicine, they don't have food. That is number one. The number two, it affected food safety. How? Many people who had contaminated food put it out cheaply. Many people bought contaminated food, I'm telling you. And it showed out that even the food which government decided to give to people, 38% of that food was contaminated.
The posho...
The posho and beans that people ate.
David, how does food get contaminated?
Well, that is... You see, food... The contamination starts way back in production, in the garden. How? Be very careful when you buy food in Uganda or in the main markets in Kampala. I've started telling people and lawyers specifically, because we need to live longer and serve the community.
Yes.
Grow your own food or pick the food from where you are certain, because Ugandans are using many chemicals and the chemicals are causing cancer. Makerere University has just given out research which indicates that 98% of the food in the 5 markets in Kampala is contaminated. 98. Have you gone to these markets and you find tomatoes having whitish substance?
Yes.
At EU right now, you cannot take any product which has mancozeb. That whitish thing is called mancozeb.
It's a preservative or?
No. It is a pesticide and a fungicide, sorry. So and many people ignorantly use it even in the market. And consumers also want to buy that one with the chemical.
And then you like it in kachumbali, cutting.
And this is what I want to tell to Ugandans. That yes, we are talking about health diets, eat vegetables, eat raw food, but you need to be extremely careful. No Ugandan has the capacity, or they have the capacity, but no Ugandan produces the food that is safe for yourself, for your consumption. The many rejects from the exporters are dumped back to our market. And who regulates? Before you export any product in Uganda, there is what we call phytosanitary. You know, they check whether there are no chemicals and everything. But in Uganda, who checks whether what is put in Nakasero or everywhere?
I thought to have the National Bureau of Standards.
No, who tells you?
We have the Government Analytical Laboratory. What do they do?
They are there, and this is what we are discussing right now. That Ugandans are very comfortable with the leadership that they have, I should say. The leader, and I don't mean the political leadership. I mean the technical leadership, because we have district level leadership, which is supposed to check all this. And we are speaking to Ugandans. Some Ugandans are not listening. But where we came from, we were talking about COVID-19 and how it affected the right to food. The right to food safety, after the lifting of the lockdown, there were too many items in the shops, in the supermarkets, which had expired. Those items were never taken out. People bought.
They're disposing them cheaply.
Myself, I bought water. Water. Many Ugandans don't know that water expires.
You mean mineral water?
Mineral water. That water you buy on the shelves in those bottles. You be careful. You read the expiry date. You'll find that you are drinking expired water. Many people just bought and do. There's something that I want to tell to Ugandans.
It might make me stop eating at all.
No. Have you seen many people from Western countries? When we go to these conferences, whether abroad or everywhere, they carry water in their bottles.
Yes.
Why do they do that? Or they have water in the
tap. They get it from.
There's something that I want to communicate to all Ugandans. If we were very concerned, today we would be suing this country. Each family that has lost a person to diabetes should be suing this government for compensation.
David, so let's get back to, you're raising very pertinent issues.
And this is where it is coming from. I know you're talking about COVID-19 and the food. But this is what I want to tell you. When the government decided to give out posho, the kind of posho the government gave out, even when it is not contaminated, it is dangerous to your health. Because they were giving out refined posho. Refined. Government, that was illegal from the word go.
David, we all get maize, take to the machine, the meal for us.
Again, you see,
that's what we eat even at home. So what are you expecting the government to...
The right to food has 3 obligations, like any other right. We have the obligation to protect, we have the obligation to respect and to fulfill.
Yes.
Let me talk about the obligation to protect. Government must protect us from third parties or protect our right to food. Third parties, 94% of maize millers in Uganda are not operating food grade materials.
David, every time you drop a statistic, my heart just
this is where we
shrinks.
And this is why we are doing this work. Now, the milling machines wear out.
Yes.
So you are eating metal in the food. And here is government of Uganda accepting whoever donated kaunga. But what you are giving to your people, we even warned them. Have you heard about food terrorism? What if
food terrorism?
Yes, someone can wake up and they supply tons of posho, you give it to your people and they die. And many people die. If I'm talking about 38% of the food being affected or contaminated, it was contaminated with metal, it was contaminated with aflatoxins.
Yes, I think there was a time they rejected our maize in Kenya.
You know?
Yeah.
He was, and so many other things. The beans, you couldn't eat them. So it left many people beyond what government supplied, but these suppliers also. But again, also prices.
Yes.
We even went to court to challenge
Yes,
government.
can I ask you about that?
Yes,
case?
Our organization went to court to challenge government on its failure to regulate food, COVID and the food. Because if you decide to give out people food, and this is public expense, it must be with guidelines in the Gazette.
Yes.
But that didn't happen.
Well, maybe there was no time, David.
No,
We're all in rushing.
But we have regulations about you going to hospital,
spitting.
Yes, spitting. You must report whoever you've seen having. Did you read those regulations?
Yes.
If a minister sat and passed regulations under the Public Health Act, wasn't it proper that government ought to have passed regulations under the Food and Drugs Act?
We will have time to talk about the legality of all these things that. But you've touched on government intervention so far, and I wanted to just ask: is there anything good that came out of the government interventions? Because you seem to paint a very scary picture. What are some of the? What would you think worked in as far as government interventions to protect the right to food during COVID-19?
No.
Anything that government that you think is...
No, I want to tell you that whatever was positive was just circumstantial.
It was a mistake.
Yes. But if we are talking about deliberate intervention, whatever government did was illegal in the first place. Seriously. And I want to speak to the face of government and I tell them, whatever you did during COVID-19, giving people food, was illegal. It killed some people. If you want to do audits, do them. If you don't want to do, of course, Ugandans don't care. They will sleep in their grave and that is it. You cannot wake up and just give me a parcel that there is food there when you don't know actually what is in the parcel. And this is what I'm saying.
So meaning the government's duty to ensure
that food is safe,
of good quality,
yes,
is adequate, nutritious.
They didn't do that.
They didn't do that. David, I mean, it's a heart-wrenching, revelation. But I think let's go for a break at this point, and then when we resume, we'll then try to tackle a bit of the challenges and look forward, cast a picture that if we got into the situation in future, what are the lessons we learned? What do we need to do best? We'll have that after the break. Viewers, you're watching You and the Law, the COVID edition, and today we are hanging out with Mr. David Kabanda, the Executive Director of the Center for Food and Adequate Living Rights, a non-government organization that focuses on ensuring the right to food in this country. This is You and the Law, the COVID edition, proudly brought to you by Legal Hub Uganda in partnership with I4C Africa Hub. Let's go for a short break. We'll be back. Welcome back. This is You and the Law, the COVID edition here on House of Talent Television. My name is Jonathan Ochom, and today we're having Mr. David Kabanda, the Executive Director for Center for Food and Adequate Living Rights, to expound for us the right to food, which I think is ably done from the start. Explain how it has been affected by COVID-19, what the state has done, what has worked, perhaps what are the challenges that we encountered. And now we're trying to look to the future, David. And welcome back, really, from the break.
Thank you, sir.
I know we started from the first segment. We slightly hinted on some of these challenges that we encountered in this process. I don't know if there are any other successes or failures that you can give in the context of protecting the right to food during the pandemic.
Well, I think the government ought to have also understood, because when we are talking about right food, there are three critical elements that we must put on table. I already talked about availability of food, that the food must be available. Then the food must be adequate in terms not only that it is enough to fill the stomach, but nutritious. But it must also be accessible.
Yes.
Now, during COVID-19, we had very disturbing facts. We had food rotting in people's gardens.
Yeah.
You could even find on the road when people have even powered cabbage. You understand? We have places like Isingiro where we had matoke, a batch was going to 1,000.
Yes.
You understand? So what government ought to do, and a system that government must put in place, they should now own up the system.
The food system?
The food system. We have private and government hospitals.
Yes.
We have private and government schools. Did you get what I'm talking about?
Yes.
What is failing us here now on the right to food is we do not have a government arm when it comes to food. Because do you know what ought to have happened is if you know that food in this particular place, we are in a pandemic, but it is plenty here and here people are dying, then you must facilitate its transit to places where there is scarcity.
Yes.
Right now, we have Kalamajongs who are dying because of hunger.
Yeah.
I have seen World Food Program, crying out loud. But we have food here. We have food in some spaces. So we think that if government puts, its mind to these three elements, availability, accessibility, and adequacy, we'll go there. And I want also to mention something on adequacy.
Yes.
I made a statement that each family that has lost a person to type 2 diabetes, they need to sue this government for compensation. And you know why? Many people in Uganda don't know what and how to eat.
What and how to eat?
Yes, including us who think that we have gone to school.
Yeah, for us, I come from Teso, we get our cassava flour.
You leave the Teso.
Mix it and
No, you leave the Teso thing.
I don't know what you want us to do again.
When you leave Teso, you come to Kampala.
Yes.
And when you come to Kampala, you get accustomed into the lifestyle that happens in these streets.
But here it is matoke, David. I don't know what you're talking about now.
Are you sure it is matoke? No, it is the chapati.
Oh.
It is the Rolex. Didn't we have a minister for tourism who was promoting Rolex? But I want government to come here and challenge me on where do we grow wheat in Uganda?
Yes.
This is all imported.
Wheat.
Did you hear about people who were given food in Pade and Amdat and died? They ate food and died. They ate food which was imported. And we are questioning, we are asking government, where did this food pass from? People are just consuming chapati, but chapati is going to eat into our communities. Chapati is going to kill people. And you know why? It is delicious, people want it.
Yes.
But I'm telling you, this refined flour is going to kill all our people.
You know, David, I studied in Busoga region, so
Yes.
now I'm concerned when you say Rolex is problematic. We might be dealing with, it will be a genocide of sorts, because then it's a popular snack in Jinja,
if someone cares to do an audit on how chapati and rice is
even rice, David.
Yes. Yes. Do you
So
know
the growing kibimba as you're going to Tororo.
First, listen to me. The communities or rice-eating populations don't eat rice the way we eat it. I've been in India. The way they eat chapati is not how we eat chapati. The way they eat rice is not the way we eat rice. People eat vegetable rice. Here, you just put in the saucepan, you get a mass of white stuff, and you put it in your stomach, and then you sleep with it. It is going to kill you. Let me tell you, seriously speaking, many Ugandans are going to die before 60 years. Do you know that 85% of Ugandans are dying between 45 to 60?
You know, every time you drop a statistic, David, yeah, my heart disappears.
For me, I'm telling people, but people don't want to listen. And this is where government must come in to regulate.
Yeah, regulation.
Regulation, but also create massive. In countries like Finland, they designed a program for 5 years to do serious food literacy. If you went to Finland today, no restaurant will serve you supper past 7 p.m. No restaurant. Here in Uganda, you can eat
midnight.
Until 2 p.m. You go back home and sleep. You see,
and wake up to have breakfast at 8.
Yes. So what we are talking about, that COVID-19 found us with our problems.
Yes.
It has it has increased them because we are talking about low COVID-19 and food. Many people couldn't even get inputs to grow food because you see the entire ecosystem rotates around my mother. I work in Kampala. I work, get money, buy inputs and send to my mother.
Yes.
That didn't happen during COVID-19.
There's no movement.
There's no movement. Shops are locked down, and the entire chain was, disturbed. But of course, we are now talking about a new season. People are planting. Perhaps we'll have enough food. But when they grow the food, is the food safe? Is the food transported? Many people here are eating beef from these cows from Western Uganda, from Chiboga, from everywhere. But do you know how those cows are transported? Have you ever found a cow shivering?
Yes, yes, yes.
Do you know what that means to that meat? The moment that meat is slaughtered, it is already toxic.
The shaking of the cow makes...
Do you know how they tie their tails? And up, you see that pain on a truck for 200 kilometers, and then you bring it to the,
this place
and then you... Have you heard about formalin in meat in Kampala?
Yes.
Do you know where that story ended and why nobody is talking about it?
No.
Who told you that formalin stopped? Have you heard about people who pump chemicals into chicken?
I mean, there was a time we were happy if you're eating and you see flies. Actually, when you're buying meat, one of the tests was that you should see flies in the bush. Otherwise, if it doesn't have, then there's a problem.
Then you have a problem. Then we have fish. Everyone now has a fish pond. Not everyone, many people have fish ponds. Who regulates the fish
How do they feed?
You understand?
What do they feed on?
What do they feed on? If you, my brother Jonathan, if you still eat chicken in any of the restaurants in Kampala, you're doomed. I don't. Do you know why? I have ever been involved in the chicken business. And one time I found out that the practice is when they fall sick, sometimes it is tragic. They can even die in one day.
Yes.
They pump with, antibiotics and everything, and they bring it to the market.
It's like I want the heavy thigh.
So who regulates it? The issue is not because every farmer here is a veterinary officer
in this country.
So who regulates the poultry business?
Yeah.
Have you seen chicks coming from Nairobi, coming in on trucks? Who regulates that?
Yeah. So, David, you mentioned, I mean, you were talking about regulation, and I mean, it's really a core, state obligation. At the certain point, you're talking about inputs, about seeds that we actually plant. And I wanted to sort of try to see how can we link that to actually, food safety, ensuring that we eat right food. Because I think there have been a lot of conversations around GMOs, around what. Yeah, I wonder what your mind is in this area. Because, I mean, you are talking about COVID, but all these are interlinked. Ultimately, if I plant something which is bad down, you don't expect it to give you anything better anyway. Yeah.
I want to be on this camera and I thank President Museveni. He has rejected the GMO bill twice. And President Museveni, I want to thank you so much for that. And I want to appeal to members of parliament. Now that the president rejected that GMO bill, please don't pass it into law. What we need to work on is to advance community seed banks.
Community seed banks.
People don't have seeds. Companies have come here, they've introduced hybrids and other varieties.
Yes.
And our indigenous seeds are being eroded away.
It's a curious case because, again, where I come from, we used to have one groundnut. It was called etesot. Like, etesot would mean like from teso. And then suddenly these days we're talking about Serenat 1, Serenat 2, Serenat 3. Like all the local names, all the things that we used to have local names for, you can't find them. I can't ask you, where have they gone?
So I think now that takes us into another discussion of food sovereignty. Because it borders on food security and everything. But the only thing that I want to thank President Museveni for, he has been for our indigenous knowledge, our indigenous food. But what defeats is policy implementation and plans. Because, President, if you want us to have safe food, then you must also implement the extension workers' policies and agroecological practices in our communities. Because people no longer have the seed to plant. True. And when we get the seed to plant, we are getting these hybrids, and we do not know how
that are created in laboratory.
Yes, and how. And by the way, people must be very careful. This food is affecting our genetic makeup. Seriously speaking. And this is why it must be regulated to the core. It must be regulated. Listen, we are going into a generational crisis. And you know why? Science has indicated that we have what we call the 1,000 critical days of a human being. And where am I reading
That's about
this?
3 years.
No. From the day you are conceived to your second birthday. That is the first phase. And where am I reading this? I'm reading it from NDP 3, National Development Plan 3.
Yes.
You understand? Talking about human capital development. The moment someone conceives, or before they conceive, they must prepare the body using nutrition. You understand?
Not swallowing some...
You understand?
Pills
Then immediately after conceiving the baby, you must change diet. You understand? And after that, throughout pregnancy and giving birth, I have already talked about exclusive breastfeeding. But what do children eat after? We did a study and people picking sodas and everything to give to children. Poison. Dangerous.
David, man. Let's move now, looking at the future. Worst case scenario, in another 5 years, we get another pandemic. I mean, I hope it doesn't happen. What are those lessons that we pick from COVID-19 that can enable us safeguard the right to food? What those recommendations that you would give so that, because you know when the thing started, we thought it is fine in China. So, and I thought we had enough time to prepare. But now, just caught us off guard. So in, say, 10 years, if this ever happened again, what would be those things that you say, you know, for us to manage, if something of a similar magnitude came, this is how we would protect the right to food?
Of course, the right to food creates obligations and responsibilities. I have talked too much about obligations, but there are also obligations on people. The people, if government tells you it like this, you realize that the pandemic has killed many people who had underlying illnesses. If you had diabetes, it was very difficult for you to survive. So the first thing is eat properly. The government sometimes has created awareness, NGOs like us are doing it. Make sure that your immune system is strong. You understand? That's where we start from. In preparation for any pandemics going forward, let us eat fresh food. Let us eat safe food.
You have enough ammunition.
To fight back. That is number one. Then number two is on the obligation side, government. Where do we start from? We must make sure as government that we have food reserves. We do not have a middle, we can't take sides. It must be a well-planned system of making sure that we have a fallback position. Because the government was caught off guard. They didn't know where to get food from. They called the suppliers, donors, and it couldn't help.
Even MPs were looking for food to buy for their constituents.
So why would we be going into that mess? We ought to have our system. That is number one. Then number two, I know that Uganda is a liberal economy. But when it comes to food, government must have some level of control. It may not be upper hand, but it must have a level of control in terms of prices. Do you know I have colleagues who are lawyers who called me, Commander, what are you doing? The prices of food, the price. And people were crying about the price. Do you know that we ran out of salt during that time? It was Kenya that saved us.
Even lemon.
Lemon. People even started selling wild fruits as lemon. You understand? So government must retain some control over prices and over food. So I think the point I want to make here, COVID has taught us that the capitalistic approach to food does not work. We need to respect smallholder farmers. Government must regain some level of control, and we must have food reserves. But lastly, let us embrace environmental justice, agroecology, and make sure that people grow food within their own communities, and by within their own communities to cut down on the food miles. That you call me here one time, I'll be talking about the law and food miles.
I mean, yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Viewers, this has been a bit of an overdose, really. And really have to thank David Kabanda. I think David makes very, very valid points, and they are very simple. One, look after yourself. Ensure that your immunity is boosted. You're eating the right food, you're exercising, so that in case a pandemic came again, personally you're in position to defend yourself. But to our government, he's made a very strong case for regulation. Food is a sensitive matter. It's what enters into our bodies. So if we let people who are after money to control what enters our bodies, that could be a problem. That could be a problem for you. That could be a problem for our families, a problem for this country. With that, viewers, we come to the end of today's edition of You and the Law, the COVID edition. I've been your host, Jonathan Ochom, and we've been having Mr. David Kabanda from the Center for Food and Adequate Living Rights. Thank you so much. Next week, we'll be looking at another topical right that has been hit by the virus. Tune into House of Talent Television, and you'll get to know what that is. Bye for now.
Thank you very much. So this has been a very great talk show with Eddie Okello here. I would say that first, when you think about Build Uganda, Buy Uganda, Build Uganda, we live in a free market economy. So people are going to buy your products not because it is Ugandan. No, they're going to buy your product because they love the product, because there is value that they want to get out of that product. So make sure that you're building for the customer and that it meets the standard that the customer expects. Then the customer falls in love with the product and they are hooked. They are your customer forever. Now they happen to be Ugandan, you happen to be Ugandan. Eventually we are building Uganda. Yeah, that's one thing. The other thing is be creative in your business. Adapt to change. You know, look at all the changes. Ask yourself, what has changed in the past 5 years, or what has not changed in the past 5 years? That's also a very good question to ask, and then respond to that change or that thing that hasn't changed. You know, COVID has happened. There are a lot of things that have changed currently. People are now adapting to working remotely. You're a company, you're still asking people to come to the physical office 9 to 5. Maybe that needs to change. Maybe they need to come in a few days in a week, you know. Now you need to change your processes to allow for people to work from home, even past COVID. So these are the changes. Your customers, you still want them to come to the banking hall, maybe not, you know. Probably they can do some of the things that you require them to come to the banking hall remotely through digital channels that are existent, like WhatsApp, like Facebook, or even your website, you know. We have House of Talent here, it's broadcasting, and it doesn't have all the traditional broadcasting infrastructure that a TV station traditionally has. But here you are, you know, watching us, and you're watching us through all these channels that we have thought about and we are using. Yes, so adapt to the change, look at the things that haven't changed. If they haven't changed, then you know, build your business accordingly. Yeah, so that is my little piece of advice, and I'm also happy to receive some of the advice that you already have.
It's a CEO bench, so usually people want to assume that all CEOs are overlearned and stuff like that. So I will change the script this time around. I consider myself a certified hustler.
If I'm looking to know who you are you Ugandan? If yes, what are the values that define you as Ugandan?
That's the easiest question, I think, to answer. I am a typical Lao man from Erute North, in a place called Ogur, and where I will be laid to rest is in a village called Agweng. So if you go there and you just say Otoa Tony, they won't really know me because my father is also Otoa Tony. You have to ask for Junior, and when you're asking, you have to ask with an accent. Junior Tikwene, where is Junior? And they will identify me. But I'm typically Ugandan, only Ugandan, from Lira. I pride myself from being from Lira. Earlier on, I was joking and saying I'm the coolest Lango south of Karuma. When you cross Karuma, there are so many. But when you're down the south after Karuma, I think I'm number one.
Wow. Well, now that you know Tonyo Toa is Ugandan, and of course, what are the values that define you as a Ugandan?
I think it's the love for country, love for nation. You know, truth be told, the country is in a lot of, it's a crisis. Leadership crisis, economic crisis, social crisis. There's so many mismatching areas. But at the end of the day, it's home. You know, you cannot run and abandon your home because of the issues in your home. I think that then creates an opportunity for you to do something to change what's happening and what you see as a crisis. So in terms of what I see as a value, or what I take out of that for me, I think is just the love for country, the need to serve country the best way I can. And I mean, I can't say I can change everything, but the little I can do to create a difference, I think is more meaningful.
Wow. Mr. Tonyo Toa, growing up, what did you want to be in life? And what was the journey like for Mr. Toa?
Yeah, you know, my father is crazy. My father would call us and he would show me the compass. The idea was supposed to be a pilot. You know, the planes would fly over our house and my father would be like, yeah, you're going to be a pilot. But of course, as you grow, you realize that you have so many things that really define you. I was never a sportsman. So I enjoyed a lot of debate and, you know, a lot of indoor activities. And that is, I think, what really drove me into some of the things that I do up to today. Public speaking, the love for debates and really a lot of intellectual discourse and all this stuff. But besides that, I think it's also the fact that I won't lie. I didn't know what I wanted to be.
COVID-19 has tested our hope and faith as individuals, families, and the country at large. Besides destroying many aspects of our lives, the novel coronavirus has also affected our human rights in many ways. You and the Law, the COVID edition, is a 30-minute weekly television program that focuses on the impact of COVID-19 on human rights in Uganda. The program engages experts to explain the importance of rights-based approaches to the success of any public health response to ensure the respect, protection, and fulfillment of human rights amidst the challenges presented by COVID-19. You and the Law, the television program, brought to you by Legal Hub Uganda, taking the law to the last mile in proud association with I4C Africa Hub and House of Talent Television.
What would you tell an ordinary person, a border rider, teacher, a doctor, soldier? What would you tell them about human rights? What is this animal? Why is it important? Why should I know about it anyway?
I would simply tell them that if you're a human being, you have rights. Those rights are called human rights. They are examples: the right to health, the right to freedom from torture, that underscores human dignity, freedom from slavery. You're not supposed to be someone's slave. You're born free. The right to basic education, like primary education, A-level. The right to your religion, if you're a Buddhist, Hindu, Muslim, name it. Worship your God. The state is not supposed to tell you who to worship, how many times a day. No.
COVID-19 came and disorganized our economy, brought our health system to its knees, and along the way, affected our rights significantly. This is You and the Law, the COVID edition here on House of Talent Television. My name is Jonathan Ochom, your host. Today, we talk about COVID-19 and how it has affected our rights, our human rights that are provided for in different laws. With me in studio is an outstanding human rights lawyer, a founding partner of Kiza and Mugisha Advocates, CEO of the Environmental Shield, and recently a winner of the Human Rights Defender Award by the National Coalition of Human Rights Defenders. Aaron Kiza, you're welcome to You and the Law, the COVID edition.
Oh, thank you, and thank you for the accolades.
In House of Talent Television, what we do is we fist bump, and then we spread the love. So let's do this again. Fist bump and spread the love. That formula was taught to us by a man of God, Pastor Joshua Mugabe. He's a big fan of this television, and he says that you always have to spread the love, especially in these tough times. How have you been, Aaron?
I'm well, despite COVID-19.
Mm-hmm. I know that, like you said, it's been a tough time for many people, and as a human rights lawyer, I'm sure it also brings in lots of issues around your work. But I'm interested in actually knowing first about your model, because Kiza and Mugisha Advocates is substantially handles human rights work. How has that been working for you, and especially in this period?
In the first lockdown, we are really very busy as our clients were locked up. We had to engage with CMI. We had to engage with police.
CMI is the
Chieftains of Military Intelligence, the intelligence wing of UPDF of the military. We had to had run-ins with police, and even at some point, Nicholas was detained.
Nicholas Opio.
And together with Odu and the Somu, we didn't sit down, we kept working because COVID-19 amplified the vulnerabilities of the vulnerable people we have already served. Yes.
It's sad because those are some of the people who really work hard to defend our rights in Uganda, and having them, locked down in this period, should be a sad trajectory for our human rights as a country.
It highlighted the struggles of human rights defenders in Uganda and the risks that they face by the very virtue of defending rights. You become a target of anti-rights people in Uganda. Yes.
Well, I'm happy that you're here and you could, make it to House of Talent Television. So you talked about human rights defenders, and that sort of brings me to, first conversation around understanding, unpacking this animal called human rights. What would you tell an ordinary person, a border rider, teacher, a doctor, soldier? What would you tell them about human rights? What is this animal? Why is it important? Why should I know about it anyway?
I would simply tell them that if you're a human being, you have rights. Those rights are called human rights. They are examples: the right to health, the right to freedom from torture, that underscores human dignity. Freedom from slavery. You're not supposed to be someone's slave. You're born free. The right to basic education, like primary education, A-level. The right to your religion, if you're Buddhist, Hindu, Muslim, name it. Worship your God. The state is not supposed to tell you who to worship, how many times a day. No, you have a right to work. A right to work. You have freedom of association. So let's Bobby Wine, Nobati Mao, just like Museveni, should be free to organize political parties, political activities, and persuade Ugandans that each of them is the best candidate on a level field. But we could also associate in football clubs. We could associate.
I know Ugandans are good with
yes,
European football, especially.
Yes, so we can fight over money and Arsenal.
AC Villa and Express.
And Express, and we form associations around those, that passion, but we could also be associating over neither football nor politics. It could be economy in cooperatives. So there are many ways of associating, and it's your right to associate, or even not to associate. You shouldn't be conscripted into a group that you're not very comfortable comfortable about. And you have a right to freedom of movement. Yes, to enter Uganda, to leave it. You may need a passport for some countries, a visa even for others, a national ID if you're just going
within the region.
You have also personal liberty to move within the country, to move without restraint. Because now when you're restrained, when the police sends you under arrest, then that's arrest. That's detention. Yeah.
So now talking about rights, so where do these rights come from? Because I think you're explaining the ideas, but then where are they rooted? If I say you're violating my right to X, Y, Z, where do I refer to? Do I just imagine it in my head, or is there some sort of framework in place?
Philosophically, they root in the very idea that you're a human being. They are inherent. But legally, they are spelled out in the national constitution. And the supremo, which is the supreme law of the land, and there are a cluster of other laws that supplement the constitution to ensure that you have procedures on how to go about your rights. The Children's Act, the Human Rights Enforcement Act, the Environment Act, and other laws that come after that. So that then there are court decisions that also clarify and interpret those rights. So the freedom of religion was talked about, judicial review, access to remedy, Father Mushikire. So there are many court decisions that have pronounced themselves affirming freedom of expression. Like Onyango Bo is a famous case. Onyango Bo and Andrew Mwenda, when the state was harassing them over their speeches, journalistic work. So courts' decisions, the Constitution of Uganda, and other laws are the legal framework for human rights in Uganda.
Okay. And then slightly out of Uganda, is there a framework within the region, Africa, East Africa?
At the East African level, we have the Treaty for the Establishment of the East African Community, which talks of rule of law, of good governance, of accountability, of democracy, and even respect for universal human rights. And the broader African continent-wide, we have the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. At the international global level, we have a UN system of the International Bill of Rights, of the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, the rural rights, or the civil liberties, then the red rights, preferred mostly by China, formerly the communist bloc, and even Africa and Asia, the conventional economic, social and cultural rights. And before those two, we had the 1948 Universal Declaration of Human Rights.
Universal, that sort of cuts across the...
Yes, and I think that's the most important human rights instrument. It has all shades of human rights, and it reflected global consensus on human rights.
Okay, I think that's a good, point to go for a break, because you provided the concept and the legal framework around this. Viewers, you're watching House of Talent Television. This is You and the Law, the COVID edition. Let's go for a break, and we'll be right back.
When it comes to the law, we basically live the law, on a day-to-day basis, Whether it is in your bedroom, there is a law that governs it. If you're married, for example, even if you're single, there could be something touching on the law. Because you might be in your bedroom with an underage girl, or you might be with another person's wife. You know, all the things are the law. You know.
If you're a human being, you have rights. Those rights are called human rights. They are examples: the right to health, the right to freedom from torture, that underscores human dignity. Freedom from slavery. You're not supposed to be someone's slave.
If you look at our penal code, it sets out another marriage laws. It sets out the persons who can marry and those who cannot marry, right? For example, you can't marry your close relatives. You know, if you did, you'd be committing a crime.
The state is not supposed to tell you who to worship, how to worship, how many times a day. No, you have a right to work. A right to work. You have freedom of association.
Cohabitation for whatever period of time does not make you husband and wife, right? And that is why we emphasize to people that when the relationship is still hot, you know, you must ensure that you do what? Marry.
Yes.
You know?
For human rights to be respected, protected, and fulfilled, relevant government programs must actually work. Medicine should reach hospitals, oxygen should be there, health workers should have gloves, teachers should be present. Now they are mostly absent, and they have left the profession, a good number of them. They are into trading. So things must work. If things don't work, human rights are not respected, are not protected, and are not fulfilled.
COVID-19 has tested our hope and faith as individuals, families, and the country at large. Besides destroying many aspects of our lives, the novel coronavirus has also affected our human rights in many ways. You and the Law, the COVID edition, is a 30-minute weekly television program that focuses on the impact of COVID-19 on human rights in Uganda. The program engages experts to explain the importance of rights-based approaches to the success of any public health response to ensure the respect, protection, and fulfillment of human rights amidst the challenges presented by COVID-19. You and the Law, the television program, brought to you by Legal Hub Uganda, taking the law to the last mile in proud association with I4C Africa Hub and House of Talent Television.
This is You and the Law, the COVID edition. My name is Jonathan Ochom, your host. Today we are privileged to have Mr. Aaron Chiza, an outstanding human rights lawyer, helping us to unpack the interplay between human rights and COVID-19 pandemic. So Aaron, we're still at the level of discussing these rights. And you kept mentioning the state, you mentioned state organs like the CMI. So I thought maybe you could give us a sneak peek into the obligations, who bears human rights obligations in Uganda or even across the world.
Primary duty bearer is the government of the day, what they call the state.
The state.
Yeah, so the state of Uganda has a duty to respect your rights. So it shouldn't infringe your rights. It shouldn't illegally detain you. It shouldn't stop you from moving out of the country. It shouldn't stop you from coming back to Uganda, as they have sometimes. I mean, the time they stopped Besigye, and I think Chingi can't even dare come here. Yes. So respect. Yeah. Respect. They shouldn't torture you, and unfortunately, they fail a lot on that. Yeah. The military fails a lot. The police fails a lot. You saw even police torturing a magistrate. Yeah. On video. So they should respect. They should stay away from infringing your rights, from violating them. Then they have a duty to protect your rights, or the full spectrum of rights. So when to say they protect the rights is that they should stop third parties, like criminals, like strong multinational companies from violating your rights, from abusing your rights. For example, your right to property, it's land or right to due process. Yeah. They normally get threatened by unruly soldiers in a village removing all villagers, a big company removing all people.
I know you've been working on a number of cases in that area.
Yeah, so the state is the primary duty holder. It is before you think of a human rights lawyer, an NGO, the state should be there protecting you.
Yeah.
Of course, unfortunately, they don't understand that sometimes.
Sometimes they switch the roles.
So you find that instead of protecting you, the police, which represents the state at that level, or the RDC, or other institutions are actually hounding you out of your property, blocking you from accessing vital information.
Yeah.
So that's the antithesis of protecting your rights to information, participation, to property, to privacy, etc. State also has a duty to fulfill. That is most clearly relevant to economic and social rights, which need a lot of facilities.
Investment.
The right to food, yes, investment. The right to food, the right to education, other economic, social rights, the right to health. For example, the right to health needs proper functioning hospitals with drugs, with motivated doctors who are competent and well paid, doctors and other health workers, nurses, midwives, and so on and so forth. We need schools that are safe to live in, to occupy, with teachers that know what they are doing, are qualified, are properly inspected, and who are well paid.
Yeah, they're not complaining and striking all the time.
Yes. And the schools shouldn't be far. The schools and hospitals shouldn't be far. They should be accessible, both in terms of distance, but also in terms of economic accessibility. There should be no monetary barriers that stop people from Kanungu or Acholi from accessing schools.
So Aaron, so with that, then we got COVID-19 coming to shock our country, shocking the whole world, and along the way, destabilizing or causing a revolution, as other people have termed it. From a human rights angle, how has COVID-19 affected human rights? Could you sort of flag off some of the rights that have been directly hit by this global pandemic?
COVID-19 came hit us in 2020, which was also the electoral year. And it messed up the campaigns, because now some people had excuses for stopping you from moving. You couldn't campaign, you couldn't hold a rally, so it devalued, it degenerated the level of our politics. And the people who dared actually either campaign, if they were not of the ruling party, like you saw in the primaries, and it was like opposition, like Zake, who even was just giving out food, then you know how he ended up in a vegetative state out of a military or rather policy structure. And Kakwenza, you saw Kakwenza, was hit twice last year, in April and later in September. And those are just a few names that I can roll off, but many people. So the political, civil rights were heavily affected. The economic and social rights were compromised because the state, first of all, had no ability to fulfill its duty of fulfilling human rights, of promoting them, and it didn't even respect them, because people couldn't eat, many died, people couldn't, significant numbers couldn't access hospital facilities, and of course, to date, people haven't gone back to school. But there is a third level of human rights, of collective rights, like environmental rights. So that was also greatly compromised, because whether it is Bugoma, Semuliki, forests are going. And the tempo of deforesters increased during COVID because there was no watchful eye. Institutions like the previous NEMA officer said they couldn't do public hearings over Bugoma because of COVID. So people got many excuses for violating rights. And of course, justice was hampered, courts closed. There was little access to justice.
And lawyers were not essential workers.
Lawyers were not essential workers, neither were any other HRDs. So this whole system for facilitating human rights remedies, participation and accountability was jeopardized by COVID-19.
But you paint a picture that I could say maybe it's a little bit gloomy, but I'm wondering, from what the government did, the government interventions, yeah, there's a lockdown, justifiable, airports shut down, an attempt at online education, an attempt at food distribution and cash distribution and stuff like that. What could be sort of your assessment of some of those measures that government put in place to curb the spread of the virus, and how were they able to protect rights in your view?
Yeah, they are relevant for rights, especially economic, social and cultural rights. People need food, people need protection from further spread, hence the lockdown being justified on that account. Even the airport shutdowns were very essential to stem the tide of COVID from other countries, say the Middle East or Europe, which had bigger problems. So they were good ideas. It's just that the implementation was very weak. Food was only distributed in a few areas of Kampala. Not many were reached. Money was given to a few people, and as we are now beginning to learn, mostly the wrong people.
Oh.
Well, if they are Ugandans, can they be wrong? That's another question. But the thing is that the ideal targets, the vulnerable people,
the most vulnerable,
in Kasese, the best minority didn't get money. And the other, even in your area, you just need to call and they will tell you, no, we are still waiting for the Nabanja money, and it's not coming. And of course, unfortunately, it is thought as a government gift. It's a government duty. Government needs to do that for it to continue being government. If it doesn't, it stops. Yeah.
I also know that from the aspect of the law, there was an attempt at e-justice. I think I saw some videos of people appearing in court through video link.
Yeah, there was an attempt, and I am happy you call them attempts because they just barely scratched the surface. The justice system, like some other systems, substantially shut down. And the video conferencing for criminal cases is very limited. You tell you Uganda Road and maybe anti-corruption. Even then you had to book it. Those e-systems were problematic prior to the pandemic. Within the pandemic, they were completely overwhelmed. So you still have political detainees who are still in prison to this date. Yeah, whether it is Nook or someone who tried to flog Museveni's FJ, there are many people. Yeah, so it was a good idea, but it didn't work.
But it didn't work, and much of these are guarantees under the law and everything.
So those are negations to fundamental human rights. The failure of good government programs to be implemented, because for human rights to be respected, protected and fulfilled, relevant government programs must actually work. Medicine should reach hospitals, oxygen should be there, health workers should have gloves, teachers should be present. Now they are mostly absent, and they have left the profession, a good number of them. They are into trading. So things must work. If things don't work, human rights are not respected, are not protected, and are not fulfilled.
So overall, you could say...
The performance was dismal, 10%.
Isn't that...
I'm being generous.
With 10%?
Yes. Because if you only give food to a few people in Kawempe, only in Kampala, a few sporadic
out
people.
of about 42
so
million.
I'm generous with the 10% score. I'm only trying to make sure that I reach home.
But at least you appreciate the initiative.
Yes, very much.
The principle.
The ideas are very good. It's a good thing to give people food. We need food because we are not working. So we need to be fed. We need money to feed, because we need data and so on to communicate, because that's more important now, because we can't physically visit people we love. We need to give them phone calls, we need to text them.
We need to work.
And hopefully you are testing people in the law, outside the,
not wrong people.
Yes.
And we need to work. The internet is very
much
instrumental.
It's the new office. The new office, people really have there's a big economy on the internet, and it enables people to work even internationally. People have been in attending meetings. The good side, the flip side of COVID is that it has heightened the importance of virtual space, virtual work, of virtual jobs. Yes.
Okay. Viewers, you're watching You and the Law, the COVID edition. My name is Jonathan Ochom, your host. And today we're hosting Aaron Chiza from Kiza and Mugisha Advocate, a top human rights practice law firm in Uganda. Let's go for a break. We'll be right back. This is You and the Law, the COVID edition here on House of Talent Television. My name is Jonathan Ochom, and today we're hanging out with Aaron Chiza, a human rights lawyer in Kampala, who's done outstanding work safeguarding people's rights across this country. And today we're discussing COVID-19 and how it has affected our human rights in this country. Aaron, before we went for a break, we're talking about government interventions. You even attempted to give a score sheet. I don't know based on what parameters, perhaps the obligations that you explained at the start of the show. But we need to now sort of move forward and think about that next 5-10 years, we could be perhaps in a similar situation. What does it look for the country? How do we protect human rights? Because, I mean, these are extraordinary times. And we don't know what will hit us next. Could be a tsunami, could be another pandemic and stuff like that. But perhaps before we go into that aspect of recommendation, we could think about the lessons. So looking at COVID-19 now and how it has disrupted our lives, disrupted our rights, what do you think government of Uganda can learn? Because I remember at the start of the pandemic, they said, we've already handled Ebola before. We handled cholera before. I don't know if there was any learning applied in the COVID response, but then we could think about, we have a chance now to prepare for the future. And what sort of would you flag? Assume tomorrow you're the Minister of Health and you're at the forefront of this conversation. What lesson do you think we can pick from our response to COVID-19, especially in the angle of protecting rights?
A major right on war.
You could first say amen to my prophecy that could be the next Minister of Health.
Yeah, glory be to God. I look forward to that moment. So a major right on war said that in times of peace, prepare for war.
Yes.
So you don't need to wait for a pandemic to wait for a pandemic. We have had a ministry for disaster that's more disastrous than pandemics. That basically does nothing to prepare us.
They distribute food during
not even landslides
floods.
Found them ready in just one localized area. So we need to have to be foresighted to know that health systems should work all times, and when they are working and the pandemic comes, they will be stressed, but they will not be run down. You get me? We also need to know that the human rights do not frustrate service provision or COVID responses or pandemic responses. They actually augment and mobilize the entire population to respond, because the whole point of human rights is to encourage participation, to encourage accountability, so that less or no money meant for COVID is stolen. And when all money that is meant to build the country is put in education, in health, in the right places, then we are better able to fight COVID and any other related disease. We need to look at other countries which are doing well. We need to know that the military is a good, but it cannot be a substitute for professional services like doctors, lawyers, journalists, and so on and so forth. And that there are wars that the military simply can't fight.
Are you suggesting that we put the army at the forefront of our current response? Is that your suggestion?
That's what we did. That's what we shouldn't have done. The military cannot help you to fight a virus that is fighting inside the bodies, including of soldiers. You need doctors to diagnose the problem. You need the researchers to come up with Covidex and others. You need to, yes, another lesson is indigenous knowledge. It's very important. We shouldn't be too colonial in our thinking that we demonize as witchcraft people who come up with remedies. And here I have to thank Vesige. His remedy prescription has proved to work for many, including for myself. Yeah, people who took COVID, a good number of them, Covidex, have good testimonies. And there's also another lady from Guru Hospital, I think, Guru University, who also developed a working, she was working on a remedy for asthma, and now it was applied. So indigenous knowledge, that's how China gets to develop, that's how India develops, must combine with modern or imported knowledge, and they work together. Those are some of the lessons.
And you talked about at the start of the show, you mentioned a couple of principles of human rights, talked about participation at some point. And I'm wondering, if we're talking about fighting another pandemic or learning from this, how have those principles been utilized in the current response against COVID? And perhaps how would they inform our next intervention?
When people participate in decision making, even lockdown, either directly or through their parliaments, or their representatives, they will easily buy in. You do not need a military barracks out of the barracks to ensure that they stay home. Now, because they have participated, they have the relevant information about the dangers of a pandemic. They know if you go out, you're finished. Then because they need life, they will keep in. But when they don't participate, they will perceive this as a political project. And you don't want to fight a pandemic through politics. You need to fight it on health information.
Science.
Yeah, on science, yes.
And then you talked about accountability in the course of our conversation. How do you think that sort of helps us respond to extraordinary times like this?
Accountability helps on two levels. One, there will be transparency on the way the ministry officials, the health guys, they do their work related to COVID. They will do it transparently. People will see them. If asked questions, they will respond. The media spotlight will enable that they answer questions, they guide people. But also those who steal our money in so doing will be brought to justice.
Or those who stumble on our rights.
Those who stamp on our rights will be also brought to justice, and they will compensate the victims and so on and so forth. So it improves the governance. Accountability, just like participation, they improve COVID response governance. The quality, they improve the quality. They make us more effective in fighting COVID because they will ensure that the drugs, oxygen cylinders, oxygen itself, medical workers, teachers reach hospitals and schools. Food, actually, if it is distributed, gets to most homes at least, not a few homes, and people taking it up because you had big wigs actually taking food and taking it to the market rather than it going to sick mothers.
Someone
young children.
Yes, someone asked me that what informed, for example, the decision to either give cash or distribute food, and they were saying, you see, perhaps if the people had participated in that decision-making process, maybe we could be having a different story than what we're hearing these days. In our start, again, we had a conversation around equality, and I'm wondering, how do we promote equality or non-discrimination in a COVID response?
Yeah.
Because you correctly said, some people are vulnerable, and then they are not sort of getting the attention that is commensurate to their need compared to perhaps yourself, who can survive a few months without under lockdown or whatever.
Yeah, the human rights concept of equality and non-discrimination, it helps vulnerable to lead a dignified life. In a sense, the state as a primary duty bearer will not allow only one cluster, class, or caste of society to keep alive while others are dying of hunger. You get me? To one class to access medicine while others are not accessing medicine just because they are in far-flung areas or because they cannot afford the money to buy it.
Or they can get a travel pass to fly out of the country.
Fly out, or because they cannot fly out because, first of all, they will not have a passport. Or they will not even afford the means to go to the... It's not easy to move from Chisolo to Entebbe airport or from Kabaramaido. Yeah, it takes some money. It takes even some knowledge, some education. It takes privilege. Now, human rights, especially equality and non-discrimination, ensure that even those people get the basics of life. They get the medicine, they get food, they have clothing, regardless of whether it's a pandemic or not. Yeah, and it's precisely the duty of government to ensure that these social services reach these people wherever they are at all times, including in a pandemic. People should never stop eating because it's a pandemic. People should not die,
miss school,
avoidable death, miss school just because it's a pandemic. The duty of government is to ensure that people get all these amenities regardless of a pandemic. If it means providing free internet to all villages in the country, ensuring there is electricity throughout, and active distribution of food to all families, so be it.
And when we, in the course of this conversation, we had a chat around the legal framework of human rights. During Uganda's COVID response, which is still ongoing, there was a debate at a certain point around the issuance of presidential directives, and there was people saying that, we're enforcing the directive. And then there was a school of thought that no, actually, the power to make these laws and regulations is actually vested in one person, like the Minister of Health and things. I thought I could pick your mind there as a lawyer, because I know legality is a core aspect of human rights. It's an underlying principle. What's your thought around the interplay between presidential directives?
Yeah, the marking guide is simple.
The marking guide
was their participation of the people in the COVID responses, or it was just the president sitting with a clique of ministry officials and proclaiming to all of us what we should do or should not do? Was there accountability of people who stole all these things? There is a constitution, was it respected? Because the constitution is the supreme law, and you don't declare an emergency except within the confines of the constitution.
Of the law.
Was it done? It was not done in the constitution. If it was done according to the constitution, it would have been through parliamentary resolution, and parliament would have had oversight over the situation. But even legally speaking, parliamentarians were not allowed to move.
They were not essential.
They were not essential workers. Yes. So legally speaking, there were many issues, including those overarching principles of participation of ordinary people in this process was lacking.
Of enacting
it
the
became
laws.
a one-man show, and in an election season, it is understandable, especially if you're yellow.
Yeah, but I think the provisions were generally good. For example, I know one of the regulations was like, no spitting in public. And, these are all measures meant to contain the situation. Isn't it understandable? Is it in black and white that you can't move away from certain rights, or you must stick to...
Whatever you do, the beginning must be right. Yeah, so if you use a colonial religious law in the preference of our constitution, which made yesterday, 95, there is a problem from there. As for spitting in public, it's unfortunate you even need a new law. Because, it's a basic ethical issue that spitting in public, you are nauseating other people, and you could cause a spread of not just COVID-19, but these other airborne diseases.
People could be losing their appetite because they are seeing you.
Yeah.
And Aaron, back to your core work, as a human rights defender. How do you see how should actors like yourself prepare to deal with the pandemic in future as we come to the end of this show?
At a personal level, I think we need to learn to be forced to save. We have to cut on our appetite for expenditure and what we spend on, and just be a little more frugal, and also to know that the times have changed. COVID is upon us. We don't know when it is going to come to an end, but we need to be there to see it end.
All right. Yeah. What a powerful way to end the show. Viewers, you've been watching House of Talent Television. This is You and the Law, the COVID edition. It's been me, your host, Jonathan Ochom, alongside our guest, Aaron Chiza from Chiza and Mugisha Advocate. Thank you so much for listening, and we look forward to the next episode. I'll be discussing yet another human right, specifically identifying various rights that have been hit by this pandemic and how we can maneuver through them. Until then, see you.
COVID-19 has tested our hope and faith as individuals, families, and the country at large. Besides destroying many aspects of our lives, the novel coronavirus has also affected our human rights in many ways. You and the Law, the COVID edition, is a 30-minute weekly television program that focuses on the impact of COVID-19 on human rights in Uganda. The program engages experts to explain the importance of rights-based approaches to the success of any public health response to ensure the respect, protection, and fulfillment of human rights amidst the challenges presented by COVID-19. You and the Law, the television program, brought to you by Legal Hub Uganda, taking the law to the last mile in proud association with I4C Africa Hub and House of Talent Television. Has tested our hope and faith as individuals, families, and the country at large. Besides destroying many aspects of our lives, the novel coronavirus has also affected our human rights in many ways. You and the Law, the COVID edition, is a 30-minute weekly television program that focuses on the impact of COVID-19 on human rights in Uganda. The program engages experts to explain the importance of rights-based approaches to the success of any public health response to ensure the respect, protection, and fulfillment of human rights amidst the challenges presented by COVID-19. You and the Law, the television program, brought to you by Legal Hub Uganda, taking the law to the last mile in proud association with I4C Africa Hub and House of Talent Television.
There's a very famous case to lawyers. Many lawyers know this case, the case of Hyde versus Hyde.
Yeah.
You know, they say marriage is one man, one woman, to the exclusion of others.
Yeah.
So that means that if you choose to go today before a priest in a church, a reverend, a pastor, whoever, whatever name they may be called,
apostle, prophet,
or prophet, whatever, you know, you must understand that you can only marry one spouse at a time.
Hello, welcome to this edition of You and the Law. My name is Jonathan Ochom, your host. You and the Law is simply what it is, you and the law. In this show, we try to demystify the law for the ordinary person, make it simple for a teacher, for a lawyer, for a farmer, for a doctor, for a border rider, for a cleaner, everyone in our society. This program touches on every aspect of our lives that relate to the law. Is it marriage? Is it property? Is it land? Is it traffic? Anything that touches on the law will be discussed in this program. Today, we're going to have an interesting conversation that will focus on the institution of marriage. I know most of us have attended marriage functions. Some of us are married. Most of us viewers are married. But what does it mean to be married? How does the law look at marriage? So this conversation today will focus on demystifying the whole topic around marriage and how it is viewed from the eyes of the law. And to help us do this, I have a learned mind with me, and it's none other than my friend, my colleague, Emmanuel Elau. Emma, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you so much. Hello, viewers. Thank you for having me on the show.
In House of Talent TV, we welcome our visitors with a fist bump.
Thank you.
We've been told that when you fist bump, you spread the love. So you do this, then you spread the love. Yeah, so Emma, how have you been?
Well, I've been great.
Yeah, we're coming in from 42 days of a lockdown. How has it been on your end?
It's been quite difficult. You know, you wake up in the morning, you sit around the compound, you look at the time. You know, you lose sense of the calendar because you fail to understand which is a Monday and which is a Sunday.
You're even lucky that you have a compound. Some people live in one-bedroom houses and have nothing to look except their iron sheets.
Yeah, sure.
And really, you're our first guest really on this program. And why do you think it's sort of important for people to just know about the law? Because I know you've been teaching law and practicing law for all these years. Yeah.
Yes. Well, thank you. You know, when it comes to the law, we basically live the law. You know, on a day-to-day basis. You know, whether it is in your bedroom, there is a law that governs it. If you're married, for example, even if you're single, there could be something touching on the law because you might be in your bedroom with an underage girl, or you might be with another person's wife. You know, all the things are the law. You know, when you jump on a border, there is law. When you're driving, we're talking about traffic. You know, if you go to a restaurant, you must ensure that you have the money because you're consuming someone's energy and investment. You know, so you must be able to pay for that. So we interact with the law at all times.
It's part of our everyday life.
Yes. So it's very much important that everyone appreciates the law and understands it at a certain level.
Okay. Yes. So today I know there are many issues, but today we sort of want to narrow our discussion around the institution of marriage.
Yes.
Because, of course, I'm sure most of us, like ourselves, are products of marriage, and probably for most of the population in Uganda are a result of marriage. So I thought I'd sort of start with the foundational issues and then just try to, seek, to pick your mind on what, marriage means, especially, from a legal, from the legal side of things.
Yes. Well, thank you. So if you look at the institution of marriage, we as a country, we are an independent state, right? So that means that we have our own laws within the country that govern different aspects of life. And that includes marriage, right? And so we have different types of marriages, which are applicable in this country. And each marriage has its own characteristics, which are, which are associated with it.
Yeah,
right?
but perhaps we could just start by the whole concept of marriage, like what it is, like sort of paint that picture for the person. I'm sure many people could be saying, but yeah, we know this, but I know the law sort of has its own way of looking at things. Yeah.
Yes. So if you look at marriage generally, most people associate marriage with going to church you know, or going before a chief administrative officer or a registrar of marriages. Now, if you ask a question that what is marriage, you know, marriage primarily is a voluntary union, you know.
Voluntary union.
One man and one woman.
Okay.
That is if you're going to church.
Yeah.
In other instances, it can be a voluntary union between one man and maybe 2, 3, or more women.
Okay.
You know, so it only depends on what type of marriage you're comfortable celebrating, because that determines how many partners you can have.
So are you trying to say, when you say a man and woman, it could be just any man and woman? Are there like sort of any guidelines on who the man and who the woman, you know, should be in terms of how the relations that exist in society, that exist in any community? Is there sort of some qualification of who the man and who the woman should be?
Well, thank you. So if you look at the Constitution of Uganda, which is the supreme law of this country, right? It sets out the age within which one is able to found a family.
Okay.
And so that age is set at 18 years.
Oh.
Right? So anyone above the age of 18 years can celebrate marriage of whatever kind, right? But also importantly, it's between a man and a woman.
Okay.
That's as per the laws in Uganda, right? So if you meet that threshold, then you're good to go.
Okay. And what in terms of the people, like relations that exist within people? Because we hear that in some countries people can marry, you know, cousins or relatives. I don't know what's the situation in Uganda.
Well, it is the same position here. If you look at our penal code, it sets out another marriage laws. It sets out the persons who can marry and those who cannot marry, right? For example, you can't marry your close relatives. You know, if you did, you'd be committing a crime. You know, but of course we know that in some parts of this country, maybe people could marry maybe close relatives. But generally, the law does not permit you to marry, for example, your brother, your cousin.
Oh.
Yeah.
Interesting. But I think even these aspects, even culturally, even without the law, I think our culture sort of have certain positions.
Yes.
On,
Yes.
you know, you can't marry from this. I know that the family where I come from, my grandfather, for example, his closer friends, you know, became part of our family. So I remember my mom has always told me that when they were growing up, they were told, those are not our blood relations, but we don't expect any of you to, you know, to think of marriage because, you know, we have, you know, sort of created that tight, you know, bond. So I think even culturally, the position has been sort of clear. So in your sort of introductory remarks, you talked about that there are different, you know, types of, you know, marriages.
Yes.
Because you said some people can marry up to 2, 3, even endless women. Others only require one. Maybe could you just run us through the different, you know, types of marriage that exist in Uganda?
Okay. Well, thank you. Like I said earlier, the most common form of marriage that people celebrate in Uganda is either church marriage, you know, or customary marriage.
Okay.
Now,
you could just take, so what's the customary marriage essentially?
So customary marriage is marriage which is celebrated according to the customs of a given place, you know, most especially of the woman. So if you're marrying a lady, say from Teso or from Buganda, you celebrate that marriage according to the cultures and the customs of the people in that particular area, right? So that is the customary marriage. And of course, the threshold is still the same. The lady and the man should be above 18 years.
So what you're suggesting, because you talked about depending on the culture, so
Yes.
you're suggesting that the people from Teso have their own ways of doing it. People from Buganda, from Korea, and other parts of the country have, it's based on that. They don't have like a uniform guideline.
Exactly. There's no uniform guideline, so it is about the cultures in a given place. So like you've said, in Teso, you'll find that different practices when it comes to marriage. In Buganda, it's different. If you go to Ankole, it's different, right? So because the law recognizes customs, to the extent that they are not inconsistent with the constitution, so you find that the law allows people in that different cultural settings to celebrate marriages, those customary marriages, according to their customs.
Okay. You talked about the fact that, you know, there are basic standards that are cut across, even if they're in different cultures. You mentioned age as one of them.
Yes.
What could be sort of the other cultural, you know, requirements in Uganda? Because I know there are things around, you know, payment of bride price in other areas. I don't know, sort of, could you run us through salient features of, of customary law in the context of marriage?
Well, yes, like I've said, so one, the persons who are intending to get married should be above 18 years, right? I've also said it has to happen between a man and a woman, because our cultures and the law do not permit homosexual kind of relationships.
Yeah, same sex.
Yes, to be legalized, okay. Right? And also there is a very important aspect of the payment of the bride price.
Yeah.
If you're coming to marry someone from Teso, you must pay cows.
Yes. Yeah.
If you're coming to Buganda, there have been these jokes people tell that in Buganda you simply walk with some tomatoes, vegetables, and maybe is it called a chisambi? This is the cow.
The thigh.
The thigh of a cow. You move with that. So that's some form of bride price that you give to the family of the bride, right? Yeah. Though of course in the past we have had really some contentions when it comes to payment of the bride price. Yeah. And these debates have been happening across the country as to whether people should actually be paying bride price because some people are saying it is discouraging people from getting married.
Well, those are conversations probably for another day. Yes. So that's customary. So yes. What could be the other type of marrying?
Well, the other common type of marriage, like I said, was the church marriage.
Yeah.
Now, in church marriage, you have a person who is above 18 years marrying one woman, right? Now, according to the definition, if you look at the legal definition of marriage, as brought from the UK, who were our colonizers anyway, there's a very famous case to lawyers. Many lawyers know this case, the case of Hyde versus Hyde.
Yeah.
They say marriage is one man, one woman, to the exclusion of others.
Yeah.
So that means that if you choose to go today before a priest in a church, a reverend, a pastor, whoever, whatever name they may be called,
apostle or
prophet, whatever, you must understand that you can only marry one spouse at a time.
Oh, and so that's sort of different from the customary position.
It's different.
Yeah.
With customary, for as long as you stay in that lane of customary marriage, you can marry 1, 2, 3, up to infinity. It's about your ability to pay the bride price to the different families you're marrying from, right? But when it comes to church marriage, you're only marrying one person at a time. At a time, I must emphasize, yes. So if you want to move on to the next person, you must first divorce before you...
And then you contract another person.
Yes.
But there's been this conversation around sort of the church you should go to.
Yes.
There seems to be some legal position on how church is getting sort of the necessary approvals or whatever. I don't know if you want to throw more light on that.
Well, so if you choose to celebrate marriage in any given church, you have an obligation to ensure or to do a search to establish that that church is registered for purposes of conducting that marriage. Right? Okay. Because church marriages are conducted under authority of the government.
Yes.
Because ordinarily it's the government that should be conducting these marriages. Right? Yeah. So because government has licensed some churches to do this, you who is intending to get married, you have to ensure that that church is licensed, because otherwise you'll be celebrating no marriage
at all. I think that's a very important point, and we'll go for a break at this point. Viewers, you're watching You and the Law, a program that seeks to demystify the law for you and any other person in the community. We're going for a short break and we'll be right back. COVID-19 came and disorganized our economy, brought our health system to its knees, and along the way, affected our rights significantly. This is You and the Law, the COVID edition here on House of Talent Television. My name is Jonathan Ochom, your host.
When it comes to the law, we basically live the law, on a day-to-day basis, Whether it is in your bedroom, there is a law that governs it. If you're married, for example, even if you're single, there could be something touching on the law, because you might be in your bedroom with an underage girl, or you might be with another person's wife. All the things are the law.
If you're a human being, you have rights. Those rights are called human rights. They are examples: the right to health, the right to freedom from torture, that underscores human dignity. Freedom from slavery. You're not supposed to be someone's slave.
If you look at our penal code, it sets out another marriage laws. It sets out the persons who can marry and those who cannot marry, right? For example, you can't marry your close relatives. You know, if you did, you'd be committing a crime.
The state is not supposed to tell you who to worship, how to worship, how many times a day. No, you have a right to work.
It's a CEO bench, so usually people want to assume that all CEOs are over-learned and stuff like that. So I will change the script this time around. I consider myself a certified hustler.
If I'm looking to know who you are you Ugandan? If yes,
about the shots.
What are the values that define you as Ugandan?
Did you discuss
That's the easiest question, I think, to answer. I am a typical Lao man from a rooted north in a place called Ogur. And where I will be laid to rest is in a village called Agwe. So if you go there and you just say Otoa Tony, they won't really know me because my father is also Otoa Tony. You have to ask for Junior, and when you're asking, you have to ask with an accent. Junior Tikwene. Where is Junior? And they will identify me. But I'm typically Ugandan, only Ugandan, from Lira. I pride myself from being from Lira. Earlier on, I was joking and saying I'm the coolest Lago south of Karuma. When you cross Karuma, there are so many. But when you're down the south after Karuma, I think I'm number one.
Wow. Well, now that you know Tony Otoa is Ugandan, and of course, what are the values that define you as a Ugandan?
I think it's the love for country, love for nation. You know, truth be told, the country is in a lot of, it's a crisis. Leadership crisis, economic crisis, social crisis. There's so many mismatching areas. But at the end of the day, it's home. You know, you cannot run and abandon your home because of the issues in your home. I think that then creates an opportunity for you to do something to change what's happening and what you see as a crisis. So in terms of what I see as a value, what I take out of that for me, I think is just the love for country, the need to serve country the best way I can. And I mean, I can't say I can change everything, but the little I can do to create a difference, I think is more meaningful for me.
Wow. Mr. Tony Otoa, growing up, what did you want to be in life? And what was the journey like for Mr. Otoa?
Yeah, you know, my father is crazy. My father would call us and he would show me the compass. The idea was supposed to be a pilot. You know, the planes would fly over our house and my father would be like, yeah, you're going to be a pilot. But of course, as you grow, you realize that you have so many things that really define you. I was never a sportsman. So I enjoyed a lot of debate and, you know, a lot of indoor activities. And that is, I think, what really drove me into some of the things that I do up to today. Public speaking, the love for debates and really a lot of intellectual discourse and all this stuff. But besides that, I think it's also the fact that I won't lie, I didn't know what I wanted to be.
Completely disconnect VPN. Welcome to the CEO Bench, ladies and gentlemen from all across the world. My name is Eddie Okila, and of course the CEO Bench exists to bring you the stories of people who are on the top, doing it on the top, leading on the top, people who have been through change management, and of course are transforming lives, and they have transformed their own personal lives to reach there, as well as those who are headed to the top. What are their stories? What have they been through? What can we learn from them? Do they have some really interesting experiences to share with us? Yes, they do. And of course, on the CEO Bench this week, this morning, or this evening, or this afternoon, depending on which part of the world you are located, is the one and only the man who needs no introduction, the African youngest man on planet Earth,
that is doing great and amazing stuff. Been over to the creative industry, done that, is now thinking for different businesses at different levels. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you my guest this morning, Bedford Buyungo, aka Professor in the Making. Welcome to the show.
Thank you so much.
Great to have you on the show this morning.
Thank you so much.
How have you been?
I'm great.
You have been overwhelmingly nominated to come back to the CEO bench. Would you like to tell us why would these people overwhelmingly nominate you by over 30 votes to come back to the CEO bench, yet you have been on the CEO bench before?
I wouldn't know, but I appreciate them. They are in a better position to let you know. Yeah.
Well, thank you very much. Bedford, we want to just go straight to our interview this morning. And of course, I want you to just share with us a few of the things, the journey, and of course what you have been through and what you're still going through as a person on the top. The CEO bench is a very interesting place to be. We look at things from a different perspective, and I want to just give you a small background to what the CEO bench is about. One, we focused on individual people who are leaders and in position of leadership.
Yeah.
The program, of course, is focused on discussion about leadership, change management, and transformation, both at individual level and as well as the corporation levels where you are, as well as the community where you live, and the nation where you lead or where you reside. All of us are leaders in our nations, but people often think that only people who are defined by political boundaries are the ones who are leading. But all of us are leaders at our levels, and it's important that we keep reminding people that even as a border man on the streets of Kampala or in the streets of any streets of the city anywhere in Africa, you are a leader. Because the things you're doing at that level is leadership. How you change your life from a border person to becoming a taxi driver, to becoming a bus driver, to becoming a pilot is what we're calling change management at that level. But also, if you're moving from being a creative person at your level to becoming a creative thinker, to becoming a strategist, to becoming a research and developer person, and for being that person that think for brands and think for businesses and create things, that's change management.
True.
When we're looking at transformation, we look at the foray of moving from this one space to the next space to the next space is key for us going forward. And that is what the CEO bench exists for. And so this morning, I want to ask you this question, which I've asked you before.
Yeah.
If I am looking for a small and fast and quick definition of who Bedford Buyungo is, what would be your definition of who you are?
First, I identify as a Pan-Africanist who has passion for research and development.
Yeah.
And yes, I'm an entrepreneur, and I think in there has many things. When you talk about Pan-Africanism, it means you're pro-Africa, you're pro-African progress. When you talk about research and development, it has an element of research, it has an element of development, developing products or brands or whatever field you're applying R&D. And when you talk about entrepreneurship, still it speaks to something. And there is reason why those three things. There is reason for Pan-Africanism, there is reason for R&D, there is reason for entrepreneurship.
Yeah.
And for me, it is that I as a Pan-Africanist, I was like, the only way we can progress Africa is probably through the element of economics. So yes, I know other elements work hand in hand, but yes, we've tried politics and people have played us. We've tried all other elements, even donor, funding, and we've not gotten to places we've gotten to. So I was like, why don't I get this craft, R&D craft, and be able now to birth products. We, of course, with my marketing and brand knowledge, to birth brands from end to end and go compete in the world.
Yeah.
And I saw that as an opportunity to birth brands and compete on the global stage. Like Andrew Garcia says, he said that Africa needs needs trade, not aid. So when you say Africa needs trade, not aid, it means that you need to put something on that table for the people to buy. There is a lot of things that work for you to be able to sell in the States, for you to be able to sell in Asia, for you to be able. But thank God that every region of the world, God has put something unique. So the avocado that I'm going to sell from Uganda is not the same as the one that someone I'm going to compete with from Asia has. So in a nutshell, and I'm reminding people who get confused of who I am, that I'm simple, a Pan-Africanist who has a passion for research and development and entrepreneurship.
Wow. Well, you now know more about Bedford Buyungo. He's more of a professor than just a simple man you know. Of course, if all the professors were as simple as him in their making, I think would go far. And of course, the last time he was here, he said that, you know, I am a self-proclaimed professor. And of course, you can see from there that you don't have to have a definition beyond the boundaries to understand what he has just said and to believe with him. But I would like to welcome you to the CEO Bench, and I would like to encourage you today to make this program as interactive as possible. Share with us what your comments are and even your kisses and disses. When we say kisses and disses, I mean, tell us we're doing very good. We will be able to take that feedback. And if you think we're not doing very well, tell us what you would want to see. And the CEO Bench is here to make sure that you actually have that information. And now straight to our discussion, Bedford. I just want to take you through to a couple of things that people have been talking about.
Yeah.
You have been the newest CEO on the bench of your company. And by definition of a CEO is not just that you have too many. We often believe that to be at a CEO bench, you need to have many layers of system put in place or structures that put in place. And I'm saying, yes, that's true, but what about the CEO who still starts the company from scratch, gets it to a certain level, and start to cross the boundaries? And moving to continents. And when you cross to the continent, you of course fully now become the CEO definition we're looking for. And you've been doing this from the Saint Africa. We've seen the brand cross the borders and become something of a development. You're working on another brand called the Voyage Africa, if I get the name very right.
African
Voyage, which is the boat building company. And the thinking is great. The motivation is great. We just want to start from there. Where do you draw your motivation to think like this from?
I partly tackled that in the first question. There's something called vision, and I think I talked about it last time we were here. Once you have a vision, then your picture is about 70% clear. The 30% I'll leave it to God. So when you have a clear picture, then the Mzungu or the white man says the end justifies the means. When I want to go to Kampala and I'm using public means, I behave differently from the man who is using public means from Kampala to Masaka. One is going far, one is going near. And by default, when you're seated in a taxi and you're going to Ntinda, the normal saying is Momasao. So you know that it's close, but because you're very clear of where you're going, your behavior follows automatically. It means I don't need to greet my neighbor because soon it's going to be Masao. So the posture even changes. When I'm, for example, at the front seat, I'm looking around, and soon I say, conductor, Masao. But the guy going to Masaka or Kigali using Masaka Road, by default, the posture is going to change. The first thing you do is, how are you, because anything can happen along the way. So the vision is very important, and my vision is deeply linked to where Africa is going. And no one has come out to tell us about where Africa is going. The 54 countries have not sat, or African Union, and probably made it clear that Africa needs to be this, Africa needs to be that by this time. It might be there, documents, but not in one statement that Africa needs to be this. So many of us Pan-Africanists, the doers, the talkers, the many Pan-Africanists, or people who are pro-Africa, everyone has their contribution to African progress. Now mine is deeply linked to African economic, African progress. And since I come from the brand world, marketing world, I decided that I will champion the global brands that are coming from Africa. I know many people have gone before me, but mine is to contribute to African brands and see them compete globally, because I know when the African brands are competing globally, that means jobs, that means many things, and that means good life, good health, many things.
Wow.
Yeah.
Bedford, a lot of the nomination that came this time around to bring you back to the CEO bench were a number of people who started their companies. From the data we're seeing at the CEO bench here, a number of people who started their companies, and just in 2019, some of them had great aspirations.
Yeah.
They had moved out from their jobs and started something else, and they were doing really great, and they had plans. The visions were clear, the missions were clear, and then the pandemic came from nowhere, and it is accounted for to have started somewhere in China, and nobody saw it making its way in January or by December 2019 and January 2020, it arrived here. Most of us were expecting it to be here a little bit much later because China is really far away from Africa. But it made its way here quite faster and quicker. And a lot of these companies, a lot of these individuals that started these companies, that moved from their former employment to start these companies, are now facing a big challenge of even extinction and slipping back to employment. Some of them are really running mad, and talking about guys who started the company by employing from 10 to 15 to 20. I met one of them yesterday that says he employs 45 people from when he started, and now he's going to have to cut down everyone because the vision is not going where it's supposed to be. Pandemic has happened. How do we help such fellows move forward? How have you been able to do it? Because you've been in the same space. Almost around the same time is when the Saint Africa comes. And it rolls out and it's working. What would be the best advice to give from one, the background perspective of a marketer, brand developer, an advertiser, and now an entrepreneur, as well as a Pan-Africanist who is thinking from a different perspective altogether?
Thank you so much for that question, and for the people who nominated me along those lines. It's sad what is happening and what is going on in the world, then Africa, and of course our country. It is sad, and no one saw this coming. But even in what I call such Kavio, there is always a blessing. So I'll start by encouraging these people to accept that the foundations are shaken. You did mention around 29 people had started business. I think we were online in 2020. Saint Africa started selling globally in 2020. And so the first thing is to accept. So acceptance really takes you far. It means it's going to manage your posture. It's going to influence your posture towards the issues. And I did, when you told me about this, I did write something. Probably that's the reason you call me professor. Yes, it's an interview, but I take the opportunity to teach. And I'm not a professor that has been awarded a degree. It's just a nickname. So, like I said, the first thing, and our viewers can even get pen and paper, and then we write a few things down to guide us. So I did write 11 points on how to maneuver. I don't know if we have the time to, but I'll be first. And feel free to interject, and we'll make it interactive, enjoyable, and quite something for our viewers. So like I said, mine was to first accept that the foundations are shaken, because now that is going to help you measure, where the cracks are. But if you sail through and like nothing is happening, then you have a problem. It's like an ostrich buried their head in the sun and think the whole body is not being seen, but the whole of the body is on the other side. So point number 2 is to by not making things worse, is to act. To apply action, to act. And first we said that you accept, and then now we are saying you act. Of course, businesses have different challenges. Like your friend you talked about has 45 guys. He has to think about how to survive the 45 guys, how to lay off the 45 guys. He has different challenges, but it's not just 45. It's the rent, it's the many things. So the thing is to act. Act. If you have a rent, then you need to write to the landlord. Is to act. And pick yourself up, be strong. I know where strength is going to come, because it's hard to tell someone who's lost even friends and family to be strong. But we need to be strong for each other. And part of why we're even spending this time is to help our friends be strong. Is to help them, strengthen their resolve in them, making a way through this pandemic. So the point number 3 that I wrote is dealing with reality, not fiction.
Wow.
You get what I mean? So reality, I talked about in a previous point about when you're talking about rent, for example, that's the reality. You probably rent an office of, say, $1 million Uganda shillings, and yes, you need to deal with that reality. You need to write to your employees, to the landlord. That's the action we talked about. But the reality is not dealing with fiction, what people are saying, what you had the other side. You analyze and then you act.
Wow.
The other day, I think I was seen on social media walking, but I wasn't walking for fun. You know what I mean? I wasn't walking for fun. I had a deal.
The business.
I had a business in town. And someone was paying some money for me to do something, and I was like, okay,
can't drive?
I can't drive because I'm not amongst essential workers, and I didn't have a bicycle. So I was like, and in Entebbe, I thought about where to buy a bicycle. Probably I thought they would be more expensive. So I'm like, you know what? I'm going to walk. So I prepared that night, ate fruits, did all what I thought would take me through the 42 kilometers, and I walked. So as people are enjoying my walking moment, because I shared it on social media, internally I knew that I'm going to finish something. So that way, I managed to walk and get to Kampala after 4.5 hours, and I was able to you meet my client and then go through that.
So it was actually working for you to go
to do business.
To do business.
Yeah.
Now, I just want to just hold it right there, and I want to interject from that point. Many of us, when we become CEOs, or by CEOs, I mean Chief Executive Officer. It means that there are smaller other executive people under you here that runs probably finance, human resource, administration, that runs marketing here.
Yes.
But you are now the chief because you are now looking at things from a visionary point of view, directional point of view, and finding the pathways for us to get there and solving the problem that the team here not. So one of them is to get business and to connect business to them. Then they can do the business. That's the CEO we're looking for.
Definitely.
Yeah. So at that level, and we learned this from a business development manager called Dr. Jean-Paul Olowo.
Yes.
Talked about it on the show here. And we learned something from there that at that level you're focusing on strategic partnerships and direction.
Yes.
Now, many CEOs at that level can't sit on borders,
yes.
don't want to walk on the road, and when they can't move when there's no vehicle, they're always driven.
Yeah.
But yet we saw you here with Saint Africa. I don't know whether Ugandans and many Ugandans or many Africans actually understand or been to that website to see what Saint Africa is really putting out there. But when we see you walking from there, 42 kilometers to Kampala, and we're enjoying the walk, and you are coming to meet another CEO who is giving you business, and when I learned of the business volume that you are picking from this CEO and going, it was such a very, I would say, mind-boggling situation.
Yeah.
To see how when we rise to a certain level, we can't come down.
Yeah.
What informed your decision to do that?
It's still, I was looking at the business and I'm like, of course I couldn't send anyone.
They are also in lockdown.
They are also in lockdown, but also I was meeting the CEO. So he needed to be at that level. So he's like, are you able to make it? And I'm like, yes, I'm able to make it. I didn't tell him how. So I started working, and for me it was what I'm winning for the rest of the company. And of course, when I win that, I win it on behalf of the rest. So it is always on behalf of the rest. I'll go the extra mile.
Yeah.
Yes.
Wow. We want to take a break, Bedford, and when we come back, you'll pick it up from point number 4, which is the reality. We're learning from the CEO and as well as the business proprietor, the founder, and you nominated him to come to the show. He has 11 points so far, 3 knocked down, and I think that 1, think about it, if I'm not mistaken. Number 2, take action. Number 3, look at the reality. All right, we'll be right back after the break.
Fitness Junction would love to thank you for your continued support and patience during these trying times. With the ongoing pandemic, we have come up with different standards of operation that can keep you safe and keep us safe. Come have a quick tour with me.
It's a CEO bench, so usually people want to assume that all CEOs are over-learned and stuff like that. So I will change the script this time around. I consider myself a certified hustler.
If I'm looking to know who you are you Ugandan? If yes, what are the values that define you as Ugandan?
That's the easiest question, I think, to answer. I am a typical Lao man from Erute North, in a place called Ogur, and where I will be laid to rest is in a village called Agweng. So if you go there and you just say Otoa Tony, they won't really know me because my father is also Otoa Tony. You have to ask for Junior, and when you're asking, you have to ask with an accent. Junior Tikwene, where is Junior? And they will identify me. But I'm typically Ugandan, only Ugandan, from Lira. I pride myself from being from Lira. Earlier on, I was joking and saying I'm the coolest Lago south of Karuma. When you cross Karuma, there are so many. But when you're down the south after Karuma, I think I'm number one.
Wow. Well, now that you know Tony Otoa is Ugandan, and of course, what are the values that define you as a Ugandan?
I think it's the love for country, love for nation. You know, truth be told, the country is in a lot of, it's a crisis. Leadership crisis, economic crisis, social crisis. There's so many mismatching areas. But at the end of the day, it's home. You know, you cannot run and abandon your home because of the issues in your home. I think that then creates an opportunity for you to do something to change what's happening and what you see as a crisis. So in terms of what I see as a value, or what I take out of that for me, I think is just the love for country, the need to serve country the best way I can. And I mean, I can't say I can change everything, but the little I can do to create a difference, I think is more meaningful.
Wow. Mr. Tony Otoa, growing up, welcome back to the CEO Bench. This is the CEO Bench, where you get to interact with those who have done it, those who are doing it, and those who are on the top. And of course, on the program this morning, we have Bedford Buyungo back on the program, nominated with 30 votes. And the biggest number of the votes was, can you bring back that gentleman to the show so that we can get a lot more from him about how do we navigate the situation in this pandemic situation that we're having right now. And I know that every CEO out there is hiring a strategist right now to play around things. The board members are meeting, the board of different corporations are meeting to say, how do we navigate the situation about the COVID-19? Welcome to the program. Back to the program, Bedford Buyungo.
Thank you so much.
I just want to take you straight to point number 3 before I interjected you were on point number 3 of the 11 points of how we can bounce back and how we can navigate situation as from the CEO perspective, but also from the strategist perspective, from the man with thinking for the brands. And I wouldn't want to mention the name of some of the brands that you are actually looking after right now, but I'll leave that to you right now. So please pick it up from there.
Yo, thank you so much for welcoming me back to the show, and thanks for the viewers and the people who nominated me. And I think we were going through these points as a way of helping each other strengthen our soul, strengthen our resolve, strengthen many things that can help us. We just, you and I, and probably everyone who works at HTV, are just adding a brick on people's businesses. And we're glad we have the opportunity to share. And we're glad we have the opportunity to give. And in giving, we hope that we'll receive.
Yes.
So, yeah. So the fourth point that I do write is cementing a relationship with our existing customers, or what other people call clients. So HTV has clients. Uganda Airlines has clients. Okila Sports Fitness has clients. And of course, we know who our clients are. Saying Africa has a database of people who buy globally. Cementing a relationship is deeply rooted in something called care. In such a place, such a time as this, everyone would know, does Okila Fitness really care about me, or they care about my money, my shilling?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, so it is also a beautiful time to, even for brands and businesses, to spend even something small, you know, on their clients. It could be a mask, it could be sanitizer. Like a saying goes, no one wants to know how much we know until they know how much we care. So such a time as this is one time to show care, to show love. So my point was cementing a relationship with the clients. It means that are you going to have to sit down and you know, and analyze and say, okay, I have 30 clients. You might not, you know, gift them, all of them, but at least you can place a call and say, how are you doing? Sorry about the loss I had, things like that. And people will remember you all their lives because you cared when everything was low. So it is important, and I use the word, it's such a beautiful time, because when everything is well, the noise is too much. But when there is a problem, when there is a catastrophe, a pandemic, people are closed in and people are seated at home. They don't know what to do. They don't know their next step. They don't know where they're going to get the next meal. So the people are very sensitive. They are listening. Their heart is listening. Their mind is listening. Every being of their body is very active and sensitive. Can easily make them cry. It can also easily make them happy. Something small. So that's why it is easy, and okay, I won't use that example. It might bring issues, but I think you get the point.
Yes. I want to just ask you a little bit there, Bedford. You said we need to show people that we care. The brands need to show people that care. You know, if you're a CEO and your brand is your product is interacting with people, you need to show them that you care. Many a times, the brands are also struggling. How do the customers show them that they care about the brand, that they've been supplying them the products, as well as how do the brands, you know, care about the clients who are cutting down on their consumption because they have to make certain choices that are brought about or imposed by the pandemic that has come and say, you know, like cut my consumption of this product from here, which means the brand is going to lose. And the brand is also saying, but I'm losing. So there's how do you deal with that from a strategy point of view? You think for businesses, your business as a CEO is for thinking for other businesses. How do you deal with that complexity and the situation as such?
You're talking about budgets, I guess. Something close to budget.
Yeah, not even budget, just only, I mean, like, how do you touch a heart of a person who is cutting away from you, who's not consuming your product anymore?
Okay.
Because they're saying pandemic has come. For example, if I was a very big consumer of Okila Health and Fitness, luckily for them it's difficult to cut from me because I am more important to them in this time than before, although I was not very important to many people. So that may not be a good example. But let's say, you know, you are, you know, MTN.
And the customers
I can't afford buying more airtime like they used to do, or get data like they used to do, because their income is cut down. So they had to begin to prioritize getting sold to, you know, airtime and stuff like that. How do you deal with that? And yet you're saying, please show them, give them some more. Should MTN give even when these guys are cutting down? I mean, how do you,
I started these 11 points with when the foundations are shaken. You need to accept that they are shaken. And I used the word foundation technically. Is that if you start business in 2019, hopefully you're still investing in the foundation of that business. Isn't it?
Yes.
It means that even if rain showers or cats and dogs, that doesn't mean that I won't build the building because I'm at the foundation level. Isn't it? So the rain has come in form of the pandemic. In fact, the storm has come in form of the pandemic. But that's not going to stop me from laying the next brick on my foundation. So take it this way, that you're still at the foundation level and you're investing to have And guess what? As a business, you're one of your biggest or the strongest brick foundation is the people you serve, the people whose needs you meet. And once you have their hearts, not their minds, then yes, go through this storm in 2-3 years, but you have business for the next 7 years plus.
Okay.
So take it like it's a foundation, and you're laying brick after brick. And yes, you might not even talking about budgets. You might say you don't have money to give out, but you can make calls. You can write an email.
Yeah.
You can check on these people occasionally. You can even send airtime of 5,000, and that will actually touch their hearts more than their minds. I know you've, and I won't mention names, you've had people who have less money and have taken people's wives.
Yeah, of course.
What did they show?
That they care more about the other person. Bedford, what you have said makes a lot more sense. I want to tie this to leadership. Much of the first point to the fourth point that you've talked about is really about leadership. And a lot of people struggle with leadership. And this program is about leadership, change management, and transformation.
True.
On that note, I want you to drop to point number 5. Yes. At what point do a leader realize that they are leading?
At what point do
leader realize that they are leading? If you're a business leader or a leader, CEO, because all that you're talking about is leadership. There must be somebody thinking about these things at that level going forward. So I want you to pick it up from point number 5 and tell us. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're asking, and I'll use a live example.
Yeah.
Being the teacher that I am, I love to use very close examples, things people can understand.
Yeah.
And I will take you to South Africa.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know of heard any quote, economic quote that Mandela said?
Yes, quite a number of them.
No, economic best.
Economic best, not that one comes in mind very easily.
So there is nothing much attributed to Nelson Mandela in the area of economics.
Yeah.
But people followed him.
Yeah.
Because of his story, because of his resolve. Yes, Mandela was a lawyer, or what other people call counsels, or he was that. So, but people followed him because of how he withered through the storm for 27 years plus, because he started with the NNC just even before 1964, Rivonia trial. So, saying that to answer your question is to use Mandela's example is that people followed him even if they didn't know his economic policies, isn't it?
Yeah.
So a leader will just see followers and know, and we live in a digital world. Whether you're leading poorly, whether you're leading negatively, whether you're leading positively or taking people somewhere or even nowhere, the digital world can easily tell you whether you're leading or not leading. So back in the day, we used to employ researchers to do the maths, to do the figures, to do the statistics,
business development managers,
to do the statistics, and see people's response towards using the human resource managers to gauge are people following. But guess what? Now it's all on digital. You will, whether internally or even externally, you will know whether you're leading or not, because leaders have to have followers.
Yes.
It's as simple as that.
All right.
So
it's interesting. Point number 5?
Yeah. So point number 5 that I wrote is rethinking business.
Okay.
Rethinking business to stop and reflect and then make changes.
Wow.
So I'll use an example of, say, in Africa. So we are here building a website to sell our clothes globally, and we realize that yes, we've passed that hurdle of having a fully e-commerce based website. You can easily swipe, and we can easily ship to any corner of the world. But then we realize that again there is now the perception issue, whereby people do not easily trust websites that come from nowhere. None of us is a big star. The directors that we're not Kanye West, we're not Jay-Z, they don't know our addresses. So there is that thing. Even if we have an American bank that, you know, can even make the refund, because the American bank that sits between us and the customer. You pay, the money goes to the bank sends to the factory, the thing is shipped. The cloth is shipped. But still we have that to convince the world that we are the African Versace, we are the African H&M, and we are Saint Africa, celebrating African excellence through our art and clothes. So we decided now, you know, we're going to go to Amazon. But going to Amazon and going to Walmart means that we cut into our profit.
Yes.
If you buy directly on our website, we make more money. But when we go to Amazon, it will take a percentage. When we go to Walmart, but they have a bigger market. They are trusted. They are big brands. So that's how we maneuvered around that area. So I'm talking about rethinking how the operations. But for people in Uganda or people in Africa, is to rethink your human resource.
Wow.
Is to think your human resource. Yes, I'm brand-based marketing, but I also have passion for human resource, because it's the camel that will take you through the desert that we are going through.
Called the pandemic.
Called the pandemic. So it is important that you feed, you treat your camel well.
Well, this is CEO Bench, and you're hearing that coming from Mr. Bedford Buyungo, who is a Pan-Africanist, an entrepreneur, the founder, and of course the CEO of these companies, and a director in some of these companies, and also a teacher, telling us the story of how we can navigate the turbulent path of, attacking our businesses brought about by COVID-19 pandemic. In some countries it has become endemic, and in some communities it will continue to be the basic disease that is killing people, but we don't know how to deal with it. Well, we want to hear from you. Share with us your comments, kisses and disses. If you're listening, get a pen, get a paper, and take really some good notes. This time around is not just discussing leadership at that point. No, we are discussing leadership based on directions, change management, and how you deal with it, and we will get to the transformation. Over to you, Bedford, to point number 6.
Okay, I'll talk about the time to get out and chase for business.
Yes.
It's a link to some point we talked about the action element, and I led by example. I had business in Kampala, and I had to walk 42 miles, 4.5 hours to get that business done. So it's time to get out. So getting out, people are going to say, but you know, I'm not an essential worker.
I don't have a car. I don't have a motorcycle. Let's wait until the 42 days is over, then we can do this business.
Yes. But we're glad we live in a day like this, a day of internet, a day of technology advancement, a virtual world. The countries I've traveled in these 3-4 days since they started, I've traveled many countries, and I've fixed many things in those countries using the internet.
Wow.
So I assume that your GBs or megabytes is your transport to the different parts of the world, to the Chinese supplier that's going to supply you even after 40 days. Assume that that GBs is the transport that's going to make you network. That's going to make you meet. And
is your air ticket to fly to that place?
It's your air ticket. Things are cheaper these days, but it's your perception.
Wow. Wow.
So I've started on work in Liberia trying to get Liberia to be like Rwanda, like Kigali, Monrovia to change for the better, and I'm doing it here. So when the 42 days is done, I was supposed to travel. Yes, I'll go there physically, but I would say 50% of the work will be done. So I've been traveling back and forth using emails, so it's time to get out. It's time to, because now, you know, when there's a rat race, you don't have time to think. It's time to think about getting business from Okila Fitness. You have time to read about Okila Fitness. You have time to know what Okila Fitness needs. In fact, the supermarkets, or what other people call stores, are open. You can simply, if you're, for example, a marketing guy or designer, just walk through, buy a few products and pitch to them online. People will love it. You're out of 50 businesses you've pitched to, maybe you'll get 10. And those 10 will survive you. For some time.
On that note, Bedford, if I may interject. The creative industry have been struggling for a while, and you've just mentioned something that is key to cracking that code. The designers have been home. Many of them are used to the traditional ad man, you know, life of I be in you know, this ad agency. This is all I do is here, and they think for them. They do everything for them. But you're saying that. And then we're wondering, Buy Uganda, Build Uganda suffered over the years. That, yes, we're saying Buy Uganda, Build Uganda, and then when you look at our product, compared to a product coming from Kenya on the shelf in a store, then you wonder, it says, but this is more appealing to the eyes than the one that has very good things, but is not appealing and there's less information, unless you know that this brand is made by Bedford Buyungo or Eddie Okila. You will even buy because of the individual attachment to them, but not because the brand or the product of that brand stand by itself. And you're saying that they should go into the supermarket and just pick a brand and pitch to them and see. Take us through that process. Typically, normally, when you're doing these things, is this something you do as a brand developer? And if yes, how many of them have responded to you? Because I've heard so many people saying, yo, Ugandans don't understand branding, Ugandans don't understand product packaging. And one time I had a professor from, a Ugandan assistant professor based in Washington University, teaching design communication, a former volleyballer. I'm very certain she's going to wake up to this, you know, program. She's one of the people who follow you quite a lot. Professor Penina Chayo said that we have stopped designing, you know, with the human element. And it says we need to design with the human touch.
I
agree. I found that one very interesting. But over to you. How do you know, get around, navigate about the difficult path of these brands not understanding, the product owners not understanding, and yet we need them to be able to build their brand in this particular time and space?
I'll pick from where the professor says we need to design from a human element. And I think what she means, she can correct me if I'm wrong, is that we need to develop design with emotion. Companies don't have emotions, do they?
No.
It's the people.
They have emotions.
So customers are the people, you know, that have emotions. So when she says human element, for me quickly, that's what I think she's meaning. So,
in fact, she called it the human-centered design.
Thank you very much. Human-centric. So, consumer-centric. And if you for me, the battle there she's speaking about is the battle for the mind versus the battle for the heart. I'd rather go for the battle
for the heart.
I'd rather go for your heart than your mind. This is what I mean, that when I'm coming from Entebbe to Kampala, probably I meet about 7-10 billboards, big ones, and I read them, but name them. And I understand what they are saying. My mind understands the English, my mind understands what they're communicating. But they're not touched my heart to really spend money. That billboard that I find, I'm like, I need to purchase this thing.
This product.
Then has touched my heart. You get what I mean? So
that is human-centered design and human-centered communication.
Definitely.
Wow.
And back to the question you asked about, if I really go around the supermarkets.
How would a person who is stuck at home, who is saying that these guys don't respond to this,
to design.
And yet you are saying if you pick about 50 of them and you go and work on their things and put it together and you send it to them, chances are you're going to end up with 5 who will pay you.
Definitely.
Yeah.
So I was given an opportunity by the South African government to fix the artisans industry.
Yeah.
In South Africa. And yes, they had artisans who do things, pass on the craft to their children, but the industry wasn't growing.
Yeah.
And we have the same scenario here, where you have, my father sold some artifacts, and then I learned how to do them. My father passes on. Then, even I pass that to the grandkid. We have an artisan industry that really doesn't break the roof, the ceiling.
Yeah.
So my task was, how do we, break the ceiling? It was simple. It was education.
So basically you are touching on to what I call change management.
Definitely.
Managing that process from where they have been in that branch to where they want them to go.
Yeah. Change
Proceed.
management means how you see things.
Yes.
Differently. You're in the same spot, everyone is in a pandemic.
Yes.
You can choose to look left, look right, look north, look south.
Yeah.
Whatever you choose, but the reason we're here is to challenge and tell our friends that they should look north, not east, not west, not south, but let them look north, where things are looking good. Let them have hope and let them educate their minds, let them re-strategize, and then use the pandemic as a springboard to the next, next business. So my challenge, why I'm sharing this, is for artisans or people in the media industry, or what you call advertising, to understand, or I'm challenging them to look at things differently. I personally, when you call me an artist, I look at you, I appreciate because of how you see me, but that's not really me.
I am more, you're more than that.
I'm a simple entrepreneur using art. You get what I mean?
Yes, yes.
So I'm an entrepreneur, and that changes my posture.
Okay.
Because when I'm an artist, you know what I'm looking at in my 24 hours? I'm looking about color. I'm talking about lines. I'm talking about texture. I'm talking about, all those kind of things.
Yes.
But when I'm an entrepreneur, I'm looking about the consumer, I'm looking about the human resource element, I'm then looking about every aspect of the art.
Money, yes.
You get what I mean?
Yes.
So you ask me, if I've ever gone to or if I go to the supermarket.
In fact, you picked it from the story of the South Africa and how you had to,
Yeah, so the supermarket or the store is not necessarily the supermarket.
Yes.
It could be. But the internet is also the supermarket.
Yes.
Look at it that way. The internet is also the store. You can walk through, you have 5,000 friends on your FB. 1,000 of them, or even 100 of them, are running a business or a small business. It could be cleaning services. So instead of sharing, you can also take that and interview those people. Oh, what do you do? And then they'll say, I'm struggling with this, and then you can meet their need as an artist or as an ad man. So you need to look beyond Uganda. Ghana, Nigeria, Ivory Coast, Benin, all are close to Liberia.
Yeah.
But Liberia gets their solutions from Uganda. But you can't say that I'm the most brilliant.
Yes.
But probably I was the most engaging.
Yeah. That you are able to take the initiative to reach out to them, see where the gaps are, and tell them, look, I think I can provide solution to this process.
Yeah.
And there, the transformation will definitely come.
Yeah, so I had to go to YouTube, see Monrovia, how it looks. Then I look at the signposts, the details, and then I'm like, they need something, a campaign to help them clean their city.
Yeah.
When I talk to the VP on WhatsApp, she says, please come and help. Because I talked to her heart.
Yes.
I talked where the need is situated, is located. And then I looked at their different kind of branding, and I gave her 5 points, and she said, please come, you're even late.
Yeah.
Come and help. When someone says come and help, it's not like they are doing you a favor. They really need your services, because it's about insights. You are able to. So the supermarket we are talking about is internet, but also the store. I remember I've gone to Kigali and walked through the stores, bought a few things, a few products to rebrand. I don't remember if I was successful in any, but that then built something in me that I'm supposed, or I always have to comb through and see the opportunities.
Wow.
So that created a foundation. And I remember I was leaving a job. I left a job. The first thing I got to was a bus to Kigali many years ago. I didn't know anyone in Kigali. So I sat and I'm like, if I'm not successful at home, I'm going to be successful in my neighbor's country. So I got to Kigali, and I got a room to sleep. The next morning I walked through. I didn't get business, I remember. I designed, sent to the guys, probably I didn't get replies. But it created a foundation of how I do my things.
Wow. Well, it is said that exposure is very key in developing a person and leading the person to the next level in their life. This is the CEO bench, and on the bench is Mr. Bedford Buyungo, who is a Pan-Africanist, an entrepreneur, Saint Africa, African Voyage, and there's a new product that is coming called a certain drink that is coming.
Kampala.
Called Kampala. Kampala is the drink that is coming. And he is touching the lives of so many people because he's been able to move across Africa, move across, continents, and be able to open his mind to see. How many countries in Africa have you been?
I've been to almost every country using virtual, but I can't give you offhand physically the ones I've been to. But maybe next time.
Okay.
Let me just go through the 11 points quickly.
Yes, and I want to take a break, and when we come back, I want Bedford to pick it up from there. But just like I pose the question to Bedford, I want to ask you who is watching the show, who is a CEO, who is big host, thinking of becoming a CEO, or thinking of building your own brand or your own product. How many countries have you been in Africa so far? It will shape the way you think and the way you do things. Share with us your experience. We'll be right back after break. This is the CEO Bench. Did you want to be in life? And
It's a CEO bench, so usually people want to assume that all CEOs are overlearned and stuff like that. So I will change the script this time round. I consider myself a certified hustler.
If I'm looking to know who you are you Ugandan? If yes, what are the values that define you as Ugandan?
That's the easiest question I think to answer. I am a typical Lao man from Erute North, in a place called Ogur, and where I will be laid to rest is in a village called Agweng. So if you go there and you just say Otoa Tony, they won't really know me because my father is also Otoa Tony. You have to ask for Junior, and when you're asking, you have to ask with an accent. Junior Tikwene, where is Junior? And they will identify me. But I'm typically Ugandan, only Ugandan, from Lira. I pride myself from being from Lira. Earlier on, I was joking and saying I'm the coolest Lago south of Karuma. When you cross Karuma, there are so many. But when you're down in the south after Karuma, I think I'm number one.
Wow. Well, now that you know Tony Otoa is Ugandan, and of course, what are the values that define you as a Ugandan?
I think it's the love for country, love for nation. You know, truth be told, the country is in a lot of, it's a crisis. Leadership crisis, economic crisis, social crisis. There's so many mismatching areas.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, it's home. You know, you cannot run and abandon your home because of the issues in your home. I think that then creates an opportunity for you to do something to change what's happening and what you see as a crisis. So in terms of what I see as a value, or what I take out of that for me, I think is just the love for country, the need to serve country the best way I can. And I mean, I can't say I can change everything, but the little I can do to create a difference, I think is more meaningful.
Wow. Yeah. Mr. Tony Otoa, growing up, what did you want to be in life? And what was the journey like for Mr. Otoa?
Yeah, you know, my father is crazy. My father would call us and he would show me the compass. The idea was supposed to be a pilot. You know, the planes would fly over our house and my father would be like, yeah, you're going to be a pilot. Yeah. But of course, as you grow, you realize that you have so many things that really define you. I was never a sportsman. So I enjoyed a lot of debate and, you know, a lot of indoor activities. And that is, I think, what really drove me into some of the things that I do up to today. Public speaking, the love for debates and really a lot of intellectual discourse and all this stuff. But besides that, I think it's also the fact that, I won't lie, I didn't know what I wanted to be.
Welcome back from that break. This is the CEO Bench. My name is Eddie Okyila, and in the studio is Mr. Bedford Buyungo, who is a Pan-Africanist, a man who thinks beyond the boundaries of Uganda, as well as an entrepreneur. And he is the founder and CEO of, Saint Africa, as well as the African Voyage, which is his other company making the boat here in Uganda, as well as the man who thinks for other businesses. At the moment, he's a consultant of the government of, Liberia, and of course, as many, he's a man who speaks directly to Professor Lumumba and helping him on many other things that we know. Welcome back to the show, Bedford. I wanted to take from point number 7.
Yeah. So, our point number 7.
Yes.
Allow me to complete that.
Please go from 6, actually. Yes.
Which was, this is very key to my heart. It's very important because I managed to see myself differently.
Yeah.
And then I didn't see myself as a creative director, art director in advertising.
Yeah.
So I would want to really extend help to the people who see, who are graphic designers, and probably see themselves at that point and they don't see anything beyond.
Yeah.
For me, it's simple. Seeing the art talent that you have as a business. You get what I mean?
Yeah, seeing the art talent you have as a business, not as just a mere design.
As a craft that you're going to meet someone's need. So, in fact, Jay-Z has a very, a line that he put in one of his songs.
Yeah.
He said, I'm not a businessman. I'm a business, man.
Yes.
So he's not a businessman. Get
business. He'll get busy all the time.
He's a business himself.
So
see yourself as a business.
Yes.
And treat yourself as a business.
Yes.
Wow. You get what I mean? If you treat yourself as a business, that graphic designer, that art director, creative director, you will slightly see things differently.
Wow.
Because you are a business. So that means that if you are a business, then you need someone to take care of that business. So a business is handled in a different way.
Yeah.
So that helped me. Of course, I moved to creative, picked up the skill of research and development, which probably was something that actually has gotten me to meet many people, because that's one of the major needs right now in Africa. People need to create from scratch and then bring these things to life and to the shelf.
Yeah.
So I'll go to the point number 7, which says be careful who you spend your time with.
Wow.
These are very simple things that we wrote, and we think I would love to use big words, but let me use things that people will understand. And be careful of who you spend your time with. Yes, I can spend my time with anyone, but there are people who speak to me, and there are also people I speak to. There is a need as a business, this Bedford. I'm a business.
Yeah.
You get?
Not a businessman, but I'm first a business and then a man.
So a business has needs of education. A business has human resource needs. It needs many things. So when I realized that I needed a certain type of inspiration, I needed a certain type of people, I looked for them, and one of them is Professor Lumumba.
Wow.
So Professor Lumumba enhanced the Pan-Africanism in me. And he splits it. He treats me like his son. I called him this morning when we were coming here. I told him, Professor, there is A, B, and C, and he was like, okay, maneuver like this. Oh, how are you, son? How's Uganda? I'm reading news, and so it encourages.
Seeing a situation which doesn't look good yet.
So Professor Lumumba enhances that bit, and then, of course, many other things I wouldn't say on the show. So I looked for guys that can help me get to the next level. So I looked for Michael Jackson's vocal trainer since 1987, 2011.
Wow.
Dorian Holley. So I looked for Dorian Holley, not for anything else, because there's nothing he can give me that probably he doesn't need anything from me. But I looked for him because I had something I'm looking for, and that was the spirit of excellence. For you to have worked and trained Michael Jackson how to sing, and train his backup singers
to match the kind of singing that he was looking for.
Yeah.
It's the sound and the voice that he was looking for.
And then performed in big arenas. Basically, you're working with the best entertainer ever lived on earth. There was something special that probably people didn't see in Dorian Holley. He's not that famous. He was the lead backup vocalist, and at the same time he was a vocal trainer, and he's done everything in singing. And I was like, I'm not a singer, but I need the spirit of excellence from this man. I looked for him and I got him, and he started mentoring me. Not like we are sitting down, and by talking to him, anytime I get the opportunity, he tells me things. I ask him about, how MJ, all those things. And he breathes in me the spirit of excellence, because you can't work with MJ and you're not excellent. So the point was, mind who you work with. I'm not saying that we won't work with the people we are better than. In fact, we should work with them, and they should benefit from us. But can they get anything beneficial from the well that is empty? It means the well needs to be fed with a stream of life, with a stream of water, and then others can draw from it. So it's two-way. There's people you need to learn from, and there's people who need to learn from you. Guess what? The people who want to learn from you, it's like a bee being attracted by a flower. But the people who need to, who you need to learn from, you're going to have to get out of your comfort zone and look for them. Because even them are looking
fit in their schedule.
And fit in their schedule.
Because one of the things is looking for them, and you don't fit in their schedule, so you will never work together.
I'll give you a trick, is to be relevant. If you're Killer Sports Fitness, offer them probably a free gig. Let them come and exercise. Because they are spending some money, they'll give you much more value than probably
and the little money they will give you at that point.
$100 per month.
Wow.
So to me, when I'm doing business, I split things into two. I have people who give me value, and then I have people who I get money from. So I don't see everything through the eyes of money. There is a value that is, that's the foundation for all the money you want.
Yeah.
You get what I mean? Yeah. So it means that if I have Dorian Holley, anyone in that world is a phone call away.
Yes.
You get what I mean?
Yes.
If I have Professor Lumumba, everyone in that world is a phone call away.
Yes.
If I'm a friend to the Vice President of Liberia, Her Excellency Joel Taylor, and I speak to her the way I speak to Okila, it means I'm a phone call away. The thing is, I need to have something, I need a meeting. But you need that connection. And this is the time to make the connections.
Wow.
Because people are less busy,
Yeah.
people are receptive, people are listening, they're looking for answers. It could be you that's providing those answers.
Wow.
So I'll go to the next point.
Yes.
Is to
this is point number 8.
Yes, it's linked to even some points we talked about. Is to learn something new. Someone will ask, you're talking about research and development. Someone will ask, you're talking about human resource. Where did you learn those things? I promise you, I won't lie. I didn't go to school to learn those things. Ask Elon Musk where he went and learned. You can go and ask Zuckerberg where he learned.
Yes, yeah.
And in fact, most of them will tell you that school or dropouts. It doesn't mean that when they dropped out of school, they started eating mangoes.
Yes. I mean, Amos Wekesa said it himself. Amos Wekesa says, I dropped out of school, but how many of us are consulting from Mr. Amos Wekesa as a tourism entrepreneur right now in Uganda and in Africa? And I think that there are probably bigger, tourism companies in Uganda, bigger than Great Lake Safaris. But the first thought when you think about travel is Wekesa, because it's been in everybody's faces and it's been able to, at the forefront of everything. Yes. But over to you,
Yeah, so when people drop out of school, and I'm not saying people should drop out of school, it doesn't mean go and eat mangoes, relax. It means, in fact, dropping out of school puts even a bigger burden for you to learn, because you've comfortably or even negatively put yourself out of the measuring yard. You get what I mean? Because a degree
used to,
a degree measures you. It says you've studied 19 years from kindergarten to university. We award you the degree in such and such. It means you're graded.
Yes.
There's certain expectation of a degree holder, master holder, even a PhD.
Yes.
I'm just appealing to our viewers to humbly, even if you have a degree, learn something new and get out of the grading system. When you get out of the grading system, it means that you're going on a highway.
Yes.
That probably you don't even know where it's leading, but it's going to be much faster.
And there are going to be a lot more accidents on the way, because the highway is very attractive to speed.
Yeah.
And sometimes some people step on that pedal and say, yo, come on, man, let's kick these things. Yes, and they enjoy. And along the way, they forget that the highway always have the sharp corners.
Yeah.
And in some areas where they say slow down, their arms ahead.
Yeah.
And then they forget and they hit the arms and the car flies off. They lose, it's part of the car. Or if it's on a border motorcycle, you will fall down, you break a leg, you get up.
Yeah.
I mean, those are the things they're talking about.
I'm talking about those.
Yes.
But when you go to the highway
Yes.
and you maneuver sharp corner,
you'll
be the master of the sharp corners if
Wow.
you survive.
Wow.
So while you're seated at home, Google human resource, strategies, and as an artist, as an accountant, and then when the 42 days is done, put up a presentation to your CEO and tell them, I can be your CEO, your accountant, but I can also be the assistant human resource. And these are the strategies that will take us through. There's human resource, there's many things that different companies need. You study because you work there and you learn. No one is going to come and give you that degree. But I promise you that when you present and it works, that degree is going to come in form of cash.
Yes.
You'll never lack that.
Wow.
It might not come soon.
Yeah.
But when it comes, it will surely come.
Yes.
This is the time. You can, there's people who want to travel, say they just can't fit in this system here in Uganda. Yeah. I give them the advice, get some little money and study a course from that very country you want to go to. Probably when you apply for their visas and you've studied there, even virtually, you'll be one of the guys to be considered. It's always that you need to look forward and then start moving, towards that direction. So my ninth point is invest in your business. Yeah. There's many ways you invest in your business. People are going to say we don't have money, we spent all the savings. But I see people online. I've hardly seen anyone say because of the pandemic they are not online.
And they are not eating also.
You got what I mean?
Yes.
So how they're eating, even their businesses need to eat.
Yes.
Investing in business is something, it's a homework I give to our viewers. How do I invest in my business? You invest in, of course, the physical, then the virtual things you can't see. Invest in your staff by Googling and sending them things. Get some time and invest. I stress human resource because that's the camel we talked about that will take us through the desert. Invest in those people. Actually, they are the business.
Wow. Bedford, I want to just interject there a little bit. A lot of time, just on the point number 9, a lot of time we looked into more about numbers.
Yes.
And I have been on a journey where people keep saying, numbers, we want to see big numbers, we want to see big numbers. I mean, how are you going to compete with these guys? How are you going to compete with these guys? You're supposed to compete with these guys. And the question of numbers have always been such a big problem. Yet, when I look deep down from my studies, I realize that every single thing that we have talked about on this show today is predicated on the fact that somebody was thinking.
Yeah.
And they thought about the process.
Yes.
And they looked through the corners of their thinking processes and said, I think this is going to work. And they never looked at it from a one-dimensional point of view.
Yes.
But probably looked at it from a 3-dimensional point of view.
Yes.
And I draw my wisdom and understanding and thinking from this part when this story is talking about a man who was trying to go to another city, and he said, I must go through Samaria. And the people, we heard about 12 men around him, and this guy says, you must be really crazy, man. You can't go through Samaria. We don't even mix with those people. We don't touch there. That's not a no-go area. We don't mix with those fellows.
Yeah.
Just the attitude of these people, he kept quiet, he didn't say a word.
Yeah.
But they set course to the journey where they were going.
Yeah.
And he said, must go through Samaria, which means they were going to a different destination altogether. And unfortunately, that destination is given to us.
Yes.
But what I learned from him is that when he said so, it is accounted for that he reached a certain place where he was thirsty.
Yes.
And he stopped and says, I'm hungry, I need some water. And then he sent all the 12 men to go and buy meat. So I kept asking myself, so send all the 12 men to go and buy meat. And then they came back and found a different story altogether. Bedford, I want to just put this to you. He had 12 men, but one man reached the entire city and took control of everything that we're looking for.
Yes.
And the question is, does the numbers really matter at the beginning? Should we look at the numbers at the beginning? Because one of the people who nominated you for the program said when he started the company in 2019, he had a good number of customers.
Yes.
But in 2020, when the pandemic came, by the time he was coming out of the lockdown, out of the 12, clients that had signed in, 6 of them were very good paying customers according to him. 3 of them cut off and he remained with 2, and eventually at some point he remained with 1. And now he has only 1.
Yes.
And he doesn't know how to grow the numbers back, and he's very afraid that the numbers have gone, so the revenue has gone down. And I keep saying, Everywhere he goes, they tell him, but your company has only one customer. What if this customer terminates you? Is at the end of you? So they look at his portfolio and say, we need your portfolio. At least we should see like the 10 companies you've worked for, 20 companies you've worked for. So the question of numbers have always remained a very serious thing. I want to go back to you and ask you, how do we navigate the path of numbers? Must everything start with numbers, or it can start with you? I mean, based on the story of the man I told you, the story is different. When the guys came back with food, they phoned when he said, I have need to eat that you know not of. And I got confused, said, but you were hungry, sent for food, then now you don't want to eat. What's the problem?
Yes.
But he had such a big number. He said that when he spoke to a certain woman, the entire city came to him.
Yes.
But it started with one woman.
Yes.
And yet he had 12 men who didn't understand.
Yes.
The question of numbers for business people are usually such a big problem. Even on this show, some people will say, but you don't have numbers. The numbers are not showing very big. Yes. But when I go into the background, the numbers are so huge.
Yes.
There's an algorithm somewhere that gives me the numbers of people from all over the world. I know who is watching you now. I know which country, which geographical location, what they're using. Are they using the mobile phone or they're using the computers?
Yes.
And I noticed that 68% of the people who actually follow the CEO bench is on their mobile phone.
Okay, that's great.
And 80% of them are women.
Wow, amazing.
And they spend 80%, in fact 63% are women, and they spend 80% total time watching the program.
Yes, yes, yes.
But yet, when you look at it from here, the number looks very small. How do you justify that? And how do you tell a person who is being told of the numbers now not making sense?
No, numbers is very important. As a strategist, as a marketer, research and development, everything I do that through numbers. I always have my big calculator on my desk. And that is what makes me different from probably other people. And I took my learning when I was when I decided to learn from Mr. Simpson Birungi, the chairman of Movit. That guy is a genius. We should invite him here. He's a guy who knows numbers, not your very hard numbers. How to multiply, how to divide, how to add. You can't say you're trying to market and you don't know how the turnover is going to be like. You don't know how to project. So numbers are very important. It's probably the reason we are in business. Because the more numbers I have, the more consumers I have, the more me as a Pan-Africanist, if I have, I can make sure we sell, say, 10 tons per week of Ugandan coffee abroad. It means more jobs. It means everything. It's numbers.
But can you start when you are starting from scratch, based on the story of my man there? I mean, everybody seems to be saying I need numbers now, but you can't have numbers at the beginning, such huge numbers at the
Definitely. Numbers, I'm speaking it from a vision point. You need to have a picture of what you want, and then you get there. I'll use an analogy. I love using analogies because it helps people understand better. If I want to be a pilot, what business am I doing in Qatar with bike sellers? What business do I have to do with them? It means probably I need to hang around Uganda Airlines, I need to sit with pilots. You meet them, and then they'll enhance your thinking, they'll tell you things you didn't know, and probably you'll gauge and say, I'd be a pilot or I'm not, I'm not a pilot, this is not my thing, according to the explanation. The knowledge is there free, people give it to you free of charge. When I started working as a consultant at the airline, I started seeing pilots the same way I see you. Not the same way I used to see them. I used to see, because they fly things in the sky, they must be angels. They're human beings like you and me. And then when you ask them, they'll tell you, you know, it needs 100,000 to fly Boeing to and fro. And then you calculate, okay, if I want to buy a private jet, does it fit in? You get what I mean? So numbers from a point of vision.
Yeah.
And then you start working towards it. Numbers guide me a lot when I'm doing strategies. Because they show you, they measure, they help you measure that you're not doing well. I'll throw some numbers at you, and I know it's going to cause you to think. Monaco has 37,000 people.
This is the city of Monaco. Monaco has the country.
37 people. 37,000 people.
Yeah.
These people have a GDP per capita of 186,000 USD. You get that?
Yeah.
Per capita of
186,000.
Yeah. So when I calculated in Uganda shillings, how much money the average guy gets per month in Monaco, it's 56,000. No, million.
Oh, $56 million.
No,
56,
Uganda
oh,
shillings.
56 million Uganda shillings. Okay.
That's earning for a top CEO in Uganda. The other side, it is what is the basic, what every human being in Monaco earns. They are only 37,000. So it's a game of numbers. Numbers from the point of human resource. If 37 million can have 37,000 people can have an economy that gets the basic guy to get 56 million Uganda shillings, then on the side of people who think that you need a bigger human resource to create that, it has proved you wrong already, because fewer people have a bigger economy. So you come back to Uganda, where you have 45, let's say, million people, whose GDP per capita is 860,000. No, 860 USD. So when you put it in Uganda shillings, the average guy in Uganda gets like 120,000 per month. And you know that's the money you pay your maids. Or people, many people, that's the money they pay. So the guys who calculate GDP are not just talking, GDP per capita, are not just talking things from the air. They really sit down and calculate, and it makes sense for me. So I'm like, that's when I started Monaco, it gave me courage that I don't need 100,000 people to make Africa better. You need just a few thousands to look in the right direction, very inspired, very knowledgeable, to get the continent forward. That's numbers.
Wow.
You get what I mean?
Yes.
But also I kind of was like, for example, the other day President Museveni gave an example of Walmart having a bigger economy than that of East Africa. When I know you've been to Nairobi.
Yes.
Nairobi is such a big city, big economy, almost the third on the continent. Very thriving. But when you mirror it against the Walmart economy, it's cartoon.
It's not even there. It doesn't suffice. It's not closed.
Because East Africa has about 7 countries, isn't it? 6 to 7 countries.
6 now.
6.
So it's Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania, Rwanda, Burundi, and South Sudan that is coming. Yes. 6.
6.
Yes.
6 economies can do better than just one store, one supermarket.
Yes.
So that's numbers. It helps you put things in perspective. Makes you know that you're not doing well. Because that's the measure. And then you start moving forward. So it's not numbers that I need numbers today, because for you to be relevant to the numbers is to have something to provide to the numbers. And I encourage all businessmen, all artists, all marketers to always think about numbers. So Walmart, for example, their turnover is 559 billion USD. The turnover of East Africa, or GDP, is 193 billion
dollars.
6 countries against
one supermarket.
So against one supermarket in some part of the world.
Yeah.
So Walmart employs about 1.5 million people in every store.
Yeah.
You can imagine the population of East Africa. So you have 1.5 million people against 80 million people or plus, against 120 million plus. So 1.5 million people are able to do bigger things than 120 million people. Numbers help you to put things in perspective, and then you start moving forward.
Bedford, thank you so much. I want you to go to point number 10 as we close up. Our time is fast spent, but I want to say thank you very much. Mugambwa Robert said great conversation, and I think he's enjoying the conversation and the numbers. Thank you very much, Mugambwa Robert, as well as my friends from Rwanda, Burundi. Thank you very much. They said when enjoying the interview. I've seen comments coming from guys who follow you in Nairobi saying thank you very much for having the gentleman on the show. How old is he? They are asking how old are you to have these great insights about the stuff that we're talking about here. The CEO Bench is about leadership, change management, and transformation. And all we've been talking about here, from the votes that came in, the 30 votes that came in, we wanted Bedford Buyungo to come back to the program and give some nuggets of truth about how we can help our struggling businesses. This is from the Private Entrepreneurs Corner, and of course I think that he's been able to give that, coming from the background of a brand developer, product developer, marketer, an advertiser, and an entrepreneur, and a Pan-Africanist, thinking at a different level altogether. Bedford, if you will pick it up from point number 10 as we close.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm enjoying the viewers' comments as well.
Yes.
I'm 43 years in August.
Wow.
So I was born in 1978.
Yeah.
And yes, I know I probably look old.
Yeah.
But in a different part of the world, my age, you're very old.
Yeah.
Being there, done that.
Yeah.
In this part of the world,
You're just starting.
We're just starting.
In fact, we make money when we are 40 plus. They said we start to become serious at 45.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we don't live a very healthy life to see us enjoy that, because at 40 we are dying. I mean, how many of our colleagues have died at 40?
Yeah.
Because they are not living a very healthy life
and
a fit life to be able to enjoy the start of this process of the journey.
Yes.
And so one of the things that I'm trying to do in many of my thinking right now is to turn my skills and my training of health and fitness to be able to make other people become successful.
Yes.
And I believe that if I make them become successful
Yes.
in being healthy and fit,
Yes.
I will make money off all my life. The
Great.
reason
Right.
being, if they are successful, they will always not forget the water that, the hand that was feeding them.
Definitely.
I mean, if I train 1,000 people, give information to 1,000 people, I'm hoping that maybe about 500 will come back. The other 500 will throw me off
No, the
balance.
500 will come.
Yeah, but there's a 500 people who are going to come. So yes, you're right when you say the age. And until we need to pick up from the health and fitness point of view as, CEOs and entrepreneurs at your level you've reached, to be able to think serious. Guys, health and fitness is key. And I think that COVID-19 is helping us settle the boat, the balances, checking us there and right and left and center, that you are home. By the time you're coming back from the 42 days, you probably put on so much weight, the anxiety has kicked in. You cannot think very well for your business because you are unfit and unhealthy at the same time. And that means that your productivity, like Bedford said, in the other part of the world, 43, they are retiring. In this part of the world, 43, we are starting and yet we are dying. So we have not started, we are not even not there.
Yeah.
Unless we're able to work our way stronger and more fitter. But over to you, Bedford. Sorry, I had to interject with that point because you touched something quite very important in this discussion.
No, that's very important.
Yeah.
There is something I call the fast tracking of the African mind.
Yes.
And that's what we need.
Yeah.
In the area of health, in the area we need to fast track our thinking.
Yes.
And if you were miseducated for 19 years, you need to unload the 19 years fast. And then retape if it was, you know, like the video recording and retape new knowledge.
Yes.
And then get on the faster lane we talked about and then run.
Yes.
If it's a race, 100 meters dash, and you're against Usain Bolt and all that, just know that Usain Bolt, Tyson Gay, they are at the 50-meter mark and you're on the 0 mark. Appreciate it that way. That's how we started. That you need to appreciate that you are locked down for 42 days, but the other world is moving, and they are much more better than you. They have system, they have addresses, which mean everything. They have social security, they have everything, and you are at the 0 mark trying to
catch up.
So my 10th point is find someone to mentor you. My 11th point, I guess, find someone to mentor you. I touched about it a little bit, but let me stress it out that we need to find someone.
That is actually point number 10. We wrapped up 10 and 11. Yes, you said you put 11 points. Yes.
We need you need to find someone to mentor you in the area of health. If that's the need you have, you in the area of business. Like I have a few mentors, and I treat them like fathers. I told you the guy who taught me how to calculate, how to use the calculator was someone who even has no degree. But I appreciated his touch. I mirrored him against people who have degrees and economists, and I'm like, I'm going with this guy who employs 3,000 people, pays them every 2 weeks on time.
And runs the company that supplies East Africa, and now I think it's Africa.
He's in 9 countries. I'm like, this guy, he has to be my mentor in the area of finance, in the area of numbers. So occasionally I check on him. Even yesterday I sent him, MZ, I hope you're well, and he said, yes, I'm good. How about you? I said, I'm good. So in the area of spirituality, I have my mentor. In the area of excellence, I have the Michael Jackson guy. You know, he's 64. Dorian Hall is 64. He's retired. He's still you know what I mean? But I'm making use of him. And guess what? If Michael Jackson paid him, he's giving me free knowledge.
Wow.
I have Professor Lumumba, because that is the direction I'm taking. As a Pan-Africanist, I need a Pan-Africanist who can easily introduce me to people. I need a Pan-Africanist who tells me, I think you're going on the wrong trajectory. I think this is it. We need Pan-Africanists who don't just talkers but doers. So that's what Professor Lumumba tells me. So occasionally, I think for you to hire Professor Lumumba to speak, you'd have to pay 6,000 USDs. He gives me that knowledge for free. You get what I mean? Of course, a mentor will have to appreciate your hunger and then start, you know,
feed the hunger.
But these are people who've done things, and I'm saying they are not leaving me behind. I'm going with them. Let me go on the Kameme, but I'll reach. Eventually, I'll be able also to mentor others.
Wow. Let's go to point number 11 as we close the show.
Of course, point number 11 is learning from experience. We had the first pandemic, and if we didn't learn anything, the second pandemic is clearly telling us that the world is on reset. If you think that you're going to open up a shop, a cloth shop, and sell the way you used to sell before COVID, then it's like you're waiting for the ship at the airport.
Wow.
Things have changed. Things are very virtual. If you think that your human resource the staff is going to be able to work the way they used to work, then you're wrong, because these people, while at home, they've been introduced to many other things. Some of them are learning new skills. So if you view them the way you used to view them before, it's like waiting or winking at a woman in the dark.
Wow.
You better stand and appreciate that things have changed. Take stock. Sit down with a paper and pen and say human resource. Plot it and say things have changed. Interview your staff. You know, ask them what they want to be in 5 years. I promise you they'll tell you different things. they've learned things. Some of them know what is working and what is not working. So I want to thank you for the opportunity of hosting me here. For the viewers who, who've been watching us, the people who nominated me, and I want to tell them that, or give them encouragement. I shouldn't give. They should still have hope that things are going to be better, and they should look north. And of course, if they are spiritual, God will come to arrest you. And but God has to find us doing something. They need to learn. They need to have their visions clearly written, because that will help the posture they're going to take. And also to remind them that we as Research and Development Fellows are constantly coming up with ideas of how to make things better. For example, we are going to have the cheapest mortgage in the world. Yes. And you and I are going to work on that. We'll have the cheapest mortgage in the world. Housing is going to be
something that has never been discussed before, something has never been thought about before.
Definitely.
Something that people have never even thought about in their wildest imagination.
Yeah, housing is going to be a human right. We're going to make it here in Uganda. You and I and our team, we're going to make it happen. It's not going to be that for you to own a house, you've succeeded. That will be the foundation and not the limit.
Wow.
To your success.
Wow.
Thank you so much.
Well, Bedford, thank you so much for coming to the CEO Bench today. I would like to say we are really extremely humbled to have you back on the show today. And I think that those who have nominated you have not gotten anything short than their expectations were at the beginning, and that informed their decision to nominate you to come back to the show. And to everyone out there, thank you very much for being part of the show. I would like to say thank you, and we're looking forward to having you anytime we have the vote. The CEO Bench is purely about the vote. You see the person, you don't understand them, but you hear about them and you want them to come. We created this platform so that they can come and share their ideas. 1.5 hours of them sharing their ideas, sharing their thoughts, and of course their experiences in the area of leadership, change management, and transformation. Until then, we want to say thank you and keep it the CEO Bench. Like Bedford Buyunga said, we're working on something. Again, don't wink on that woman in the dark. As the pandemic comes, that's a learning for today. As you come out of 42 days, please put the light, put the glasses, and see the beauty of that human being called the business that God had placed before you. And like you said, you have to make sure that you don't wait for God to find you when you are seated. Rather, God should find you when you're walking. Until then, keep it the CEO Bench. Bedford Buyungo, Edio Killer, signing out.
An army of sheep led by a lion will beat an army of lions led by a sheep.
There's a lot that is involved in the civil society organizations. There's leadership in itself, there's management of processes, there's management of the human resource, there's fundraising, there's research. It's a lot that needs to be done. And many times there is a feeling that is too much for a woman because she has other traditional roles that she needs to do as at home. So many times as people are looking for leaders in civil society organizations, the priority is usually given to men because of our society that feels that men have the time, men have the capacity, men have the ability to lead, to take this organization to greater heights. And women, there will be a problem. They will have to go to maternity leave. They have issues. They are too emotional. They have not done the courses that are good enough for leaders. They don't have time to go for extra learning or to go for work outside Kampala because they have to tend to their children. So there's too much that society has tied around a woman. And it's true, we have these traditional roles that we have to do, but does not in any way mean that women cannot lead in these spaces.
For me, leadership is a privilege of moving people towards a destiny. And for me, it would be towards God's agenda. That's the best, moving people to God's agenda. God has an agenda for everybody. And I know some people say, oh, it's too much of God, but God has a plan for this world. And so whether you're in business, you're a medical personnel, if somebody came to you, a good medical leader says, I want you not only